Hello, it's time. They already did a fucking power hour. I got 2 of them ready. I don't know how. What up, ball? I'm just going to wash. See, I already got 2 of them. I don't know why, but I got 2 of them. Bush Ranger. Alright, let's do this shit. Boy.
Lizard.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Lizard.
You're a lizard. You bitch. Oh, we're not starting this shit, you fucking weirdo. Get a job. Get a successful job of wife and a life. Where did I go? I think you're gonna chase me out of those. Sadly fucking mistaken. You about to be sadly motherfucking mistaken. Build Bristol and Bristol always with your. What the fuck? Words? The fuck are these words you speak? It's redeeming everything, huh? Yeah, you haven't said the damn word yet. Hold up. They made a portable extracted item now? The fuck? Okay. They don't already have them, though. Bruh, we're in the middle of the landing, really? Can't see where I'm going.
地獄からの使者スパイダーマン
Mia, nossa senhora.
Prove it that you're Spider-Man.
Caralho.
命が欲しかったら飛べ
Nossa, velho.
You have a subathon to do? You think? Dick. Y'all getting the fuck on or not? Yes, bitches. I already got a bush ranger yesterday. I was just fucking looking around, figuring out how to level up the teams like quicker too. What you kidding me? Ooh, hell yeah. Down, up, left, right. Up, down, up. Right, not lefts. Come here, bunny. Yeah, bunny. Yeah, veritable jackrabbit. The fuck was that? I forgot I was still making coffee and I hopped on a rage quit the other day because so many tryhards on solo that day. I'd rather sleep happy. Yeah, I kind of wonder why you just randomly left and didn't say a word. I figured. Bro, I swear to God, I played on Switch yesterday and it was a so much easier experience. It felt like I was actually in my ranking. Actually won a match too. The first match I played. But yes, there is a new trick to the King's or Crown Sprite, which is the one of the harder ones to master. Because you either have to win a game, get it, and then win another game right after. Which ain't no guarantee that's ever gonna happen. Or there's a secret little thing that you can do, which you use the adventure sprite to level him up by himself in a part in your inventory instead of having it level up your items. Because apparently it counts as an item, so you level up the adventure sprite, it levels up the crown sprite. So that's a neat little thing. Always took me like 4 tries to lose the goddamn sprite and fucking massive headaches to get the quest done because I did it by myself, but I did it. I can say I mastered it on my own. Didn't need y'all bitches for it. I get 1 gold. It's gold hours, bitch. Give me the gold. I wanted the gold. Give me the gold. I don't even need to heal with either. Fuck. You're behind the fucking oh, upstairs. Son of a whore. I will take that medkit. Raise you a good old fashioned, go fuck yourself. Okay, you're level 4. Bro, ain't no way it's still higher. Holy Christ. Where? It ain't even up here, you lying bitch. Filthy lying whore. Keep lying to me, see what happens. Then I'll fuck you up. Yeah, what I tell you, line on my face. That fucker right there. You need that to level up the crown spray. So just keep that in mind if you're doing that shit. Ain't a pain in the ass to get. So if you get them, do it on one game, not multiple games. Because it's not worth it. Chug. Taking up precious inventory space, my guy. Shouldn't run a bitch.
Activated. More XP.
That was handy. That'll also come in handy. Okay. Do I want to drop my portable drive though? Or portable extractor? I'm not gonna use it. Probably not. Hit. So 5. Close. There it is. Jonesy again. How are you still one away, my guy? Come on. Thank you. This. Get him the fuck out. Problem solved. Go back and get my gun. You. 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 Grab you. There you go. There you go. Need this. should be on the path through. Fucking doing this shit. Something over here and grab it. Fun. Quest over.
It's an anvil. It's
It
the anvil, my
sure
friend.
is.
This baby can make anything. Well, anything bound by the laws of quantum physics. Oh, I owe you something, right? Take this. And if you need something made on the best anvil ever, you know who to call. Huh. A lot of personalities around here these days.
Welcome to Fortnite, bro. Oh shit! I gotta go. Not yet, let's get close. Yeah, tail spray would have been great right about now. Can you stop picking up random weapons? Fucking yes. Gotta go fast. It ain't the way you're fighting a storm, my guy. Building blocks. Fuck off. Whatever, I'm the storm, you're not, bitch. Yeah, so I got my health. Doesn't surprise me at all. I believe you. Fuck, I'm gonna die because of this fucking storm. Fuck you. Nah, I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. Fucking storm, man. Whatever. It is what it is. I maxed out my sprite, that's all that matters. bugged ass bitch. Whatever. I'll figure it out later. Heinous crimes, let's go. What do you mean? What heinous crimes? I've committed no crimes. Or committing. Is he causing what? Whoopsie! Oh well, that happens. Happens to every guy. God fucking damn it. What is going on up there?
Override activated. Constant heal.
Oh, why? I don't want mofos to keep running from me every time I fight them. That just sounds stupid. Somebody up there, isn't there? Yeah, we got here. The arson and busting that water tower. I don't know what you're talking about. Those things never occurred. That you know of. Free med kits, don't mind if I fucking do, bitch. Diddly do a med kit? I don't know. How diddly do you? How diddly 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 do, Scooby Doo. I should probably grab that car, Scooby Doo. How did he do it? Scooby Doo. The pink pony car. I'm gonna keep on driving in my pink pony car. I just went in the ocean because whatever, I guess. What you got, dualies? Oh fuck, it actually went in the ocean. Where's my car, bruh? Mother trucker. Oh, there it is. It floated to the other side. Sweet. It's a little worse for wear, but we'll take it. As long as the engine drives. I'm gonna keep on driving on the pink pony car. Motherfucker, I hit a rock like Jafar. A little bit of water damage. Who doesn't like the wet roof? Alright, I'll be there eventually. When I feel like it. Oh shit, extra extract, let's go. Gib. Thank you. Gib. You dirty whore. Gib. Don't fuss with me, you fucking gib. Gib like a gib woman. Oh, that's a book. That's one way I fucking landed. I stuck the landing. Hello. I want you to die. Die in front of your Tetris, you bitch. Oh, fuck this shit. Shrek and Jonesy Friday. Now you can push me if you want. I don't give a fuck anymore. Suck a dick, loser. What you fucking get, oh? If he comes back here, I'm fucking killing him again. I'm gonna keep on dancing with the Is that what I think that is? Oh my god, it is. Bruh. You know what this gun can do? Headshot equals insta-death. Body shot equals about 200 something damage. Fucking only gives you 7 bullets. But this thing can annihilate the last player in seconds. Good gun. Another extract, thank you. I'd like to find some fucking cheat codes to unlock. Or I don't know, some fucking shit. Put me in a gold fucking power-up mode, you motherfucker. I love how I found the gold fucking creatures in a mode or in the regular game mode the day before the gold power hour started. But now I can't find a single gold one in the power hour. Make that shit make sense. I sure as fuck can't. Oh, I could use the Midas gun. I could use the Midas gun. Where are you? 125 to the face, bitch. That was a headshot. Your ass would have dead in a heartbeat. Nearly them apples. Yeah, cunt. Guess you won't be pop shotting at people from above again, will you? Fucker. Yeah, you won't be pop shotting no more, bitch. Better run the fuck away. If I find you, it's gonna be on a dung hole. Face. Bitch, I will fucking end you. Don't test me. Day, baby. I thought, bitch. Repeat that shit. I dare you. Oh, how are you not dead? I fucking 250'd you. The fuck? That's some bullshit. They must have nerfed this gun already. God fucking damn. What's the point? Give 7 bullets, can't even fucking kill someone with them. There we go. It's the dead. Fucking bitch. Oh. I hate trees. I wish trees would go fucking jump off a cliff. No.
What up, bitch? Okay, I can leave your stream now.
Oh, that's the case. That's not my fault.
Yeah. Okay, good. Now I'll send you the invitation for the shirt chat so you can hear Mound, or well, read Mound.
I don't want
He says hi.
I'm
You okay? Somebody heard you. Mount said that you sound sad as fuck.
I literally just said I feel like shit.
Understandable, understandable.
Pay attention.
I was just reading because she cannot.
Whatever,
you
man,
cannot
sure.
beat her. Sure. There you go.
Swear to God, not today. Be serious. I'm irritable.
I mean, you should be irritable. That's the fun part of you.
That's kind of irritable. It's kind of irritable.
Oh, you're on that type of irritable. Okay. I see.
The kind where I'm fucking through is killing me, and if someone says one stupid thing to me, I'm gonna go off. So I'm just giving everybody fair warning. Don't piss me off today.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Just because last couple days just been fucking chaotic and annoying, and you want to slap somebody. Oh, the good news is the car's fixed though.
Nice.
Bad news is there's more problems.
Oh shit, what's going on now?
Oh well, the gasket seal they swear up and down they fixed still leaking, so I gotta fix that.
Oh shit.
And there's some other shit going on with it.
Fine.
I gotta fix and fucking fill all my tires.
Okay. How much are tires in the US?
Too much. I don't have to fix them, I gotta fill them, but
Oh, okay, that's better. Okay,
I
then.
do have to replace them at some point before they get better or worse.
Yeah.
Have fun, man.
Good.
I mean, you won't have fun,
I mean, she's gonna have fun here for spring. Probably she's with her headset now.
but I'm not the it hurts. I feel like they got like a fucking ball of mucus just in there.
Oh yeah.
I literally slept till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I was like that like yesterday. I had like something stopping in the backside of my throat, and I was just coughing all day, so I understand the pain. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's very bad. Fuck the AC.
Probably the AC. Yeah.
Oh shit, I fell. Oh, fuck me.
Damn.
I hate when
This game is not helping at all.
Grab it. I mean, I can get mad at the game all I want. That's what it is.
I also been checking that YouTube is finding now also making an easier vertical streaming too. I'll probably try it another day, but personally I don't like how YouTube stream works in general. Usually you need to set up 2 different streams in order for the vertical stream to work. Now they made it like on the same stream you can set up 2 different canvases on YouTube. So you don't need to like juggle around on the encoder at both streams at the same time on YouTube. Just have it on one. I don't know how to explain it better, but
like vertical streaming on YouTube.
I mean, they had a vertical stream, but they now made it easier. Instead of creating 2 different streams like YouTube used to do, you only need to create one and just set it up as dual stream, and that's it.
Oh. I feel like it's been a
Yeah.
thing for a bit though, because restreams.
For some people now they made it global. I was not one of the selected ones at the time until they made the announcement. So yeah.
Honestly, I'm not even really. I don't even really care that much about YouTube at this point because of the simple fact that. Oh, hi, they're above us.
Yeah, I know. I heard it, so that's why I want to pull out this thingy here.
Oh yeah, they're right above us.
way above us, yeah.
Is there a floor above us? We're not way above us. All I have to do is drop down.
We can just destroy the floor and shoot them if you want to. Oh, not there.
Okay, well you're right.
One
There
more
were a
on top.
floor above us.
Yeah.
Well, now they know we're here.
But we know where they are too. Look.
Who's hitting me? What?
Behind you.
Bitch. He's dead.
They're resing. Oh, I don't know what they're
They
doing.
can't res.
Okay,
It's a
I
one
don't know
of
what the
coin.
fit was.
Don't pick up my shotgun. I dropped it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it to you. I don't like that shotgun anyways.
These are low.
I don't like the feeling.
You'll be nuts in your mouth.
Oh. Go. Go.
Go. Where the fuck are all the goddamn fucking codes? I want a goddamn gold sprite, bitch.
Just in case to look in on nearby.
Oh, gold Jonesy here. Take him. I already have one,
Okay. Boy.
and you have an extract on you, so
Yeah, I have an extra. Yeah, thanks. Boy.
yeah, it's literally in here. The perks of power wherever they give you a free extract. Where? That's how you.
I'm about to die though. Let's see if I can get it to the storm time. It's just a 1 tick, so it should be fine. Oh, there is
Good, make good. You make good.
there is. Give me a second. I cannot pick them from there. I need to heal a little bit more.
Triple that's not my Jonesy real quick. Medkits. Gold, it's actually gold that I need. Fuck not.
Heal now.
I had to figure out how to get the ground sprite without actually having to win, because that shit's too fucking difficult to be trying to do.
Yeah.
Especially because I lost 2,000 points to survive that. Difficult shit.
Diablo.
I figured it out though. Just bring an adventure sprite, or have a friend bring an adventure sprite, bring your crown sprite, and then just literally have no items on you. And just level up the adventure sprite. If for some fucking reason it counts the crown sprite as the item, so the adventure sprite's ability works on it. So you can
Alright.
max it out. Without having to actually win the game. The two methods that people find to fucking get around shit. I love it.
I mean, if they put it there, people will take advantage
Yeah,
of
but I have this feeling that fucking Fortnite's gonna nerf it the next patch.
it, like usual.
Every time they find a bug, that's a good bug, they get rid of it so we can't use it. So as soon as I find out about a bug, I'll start using it just until they fucking do it.
I mean,
Rather enjoy
same
the
shit,
fucking-
opposite side.
I really enjoy the freedom of not having to stream.
Yeah.
See the fucking get worse as it goes. Already fucking bad.
Yeah, I'm personally like it.
Override activated.
Like, I love it.
Constant
I think it's
heal.
fun. I love all the other shit. I don't like the fact that the fucking Scar is basically a useless fucking weapon.
Yeah,
Its aim is
remember
horrible.
the Scar used to, no wonder I was saying, I remember the Scar being better than this shit.
I feel like using the fucking single shot rifle is better than using the Scar because at least you got accuracy.
Yeah.
Just fucking depressing. Whatever. Scar used to be such a good gun.
Oh, there you are.
Which is stupid because like with the Scar they made it so basically you have to like you get first shot accuracy. So like your first shot will always hit, which means you have to
Yeah.
shoot, stop, shoot, stop, shoot, stop, and by the time you
Yeah.
fucking kill them, you're already fucking dead. And these motherfuckers are
Yeah.
hitting you with fucking accurate shots every fucking time. It's like, make shit make sense.
For some reason, I mean, the other day, one of the reasons that actually maybe rage quit was the fact that the usual. I shoot them with a whole ass drum of purple guns, but they one shot me with a white weapon.
Don't make no lick of sense. That's what keeps happening.
Broke shields.
I can't even hit a fucking shot. This is my gun. It sucks ass. And of course he sees me in the bush now. He's cracked. 135 low. This is the same guy we killed before.
Yeah, the same team.
You are not getting that sprayed out, bitch.
The body
Mine
here.
now, motherfucker. Old 8-bit.
They're dead. Fuck this bitch.
Well, I'm gonna extract this fucker real quick.
I'm gonna chug your shit, and he has another portal extractor, so I'm gonna use it.
Yep, I got 2 of them on me now.
Nice.
Now I got gold 8-bit. Honestly, the pump's not that good either. Oni's not that bad.
I used to hate the Oni. Is it good again?
I don't know. I think it's better if you shoot at close range, but far range is so sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care about far range. I use a shotgun, so
Yeah, close range is pretty good.
okay, so good. Because I remember on the previous season after
Enemies
the
over here in the
Power
bush.
Rangers, they nerfed it. Okay, they nerfed it to the ground.
You just try to pull this thing to distract me, bitch.
Fuck! This is what I told you. Oh, there's a nerf teammate here.
Well, you gotta be serious.
Yep, that's it. Okay.
Oh, your body's blocking me though.
Yeah, I know. I stopped on purpose.
They're
Sorry.
booking it.
Where the fuck are
You
you?
really do a
There you are.
right at me to distract me. What a bitch.
I just saw that shit. I was like, what? I think I expected
It's
my
a bush
tail
ranger if
before.
you want it. There's an extract right here, so let's throw a different grip. My bush ranger now, bitch.
Go bush. I take it.
Got bush.
now?
Yeah, I already mastered it.
Okay. You're gonna deposit it?
You deposited 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Thank you for coin deposit 5.
You have a stroke there?
No, that was a purpose.
Looks like you have a stroke.
Yeah, that was the
Oh, look, I think I found the little retard. Hey, retards, we're back. I missed every fucking shot again. I hate this gun so much.
Which one are you using?
The fucking Scar, bro. It's like, what the
yeah.
fuck? Why are you garbage?
I thought you changed weapons.
Oh, I can't find the fucking hard shotgun. SMG. I'm about to do that gun. At least I hate
think the drum gun for some reason is way better for precision.
because
than
the
fucking
shots are
Scar.
more fucking condensed in one area and not fucking far
Yeah.
away from each other like the Scar. The Scar goes all over the fucking place. Look at this. Watch this.
They did one that went away.
It's supposed to be going in one straight line, but it's not fucking going in one straight line. It's going fucking different directions. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, they went away to the castle.
Yeah, I know. It's all one of them run already. The other one didn't look like he ran, though. So I'm tripping. So I'm tripping. I did not see him run. Whatever.
I mean, I think I
They
know
can
what
both
they
suck
were.
my fat cock.
They are.
Oh,
They went
portable
there.
extractor.
Yeah, they died. That's why it's there.
Oh. That
Well,
explains why one ran. Hiding like he's Ann. This is...
CSB.
Oh, there's a pussy ass bitch. Get fucking destroyed, loser.
Okay.
See the difference?
Alright.
There's the difference.
It's always. I wanna see.
The difference is I just annihilated his bitch ass with a fucking drum gun. That's why drum gun is the best gun ever.
Yeah.
Even after they nerfed it, it's still fucking
Alright,
OP.
these bitches.
I think they unnerfed it, to be honest.
Oh yeah, they
It
died.
feels unnerved for reals. Oh, they rebooted.
Yeah. Where the fuck are you? I'm just. Ah, there you are.
I'm on top.
You're on toppy top.
I'm tippity top to top of the temple. Tippity top of the temple.
8 people left. Oh, they're resin. Oh, they're on the other side. Okay.
I just gotta either max out my Jonesy or extract them now before we get into this fight. Actually, hold on.
I might need to extract actually, like, because how these games go.
You
they're gonna
motherfucker!
get
I
used to delete it.
would have added what maxed out if your ass hadn't opened them
sorry.
chests on me.
Sorry.
I'm literally
There you go.
running to myself for a reason. Fuck.
I
Oh,
hear
someone's
it.
down here. That was a 16 shield. Fuck. I gotta
Oh,
find
don't
another
extract then.
one. Well, I can self-extract. That's easy.
Okay.
That's the whole point. I'm gonna try to max them out real quick and then self-extract before we get to another battle. But you stole my chest, you bitch.
Sorry. I just like chests.
I like tits too, but come on, man.
Share with the class.
Yeah, share with the rest of us, damn it.
There you go.
I need one more, motherfucker.
Okay.
Careful, people fighting. Done. Maxed. Sending out. Goodbye, Jonesy. Have a good laugh. Now we can fight without worry. Take those 8 bits, right?
Golden AR.
I thought you said golden AI. I was just like,
Hold each other. There you are.
oh look, mine's fish. Easy full level up. Let's go.
Noise.
Do I really need this? Eh, fuck it, I'll take it anyway. We're down to 5 players.
Yeah, I
Two
saw
of them, I
it.
believe, are over this way.
Yeah, 2 are there. Yeah. I don't know what's behind. They're behind us,
Putas. Dirty
Find a rock.
fucking putas. Well, he's gotta come out of
broken.
storm, so he's gotta fucking
Yeah.
do
He has a fucking sniper, careful.
it. He doesn't have there's no sniper in the game.
I mean, I shot really slow and I got really
Fuck
big
that
hit,
shit
so
with the shotgun.
probably. I don't know. I just...
Oh, he might be using the Midas masterpiece. That shit's kind of broken. Well, I wouldn't get headshot by it or it's instant death.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, sir. And thank God that I keep getting healed every time I'm not in battle. Love it.
Yeah, you healed me too. I don't know what it's from. Oh, it's a buff. Okay, I see.
It's one of the buffs.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, it's one of the override buffs. You gotta be careful here because the walls can disappear and people can be fucking hiding behind them.
I noticed.
I'm always nervous about them in this area. That too, like climb on the walls, get a fucking vantage over you and then shoot gun you down when you're not paying attention. Yeah, I've never found a fucking single key to open this goddamn vault down here. I don't know where the fuck they are. Wonder that guy died. Nope, he's still kicking.
No, he's still alive. He's still kicking.
Oh, I found him.
I saw him.
Yep. He's right behind that tree. Oh, there's 2 of
Yeah,
them.
2.
I hit shit as usual. Okay, at some point I'm gonna start blaming the game for this bullshit because there's no. What the? I got Midas masterpiece.
What the fuck? What do you do?
You fucking headshotted me.
Oh, God. I have an extract if you don't have one. Oh, shit. No.
Oh, I don't need it. I'm good. I don't have anything on me.
I need it now. Oh, there's this motherfucker just went right behind me.
Yeah, I was waiting for my shields to heal. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a shadow level 3. I want to extract.
I get you.
I'm doing my best to get it
the
to
hell?
behind the tree.
Shitty right there.
Bro, they follow me.
See that?
I had to extract before, now I love the
Bet
fucking
you
shadow
hiding in the
again.
fucking bush, really? How did he miss that shot? Oh my god, man. He had fucking 12 health. I'm so mad.
I hate this game.
Oh. It's whatever. I would have killed him and fucking lost to the other guy anyway.
Yeah. But I still don't
If I hadn't
understand
got
how the fuck
Midas
we're missing those
fucking Master
shots out of
Fuse,
nowhere, but they have got aim out of nowhere too.
He jumped in the fucking bush and I couldn't see it. That's why.
At least I managed to extract the tails.
Because he's a pussy.
Cool
What
stuff.
a pussy.
So aside from the stickers I sent you, I also made some Pokemon stickers to see how good they are.
Power are we gonna have?
I don't know.
Whatever. I'm not even gonna ask. I'm just gonna keep going until it's over. Well, I got the 8-bit. Not found the Guambo yet.
Okay, let's fucking go again. I like Latinas, Sonic. Yeah. They are literally getting not afraid anymore of the geophysics.
Yeah, and people are still bitching and whining like children. Like, oh, we traded team for team. Yeah, so is Marvel Rivals, retard.
Yeah, literally.
Did you see the Calvin Klein fucking collab they did with What's-Her-Face?
There are quite a few, Emma. We have
What's
Emma.
that hero's
we have
name?
literally every
Burst or
single
some
one
shit?
of it has geophysics on Marvel Rivals. And
Oh,
every single dude
not
too.
even just Jiggle
Captain
Physics, bro.
America
Full
has
on
a
ass
bulge.
is showing.
Yeah.
People were
Literally,
bitching
the
about Captain
freaking-
America's bulge going down.
Bro, people love when the bulge was out.
Yeah, when they nerfed it, people got mad. Especially the gay guys.
Yeah, people just
guys
said
like
free the
big
bulge.
dicks.
I mean, for me, it was funny. I'm not even gay.
But these
For
people are
just
getting
funny
butthurt
as
over
fuck.
fucking Fortnite being team for team now. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Make some wrong. No,
This
make
game
some
stopped
fun.
being for kids years ago, bitch.
Stop being your kids in 2025 or
Yeah.
when everyone became adults. Most of the people who were like 13 started 2021 or 2020 now fucking full on adults. And even kids don't fucking. Even kids look at play games like Marvel Rivals knowing it's team for team. Like, let's be honest.
Bro, kids literally. Oh shit.
We're getting shot
Called
at.
Adventure.
Cool.
Extracting
Dually,
now.
bitch. Get fucking dually, bitch. Think about your 1-up coin. One down now, motherfucker. Where's the bitch at? 2 bitches. 2 bitches for the price of 1? Hell yeah.
Just how you like them.
Bye, Santa. Don't like you. Bye, Pickle Man.
Don't like you either.
Get your dumb ass over here, yo.
Goodbye, Niggy.
Cheeky, my niggy.
Show me that fushigi.
My niggy.
Thank you for the kiss, my own. When I send you the the Spider-Man, I forgot he was on full screen. That was not on purpose at all, bro. Oh,
Dang it. Give my extract back, though. You share.
yeah. We share.
This communist Russia. You share.
Santa Claus is Soviet, is communist. He gives toys for free, and he was red. He's a comrade. The
You
bonus
look
actually
like a
good this time.
comrade,
Thank
to
you.
be honest. That actually because it look like a Russian.
Yeah, I mean he wears red. He gives toys for free.
I was gonna
doesn't
say
have
the volume's really
anything-
good this time because I'm more quiet than usual.
Yeah, I actually had to lower the other people's volume, so I think that's the reason everything is going fine now. Because I cannot increase the volume on my microphone anymore. You have another golden tails here.
Oh fuck, gimme.
That's what you get for sharing. You get more.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing gets you dick in your ass. What?
Oh,
Don't talk about that.
no, we're not. Oh,
Oh.
oh.
Oh. So Mount, I made my fox more tan.
The fox is now Latina.
The Latino fox. I kind of feel like I can go more tan and like be darker, but I'm like,
More
eh.
nude?
I mean, true. I could. You like the dark girls? Not that dark girls. They gotta be like mocha. Mocha, or like my ex.
Mocha needies.
She's like mocha. Mocha
I'm
with the
extracting here if you
fucking
want
chocolate
it.
milk the nipples.
Chocolate milk.
Like we like the milk duds.
I hope they have ice.
If you ever watch Kung Pao, you get the reference.
Oh, Kung Pao, yeah, I saw it in Spanish, I didn't got it.
Yeah, the chick, the one Asian chick, the fucking one who's like love with the chosen one. She sounds like Miss Piggy the whole game, fucking show.
Oh
or
yes,
movie.
yeah. In Spanish they did it. I think that in Spanish they use actually the Miss Piggy voice.
Oh no, it was in
that
English
shit.
too. They used Miss Piggy. The girl sounds straight up like Miss Piggy. It was literally the whole movie.
Are you gonna try the golden tails, bro?
Hang on. I found a. That's just it.
Good.
Right. Oh no, I already extracted golden tails. You're good.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I'm gonna try this.
Yeah, I used my self extract.
Yeah, okay. I thought
I'm
you
gonna
didn't
wait
have a
to get. I should have used my self extract to be honest, because now I got time to figure out how to extract my 8-bit. It's about to be level 4.
Yeah.
Well, I could have leveled them up to level 4, go back to the thing and fucking extract them now. Call it a day.
Yeah.
Don't need those one more bucks. I hear you collect the rings over there.
Yeah. I was just using the route, so he gave me the coins. Oh, thank God I collected the coins. I will need them in a moment.
You know their rings not quite right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna have to be a fucking old school gamer Nazi on you real quick.
yeah, I know.
Those
I
are
know what you mean.
rings,
You
sir.
said coin. You said coin, so I just repeated coins.
I thought
My
I said
brain just
rings.
repeats stuff. No, you said coin, so that's why I said coins.
Never mind. I was wrong then. I could have sworn I saw rings, but I guess not. I'll take back what I said, man. I feel like an idiot. Oops. I thought I said rings. I swear my brain. I thought I said rings. Power rings. There we go. I have extracted my boy. Now I can continue the game. How's that going? 5-minute game.
I killed Slim Shady.
Yeah. Slim Shady? Did he stand
Yep.
up?
Yep. Let's stand out. You know what I'm song.
Did his dick stand up too?
Oh, yep.
LOL. Fuck, that's not how I wanted that to go, but okay.
Get that.
Oh, speed shooter.
I read Speed Booster, don't worry, dude.
It's so quick, it's like kind of hard to fucking tell when that
Come here. I have an auto truck if you want it. I have two actually. I have 3 big ones if you need.
Oh my god, the dark shower, I love it. I love that they incorporated the showers into the map.
Yeah, I wish they would have this twice Charles to go up.
Oh, look at that, 2 free portable extracts. Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Oh, never mind,
That's
3
fucking
free
good.
portable extracts.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Some losers died. Now they're fucking losers mad.
Go dope team. Let's extract the bitch. Let's fucking go. I love now that we can have this self-extract on the map. I think
Yeah,
that
that's
was a win
fucking
update.
the best
That's
thing they
actually a
could've
really
ever
good
done,
update, to be
honestly.
honest.
Because it's so fucking hard to collect them otherwise.
I mean, the early part of the last chapter was good. Season was good, but at the late when you run out of the battle pack, you have no
Yeah,
power to
they
get more.
should've
You guys
added
only have
more
stage.
to that fast. I don't think they even have Sprite fucking rewards this time. With guns and stuff you can get from the hackers.
Oh,
So I don't think we get like rewards from the chat. What do you call it anymore?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From finishing our collection. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I can't English. There's 2 people in arrows. Glitches are for. Yeah. They're over here.
No? Oh, yeah.
Yep, I see him.
Maybe I'm good.
21 shield. Oh, he's low. He's super low. He's dead.
I hit him. I cannot see a single shot on them.
Damn right,
Okay,
I'm gonna hit
one's
that.
There's someone there. The teammate.
I know, I see him. Oh no, that's 2 different teams. That's a whole different
Yeah.
team. I was trying to push you for something. Oh, like I'm right here, bitch. Where are you going, bro? What the fuck? Where did this bitch come from? I got fucking one shot by Kim Kardashian. She has the Midas pistol, so
Get
be
to the
careful.
truck. Get to the truck. Use the truck. The other guy's gonna push.
my Goomba brain almost went right for the self-extract sitting in front of the truck. I have a one-track brain right now.
Yeah.
I have a brain. I
I
swear.
cannot see them at all.
Oh, there's
There they
pinging.
are.
They're behind that tree,
They're
healing
resting.
each other. That's a beach.
Yeah. Yeah. Better with the. Oh, another teammate.
Careful with that fucking Kim Kardashian, bitch.
They
I don't know
didn't
where that
manage
bitch
to
went.
rest, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, right there. He's dead. I don't know who the fuck that was, but he's dead now.
2 teams.
Hey, thanks for the
I take it.
extract, bitch. Oh, look, I just saw the other guy landing.
Yeah, I saw them too.
I can only
Did you
carry
land
3,
him?
so last one's yours. If you want it.
I'm gonna. Hey.
I thought your dog was fucking Kim Kardashian. I was about to say, that fucking bitch is back! I mean, she do look like a dog.
She had another comeback.
Yeah, she gets a lot of cum on her back. Back shots are us.
2 for
There's
1
someone
back
to our
shots.
right, according to the map. 2 for 1 back shots for all.
Not close enough.
Yeah, we're getting closer. They're out by Storm.
I have.
Oh, there's
I barely
2 of
have
them.
ammo though. Oh, there's an. Oh, I think someone died here.
Nope, someone's shooting at me. I knew it. I called it. Over there. In the bush. Oh, now we can see you,
Hey, Sam,
dumbasses. Why are you focusing on me? You know what? While they're focusing on me, shoot them. Now the
Yeah.
bush is gone. Oh,
They're
it's the
running
2.
away.
It's those 2 fucking losers.
Yeah, I don't have ammo to keep pursuing them.
I don't really either.
I see them. They're on the tree. Oh, please tell me there is some. Okay,
Oh,
some ammo.
right there. Cracked their shield a little bit. One of them has a fucking sniper or something. Which I don't understand how the fuck they have a sniper. Unless that's the fucking pistol. Yeah, that's the Kim Kardashian. She has a pistol. So be careful.
Yeah.
They just keep running like pussies. Now they're separated like idiots.
16. I have no ammo anymore.
I have
Absolute
48
zero.
ammo. They keep trying to rendezvous with each other. They're healing on the Tetris
I'm gonna
blocks.
pick up this shotgun. Okay, I'll a little more.
The Kim is so fucking low. I just lasered the fuck at her.
There's a third. Another
There's
team running.
there's a Sonic running right towards them. They're in that
Yeah,
bush.
I don't have more of the markers, so careful.
Shit, you know how many players? But... Right there.
Bro, we can see you. Just
Dumbass. Get
how
fucking
the fuck I
wrecked,
cannot hit
bitch.
you, but you can hit me. What the
got
fuck?
you,
Make it
don't
that
move.
make sense. I'm not gonna move anymore, but make it that make sense. I was hitting the
Motherfucking bitch, really?
bitch.
Fuck you, Kim Kardashian. Ah, you can't kill me anyway, bitch. Such a dick.
Yeah. Okay. Extra life. Thank God we had the extra life there.
Too bad we ain't
Now
gonna
we
help
have to
though.
find some fucking ammo.
I'm gonna go over here, far away from them. Get some ammo if I can. Where starts from there.
I see a chest. Okay.
Of course, I get the fucking front there. I have some ammo, not a lot.
Okay, I have a little bit more of ammo now. The fucking storm's coming here.
The only problem with the drone gun is it counts as an AR, so I'm just gonna use that shit instead of the fucking AR. Takes too much ammo to use both.
Oh, I see them shooting each other there.
Fucking unfight each other.
I'm gonna let them fight each other. It's gonna be easier for us. Oh, but they are right there. The assholes that keep Kardashians.
I'm low on health. Fucking Storm's just pushing. Good thing I have fucking extra. Look at them run, like they always do.
We can pick up ammo there.
Ain't no fucking way that hit me, bro.
Okay.
I literally jumped and slid, and somehow you hit me. Suck a dick, you fucking loser.
Anonymous 353. Something tells me that this person is sauce. Because ain't no way they have that goddamn instant lock you because you were covered. They instantly lock on your fucking head. Make it make sense.
Doesn't make sense. I'm reporting him for hacking. I don't trust that. I don't believe that shit at all.
Yeah.
That seems sus as fuck.
Oh,
That seems a little too much like aimbot to me.
yeah.
Ugh. So we got Tails. We got Tails, Jonesy, Bush Ranger, and 8-bit. So I need to get Adventure, and Jackrabbit, and Sonic, and Shadow. And fucking King Sprite. Apparently you get after you win another game. That's I think. I don't know.
Right.
Fuck, I know. I mean, it's max, so I'm assuming after I win a game, we'll do the next variation of it. Suppose I'd have to match it in my party. Oh, man. Here you go, girls.
Let's go.
I'm assuming since it's been up for an hour, the power hour is 2 hours. Again, or unless they fucking change it, it's like your entire day.
Probably.
Would be nice if they changed the entire day. 2
I
hours.
mean, it's
ain't
all
long
great
enough, bro.
fun, yeah. Bro, 2 hours is not long enough, and 2 hours is usually a really terrible hour for a lot of people to play. So
Yeah.
they will be missing a lot of their player base.
Yep, what's that? 1, 2, 3.
Games. 1, 2, 3. Okay, they are going to the island. Okay. We have a free hole for these bitches. Hey yo.
Because they want to fucking fall this time. Oh, nice. Triple shotgun, another bet. It couldn't be a gold one, bro. You know what? That's my AR for the rest of the match. Golden drum gun.
Noise.
That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it.
You already tried to do fast? Oh, you keep one. Okay. Maybe only. I'm aware.
You want a shield bot? Where you head up there today?
I was gonna look out a little bit. They are not. They are outside the building though.
Yeah, no, so I was gonna give you the shield bot real quick here.
Here I am. Where the fuck are you? Oh,
Shield's
there you go.
not. I don't want to kill people. Not gonna lie.
Let's fucking go. Let's commit. Oh,
Oh, they're here. Dead.
there you gotta go with Sonic.
Dead. One more over here. Where are you, bitch?
Come on, let's try the Golden Sonic though.
Wait, you found Golden Sonic?
Yeah, I have a Gold Sonic. Yeah,
Oh shit!
I told you.
Yeah, do
I
that.
have a Gold Sonic. Now I just extracted.
I was locked in, bro.
Yeah, don't worry. I understand that.
3 people on my deck. I had to do what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? Rash.
Yeah.
Right,
You're
yeah.
doing good.
Bush Ranger.
code around
Don't
here.
need it.
You have a Ranger?
Yeah. Not gold.
Oh, okay, okay, Bush Ranger, okay. Not too much.
Where the fuck did that other guy go? He must have just died.
Probably just died, yeah. Probably he was already down because they were fighting each other.
Nope, there he is. Oh god, it took him that long to die, bro.
Bro, he was still down.
His
or he
teammate was
up?
here this whole time somewhere then. Yeah, he was still down. He just finally died. That's insane.
He had.
That was the
hope.
Joker. Where the fuck? Wait, when did Joker? How did he get Joker?
What, Joker from Persona?
Yeah.
He's not already out.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, we got a cheater, boys.
That or maybe it's one of those epic exclusives. Like the Colonel Hearts one.
Maybe.
That's the only thing I can think of, because I haven't seen them yet. Maybe in the store, maybe I missed it, I don't know. I just watched Sonic Shadow and Knuckles. Or Shadow
I
and
mean,
Knuckles.
well, yeah, I don't gotta buy them. I don't have the budget for that shit anymore.
Yeah, I didn't either, but I need it.
Understandable. Economically irresponsible.
Oh, yeah, basically. That's probably what I need to do. Like my car needed to get fixed. I spent fucking $200, but I got the car fixed. So, yeah. I'm responsible anyway.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, Gold Bush Ranger.
Nice.
I already have that.
I need to master him later. I'm gonna try to master it right now.
Almost a master this one. I just need one more chest.
Bro, stop fucking running, beachhead motherfucker.
Oh, he just maxed out. Let's go. Extract.
Where the fuck you go?
Run, baby, run. Chirp. Run, bitch, run! God damn, movie 6 is so good.
I need to watch that movie again.
Dude. Watch the later. Just like watching it. Oh, they finally put Iron Lung on fucking YouTube. Gotta watch that one. How about you take your family to see a movie? You're like, oh, when I see the movie, they're like, oh, we'll go with you, and then they don't like it. It's like, well, you don't understand what the fucking movie is about. Anyway, you don't understand the lore or any of that shit. Why the hell would you want to watch a movie you don't understand? Same shit with backwards.
Yeah.
Took us to one backwards. Don't see half of the movie. I'm like, why? Like, the movie sucked. I'm like, well, it wouldn't have sucked if you watched the source material, but whatever.
Yeah.
I have different tastes than everybody else in my family. It's like, you're not gonna like want to see what I want, what I like. This,
Yeah, for me it's kind of the same. Fortunately, for some movies, I can take my mom there because she is like really into comic movies. Oh, people there. It's coming murder. She likes to see comic movies, so we go to watch DC and Marvel stuff. So she understands this, some of the source materials.
That's great. He did. Oh my
Just because I
god,
can.
ragdoll physics. Okay, I'm trying to kill him.
Me too.
Never mind, he's dead.
Oh, I see a key. Oh no, it's an extractor.
I would
From
say
far away, they
key,
do the same.
that hasn't been a thing since last season. Fuck.
Yeah, they
So
look,
over
the,
the keys,
they look
bro.
the same from far away.
All black people look the same, yeah. Me.
Nope,
Maybe
more
all
people
the
left.
same, if you ask me. Try to shoot with a Mega Man blaster, you bitch. Ah, I almost shot him with the 8-bit shotgun, but you hit him too quick.
Sorry. He's there. He missed.
He did. What up,
I got
pussy?
Never mind, never mind. Okay.
I don't know. I just heard
Well, he
fucking.
resing-
I tick it, tick it,
Yeah.
tick it, tick it, I tick it, tick it, tick it, tick it, tick it, and I was like, all right.
Oh, you
Started
heard it
dancing.
from a mic?
No, I heard it from stream. I never read
Oh,
it.
you have my street. Oh, okay.
I'm lazy.
Yeah, understandable.
I'm lazy and sick. Flare gun.
I fucking go. That assist from who? Who the heck is this, man?
Somebody.
Oh, Chuck.
Wasn't me, but it was somebody. 120. I'll keep my medkits.
Oh, wait, I have 2 drum guns for a reason. How much is left? I'm gonna take it.
Oh, 2 people over
Let's
there.
go. That one is dead. You are dead.
What the fuck? What, you thought you were coming back with the reboot event and save him? I don't think he has tires anymore. He went off the cliff.
Oh, he had a 1-up too, bitch.
Jeez. Go. There again. Oh, 2 more. Somewhere. Right there. 1 healing. You run away, bitch. I missed
We
him.
shadow Sonic. I don't.
He's still
the
over
car is
here.
broken.
Yep, he's still over here. Yes, Piranha. They never until it's too late. Get that hedgehog! Bro is cracked as all shit. I'm about to say, yeah, he's cracked as all hell.
They had a 1-up. Okay.
Pussy.
They got 1-up.
We haven't used ours yet.
Bro, they stopped me mid-run.
Really? I've never had anyone try to shoot me mid-run. That's
Bro,
crazy.
he shot me with that gun and stopped my run, and then shot me again and insta-killed me. I wasted. Thank God I have the one. Yeah,
I
that's
spoke too
crazy.
soon about that one. That's crazy.
Yeah. You got shot too? Or-
No. They're on me,
Okay, there
though.
you are. Okay.
They're near me. Anyways. Oh, he fell down the hill, the water.
Yeah, I see them.
Where is he?
He's down there on the river.
Oh, no, he's grinding. Not for long, he ain't. Grind that, bitch. He's dead now. Pop, lock, and drop it. Pop, lock, and drop it. Should've grinded faster, bitch.
I hear someone landing next to. Oh shit!
Don't die.
I'm
Someone
trying.
near you. Fuck. Where are you?
I'm down. I just start running away because I was starting to get shot.
Oh, I see enemies.
Oh, they're everywhere on top there.
Bro, what? Oh, I got it.
Yeah, that's what I told you. They are everywhere there.
Whatever, bitch. I got an extra life support, dude. You thought you were good. 45 bullets, by the way. I made some more ammo. Beating both of us.
Get this rope tank.
Someone had the same idea by the looks of it.
I hear that. He's a broken.
Bitch, get the fuck away from my shit. He's low.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Oh, getting shot
He's
back
dead.
from behind. Bro, on top of the tank, there's another. Down behind you. Wait.
I don't know, I see him.
With me.
No, ain't no fucking way that hit me, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know if I extracted the gold or not. I don't
Suck
freaking
my
want to do.
fat fucking Puerto Rican cock, bitch. I checked on mine, so we're good. Hey, I'm gonna back a little bit. Oh shit.
Nope, I didn't extract the fucking bush.
Fucking redonkulous.
I already had the bush or not yet? Oh shit.
Good.
Yeah, I just got a hiccups.
I can see that. I like that. I get that. Wish my hand tracking would work. That's
So, Among Us has a TV show now.
pretty sure they've had one for a while.
Yeah, I just noticed. Because a friend of mine, I edited for, she made a video about it. I didn't realize.
Everything's
And
got
there is fucking
TV
Elijah Wood
show
in there.
now, bro.
I mean, I watched the first episode. They are not taking themselves seriously, so that's why it makes it good. So they're not trying to be like other games, live actions, like they take themselves too seriously. Oh, I am the adaptation. They are no, they're just making a fun of this movie Among Us, and I'm just gonna laugh at it because it's Among Us. So yeah.
I don't know. I feel like once you turn
I
a game
like-
to a video, a fucking movie show,
I liked it personally, so I will not complain. Again, I agree with you. Not everything is an adaptation. It's not a live action, at least. At least it's not a live action. That would be.
Well, that would make absolute fucking sense.
Exactly.
Like, why would you make a live action Among Us show?
I mean, technically, the live action
How would
is
that
the
work?
thing.
Yeah, but how would that
Technically, the
work?
live action, the thing. Am I
Yeah.
wrong? Technically, the thing.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it. But the thing's
yeah,
been a
that's-
thing. The thing has been a
Yeah.
thing for so fucking
Yeah, the thing is the
long.
tongue.
Thing has been donged. Ding donged.
Ding dong.
Ding dong ding dong.
Minded on her.
Baby. We got
Shit, telling people.
Oh shit, that's one. Oh god, Chris Chancy.
Oh, 2 people out? Oh shit, 3 people out!
I told you there was a shit ton of people here.
I know, I marked
I'm
them.
not joking. I got a book! They're trying to kill me! I'm dead.
The game?
Well,
How the fuck I managed to do all that shit?
well, at least I got to keep my character. I'm a
Yeah, me too.
Sick.
I just
Fucking
managed to get the
bullshit.
1 life and get another Gold Sonic.
Nice. I actually need one, something.
She took them and stole them from them.
Fuck 'em.
So I'm gonna give it to you in a moment.
Shit, means I need another portable extractor. Damn it.
I have a portal extractor if you want it. I don't need to extract.
I'm waiting over here.
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Shit,
Don't
how
worry.
many times have I gone through and I've never done it? This time I fucking died immediately.
And that fucking land, thank you.
You gonna make me
Gold
wait
adventure.
13 motherfucking seconds, bitch. Oh, I need that one too. Where you at?
I
Oh, you
picked him up.
up.
You didn't need him, take him. I already have him.
Alright, that's Sonic. With another extract. or at an extract point, which I think we're pretty close to one, aren't we?
Yeah,
right
we're
there.
really close to one. It's over here.
Let's just use the damn extract point.
Yep. Oh, I went to the wrong direction. Oh,
I
there's
also-
people there.
Fuck. That's, no, that's a bot.
There was someone down there. I saw them crawling, so that's why I'm saying.
I don't know, I just see a bot.
He will be. Yeah, I saw
Oh, I
saw
see
somebody
him.
down.
Dead now.
Okay, there you go. Take this. Let's see if I can still load stuff.
They got one up,
They had no loading here.
yeah, they got one up.
Oh, they had the one up. Okay. I thought they were already down too. Oh, people landing here. Oh, that's
Come
about
on, man. Can we not just fucking extract without you fucking losers?
It was a
don't shoot the
fucking
bot.
bot. I got scared too. They were.
I told you there was a bot here, you fool.
I still got scared, bro.
I can see that. Why are you trying to shoot Hope for? She didn't do nothing wrong. She ain't trying to live her life. You beat her. What's wrong with you?
I get abused, yeah.
How you doing, baby girl? I'm sorry, my friend's a dick.
Yeah, my
Red.
wife beats me every day.
Oh my god, did you see how people actually took fucking Kaisi saying that Asmongold beats her seriously? I was like, yo, it's almost like the bitch is rage baiting you guys and you're all fucking retarded.
Yeah.
What'd you need? This? I can't throw it.
No, I was trying to get up.
Oh.
For some reason, the freaking game just didn't let me mantle up.
Yeah. For some reason I can't throw shit now.
Okay.
Oh, gold bush ranger, there you go.
Can I pick it up,
You
please?
can self-extract again. I'm telling you, I think the game just broke.
There you go.
Wait, I could not throw that. I had to pick it. I had to literally drop it. There's no way I could drop it.
Yeah.
I need
There are people shooting each other there.
Oh, people flying overhead. Careful. I want to extract over there real quick.
I don't have an extractor. I would rather extract
No,
here.
I meant to extract.
No, I mean, I need to level it up to extract it because I already have it on the inventory.
Oh.
So I
Have you over there? Oh, he's so low.
37.
Cracking
Fuck.
so fucking good. There's more people over there. Let's be careful. There's probably nowhere here now. They're taking- Oh, he's so fucking low. Get the shot. Get the shot.
I gotta get off my shots, bro.
I get my shots. At least this gun actually fucking hit shit though. There's two on top of that mountain. Be careful.
I know. I marked them.
I can't even throw down a fucking what?
Okay, this game is bugged, yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking bugged. Don't tell me I can't jump either. Apparently it's trying to mantle something for the game. Okay, buddy. It was bad at the time where I literally had a gun. All the good guns, and fucking I couldn't shoot any of them because my game was working. I had to literally leave because I couldn't win. Or I couldn't win at all. The game fucked me over. I got a game-breaking glitch that fucked me over.
Yeah,
Thankfully,
happens
it was
to
only
the
one time it happened.
the
but
best of us.
still.
Oh, tails.
Man, Sonic now, buddy. Jesus Christ.
Chill, bro.
I'm trying. Won't let me. What the hell is the point of having a chug splash and I can't even use it?
Bruh.
That's retarded. I can't throw it.
Like,
I can't throw any items. That's so dumb. I can't throw items. What the fuck? It's not even 10 p.m. and there's no Oni. I want to leave. Or no one.
There is no
else.
one.
Hope at least you guys have
I want to
fun.
leave. Hold it, this you go.
Trying.
God, it's 50-50.
I mean, we're getting the sprites we need, so there's that. But people are
Yeah.
pissing me off, so that's not okay. And I'm dead.
Override activated. Headshot.
Hey.
My flare gun does no longer exist. I don't have guns.
You don't have guns.
My gun disappeared for a second. I was not even able to shoot at all.
I just got ambushed. Fuck you. Fuck your whore mom. Fuck your faggot dad. Fuck your nigga sister too. Go with all the slurs. Wait. Fuck all of you.
Bro, my game fucking lagged every time I tried to shoot.
Oh my word.
This game
This
is
is
fucking.
retarded.
You want to restart the game just in case?
Yeah. At this point.
Yeah, because every time we have this type of bugs, it carries on
Because if I can't
every
throw
single match.
shit, then how the fuck am I supposed to do shit?
Yes, right. This one is completed. Unlocked that.
Hey guys,
This
want to
set
see
is
my
fucking
wallpaper?
horrible.
Show you guys my wallpaper. Matt will appreciate my wallpaper.
I don't know. She will appreciate it because it's AI.
Whatever. It's a wallpaper, bro. She can appreciate the idea. That's what. That's all there is. It needs to be appreciated.
I mean, she can appreciate the idea though.
Look at it. It's pretty.
Thank God I'm not gonna spend money on this freaking battle pass. It's so
Like my
freaking ugly.
wallpaper.
Oh, you man made a clip of the invisible guns.
Well,
Yep. I'm gonna restart the game just in case too.
if this fucking thing don't stop setting my keyboard to international, like bitch, do I look international to you? I'm Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide, Mr.
Mr. Worldwide. Anyways, whether it's AI or not, I think you can appreciate the aesthetic of it. Now, if I can get someone to draw that, hell yeah.
Man still does not have her desk yet, so not yet.
And I still don't have money yet, so.
Understandable. Same, brother. Same.
Paycheck comes next week, thank God. But half that's probably gonna be gone anyway. Sadly.
Okay, let's see. It's not working again. Where the fuck are you? Slayer Chaos.
Congratulations, thank you for watching Fortnite on Twitch. Fortnite
Oh yeah,
viewer
there's like
championship.
there's a drop.
Yeah, so I got it automatically apparently.
Yeah, because because you were watching my stream.
Probably. I was watching my own stream. So I get drops from that too.
Yep.
Also, don't question what's on my fucking desktop. It's a mess, I know. There's so much shit on there. So much shit
like,
on there.
when
plus
this
some new shit
comes
on
back
there.
to work,
We'll
I'm
talk
gonna
about that.
freaking he's back until the 26th, so he's
Yeah,
fucking
get a damn
free.
death bastard. Taking yourself.
Okay, he's back on Wednesday. Man, I just got a notification of new stuff for the journal, so I'm gonna. From the Troubles journal, so for the journal, like the leather one, the new one. So there's gonna be updates for it.
I have the game, just never played it.
What game?
Just never played it. Like
Hey, they have not shown that! Eh!
like a cleanup. It's like one of those cleaning simulators, but it's like you're on like
Yeah.
a spaceship with like fucking controls.
Oh yeah, I know which one is, yeah.
People die. It's kind of like that one with the fucking crime scene cleanup. Only with monsters.
Yeah,
and shit. It looks pretty fun.
I also
Relaxing.
got a Jack Sparrow
Relaxing.
copy of Silent Hill F, so probably I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, I keep putting it off. I should probably just play the game. Oh shit, we're got
Yeah, because I'm not like having my best time right at least on the first weeks of the season in Fortnite. I'm probably just gonna, if I don't stream Fortnite, I'll play playing Silent Hill.
I mean,
I'm not a horror streamer, but somehow with the Dead Space, I've been like playing horror games again. So probably will be Silent Hill F. Yeah, because
Probably
there's the
rather
other
than
game like the
that.
Shift at midnight we can play. It's gonna be fun too.
Well, we haven't waited for that, but it's in it even on today. Where the fuck you been at like that?
He was on today. He was playing DVD. I was on the stream a few minutes ago.
Playing with Miko.
At this point, an hour ago.
Who I thought was supposed to be something.
Yeah, Nick is with his. So wasn't
Like I told her, I wouldn't put on this stuff because people don't be giving everybody be struggling nowadays. You know, we're trying to give nobody money.
Bro, you really.
I
You already thought-
shit a long time ago. Like, if I do a sub, it's just a hangout.
I think somebody followed me. Just for you to be aware.
I can't be bothered with the concept. It's so dumb for the price. It's just actually, it's just basically the idea, the whole idea is just making people give you money.
Yeah. I mean, at some point it's interesting because at least they give you like incentives, but it's still the same thing. Same
Yeah,
concept.
it's the same fucking thing. Unless it's for charity, I don't really care. I mean, I'll do a donathon if something's not for charity. But
Yeah, I
do
would do
shit
that for
me.
charity too.
I'm sorry. I'm not teabagging. I don't know with it.
Yeah.
Like, I can see, like, Iron Mouse doing charity and shit. Like, makes sense.
I mean, she does for charity like every single week at this point, and it's awesome. Like
Yeah,
finding
it's like
someone like
fucking
trying to do
Markiplier
something
does, like,
positive for
charity
the freaking YouTuber community. Like finally some fucking good news.
Seeing the region
Not assholes.
just falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, they're shooting on their own food like over and over again.
Like that dumb bitch who put out a video talking about, oh, I'm a male VTuber, but I'm a male VTuber. This is how you should be male VTuber. Meanwhile, they sound like a chick. Their model is basically a chick, only an androgynous chick with no tits. And their whole advice was basically, be like the guys on that fucking game, The Love in Deep Space. Copy their aesthetic and be like that to attract horny women. So, essentially what women do, only reverse. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Like, are you retarded?
Just be a.
That's not
just
advice.
Be a hoe.
That's a
the advice,
scam.
Just be a hoe.
Yeah, just be a man whore. Oh, female VTubers have a niche. Yeah, their niche is ASMR and fucking titties. Well, let's be honest,
Yeah.
guys. Let's stop pretending like female VTubers don't have an advantage because they're girls and guys are lonely. And they don't want to see a anime dude, they want to see an anime chick.
Indeed.
Like, and the fact that all their other videos don't get any likes or views or anything, but the ones where they get VTuber advice does, it just shows you're just literally trying to scam people. Like, no, that's the thing that pisses me off with VTuber advice or any streamer advice. No advice from one person works for another person.
Exactly.
What works for you will not work for somebody else. Other people will find their niche or build their content the way they build their content. And people who like that content will show up. Otherwise, they're never going to grow. And it might take them a few years, it might take them fucking forever to get to that point where they grow and become successful. Or they might
Because
have
that's how
to, I don't know,
entertainment
do like other
industry
people
works.
do and network and meet new people who are fucking bigger and grow by growing beside them or fucking, you know, getting help from them. Like, everybody has a way of growing. Ain't no shame in it. So don't sit there and tell people you know the surefire way to grow and then give them some bullshit generic advice everybody else gives. And then try to make it like, oh, well, it's your fault that you're failing. No. It's just the fact that streaming in general is kind of going to
It's
shit.
oversaturated though.
Yeah, it's now oversaturated as fuck, so of course there's too many people and nobody wants to watch all of them. I got to the point where I got tired of watching other people's streams. I'm just like, I'd rather watch YouTube.
Yeah,
At least
I
latest
just
YouTube
watch
drama is more
and it's
entertaining.
Mainly, yeah.
And there's always something there, you know what I mean? There's always a variety of shit I could watch. I could go from watching a drama stream to fucking 2 minutes later watching an infomercial or an informative fucking thing about how they figured out that the megalodon's actually got a sleek body and not a big body like a fucking like a fucking, you know.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Like you go from education
the
to
advantage
fucking
of-
drama
yeah, the advantage
to
of,
anime slop.
Yeah, you have it,
Like-
and also that the fact you have it on demand is more comfortable than streaming. I don't have
Exactly.
to tune in like on TV. I
most
understand that.
people's
That's why
live
people.
streams, I can just go
That's why
back and watch the
people
VOD
upload their
on
VODs.
YouTube.
I understand that shit, but still. I stream
Go to other
for two
platforms.
reasons.
Like all platforms, all these people go on these platforms and play these games. And you know the games they presented were all niche games, like fucking
Yeah.
Call of Duty and shit. Like, bitch, nobody watches
Yeah.
people play Call of Duty for fun. They watch people play Call of Duty because they want to see someone really good at Call of Duty playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, there are only two options that why people see Call of Duty gameplays. One, they are really good players. Two, they are
They're
funny.
entertaining.
You don't
Yeah.
see them for playing the game. You see them for them doing something stupid.
Exactly, it's not a niche. It's just a personality type.
Exactly. You
And
don't
most
watch
of
the
these
game,
fucking
but you watch-
VTubers niche is just boiled down to ASMR or fucking fanboy. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I'm a singer.
At least there are some content creators that do fancy and these are entertaining. For example, Fifi or Cotton. At least they are entertaining by themselves.
I don't know. I don't really find Cotton that entertaining. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I find them entertaining by their content. At least when they do stuff,
you
it's
have to have-
funny.
I guess you have to be there. I don't know. I never really found her
Kinda,
more
yeah.
entertaining than anything. She just seems like a generic white girl to me.
I don't tell.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, no offense, but she kind of comes off to me as a generic white girl, and honestly, most women aren't funny, so the women who don't try to be funny are funny. When you're trying too hard to be funny, you are not funny, and you never will be funny.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the
I
thing
know
for
there
me,
are
but
women that are
because
funny.
Conan is not funny. She makes like the puns like we do on the moment, like our situational puns. She just tries to be herself. I think that's why it works. At least she acts to try to be herself. So, but
Yeah, a lot of the problem with a lot of VTubers is they don't try to be themselves; they try to be somebody else.
yeah, so at least
Like,
she's not
I'm
like other
about
VTubers are
50%
saying, "Oh,
myself
sex
on
jokes all the
stream.
time" because they are sex VTuber now. She just makes
Or
sex
they
jokes
fucking
like when we say like, "Oh,
constantly
that's what she says," shit like that, like the things that come at the moment.
Yeah,
The
that's not
tiniest-
always funny either.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She like just do it like we do, like on the sense like if it's funny at the moment and she said it on the moment, it's funny. She's not trying to force the joke in there.
But also, it's like, sometimes you realize when joke's not funny, and it's just like, okay, let's just move on.
Yeah.
So, something else. Instead of make a joke, complete silence, and then pop a fucking soundboard to make it sound, try to make up for the lack of funny, like a lot of these fucking old 40-year-old streamers do.
Sorry.
I'm not talking about you, but talking about Tech USA. They can make a stupid joke and then there's like, oh, this my left track, like. What the fuck just hit me? He's got the Midas pistol, be careful. Because there's no other way I would have got one shot at full health.
Oh, shit.
Behind you, behind you!
Behind us.
Two of them.
I noticed.
It's fucking Hank Hill and
I'm getting
I
stuff
don't know
on
what
every
the
single
fuck that
angle.
is. Yeah, we just got ass raped. It's okay, I got a one up.
I mean, we were like third party them too. So
You know, there are one-ups with fucking back at the extract. we can
I know.
grab.
I'm going there.
Yeah, I gotta extract my tails anyway. I don't even think I'm
That's funny,
funny. I
though.
feel I'm just a little out of pocket sometimes. Well, see, that's the good
That's
thing
the
about it. Is you don't
you're
have to
funny
be
because
funny.
you are funny and
You're funny in your own,
you're
you know,
not
but
forcing the game's part. That's
exactly,
what
just
makes
being
it fun.
yourself. Being yourself can make you funny if you're like me. People think I'm funny sometimes. It's like, yeah, okay, I guess. Like, I don't find myself funny. Hey, look, I can throw shit again. Woo!
Shit.
Oh, I have an extra.
Okay.
Sonic.
Sonico.
You don't have to be funny. Like, I'm not saying people have to be funny. I'm just saying, like, if you try too hard to be funny, it kind of ruins it.
Yeah,
Like,
it stops
you
being
could
funny.
be entertaining and not have to be funny. You can be entertaining in other ways.
And that's what I was gonna say. To be entertaining doesn't mean you have to be cracking jokes all the time.
No. You just have a conversation with your chat. Like, a lot of people do just chatting for that reason.
Enough.
As long as you don't think loud, hard shit because we fucking listen. That's true. If anything, I can't stand is spreading misinformation and being like making it sound like you're fucking, you know what you're talking about. That shit drives me bonkers. Like, I watch streamers who fucking constantly say misinformation and shit. It's like, bro,
Oh, they
shut
nerfed the Chuck death truck.
Of course they did. Well, I found those assholes that killed us.
It's no longer full heal.
I just blasted one of them halfway dead.
Nice. Please tell me you blasted Terminator.
Yep, that's the one I shot at.
Oh, there's a.
He's low. But, no. Is he really behind us? Like, is he?
Dead.
Good, stay dead, bitch.
Just in case I'm gonna pop this.
Yeah.
Okay, just that one. Oh shit, no. Behind us.
No, you were wrong. We're behind us. Terminator fucking got that gun again. I don't know why you came back, bitch. You ain't slick. Shoot him out.
There he goes. Oh. There was shit on people here anyways.
Yep, Hank ended up over there. He's going over there. You really trying to get us to that Midas pistol? Bitch, you only got 7 bullets. Once they run out, you're fucked. This guy's still kicking.
Somehow.
He might be trying to get to his friend. So I'm trying to push him real quick.
Bro.
Nope, he went up.
He did.
He's the one up going. Hey,
Think
our
I'll leave that
asshole
another
friends
one
are
up.
right there again.
Yep.
We're not fucking
That's right.
Oh, there he is. Oh, they're down there, healing. Push him out here.
I pushed him through.
I want to. You're dead. You hear me? You fucking dead. You healing, bitch. Hank kills over here.
This is the last one. So.
Fuck.
Oh, there's shit on people here.
Fuck me. Watch it, Terminator right there.
I know. He's down.
Nice. That means we're both dead.
He had another one up.
That's good. Glad you too, bitch. Bring it. I got a minigun too. Like, fucking playing.
He's right here. Someone's fucking dead. I tried that. Oh, that's not him. He's fucking almost dead. Oh shit!
Oh, someone got Mega Man Blaster.
Yeah, I noticed. They almost hit me too.
Guy's so low. Fucking Storm keeps pushing me though. He's dead. He ain't coming back. Hey, buddy. Retard. You didn't think I had an ally, did you?
From me.
He did. He got fucking lasers for it. Bitch ass. It was good.
I don't have more scans, so I'm gonna try to move around.
Yeah. Need ammo and fuses.
Can I fucking blind something, please? There's the tails.
That's right. That's a claw.
Oh, people there, people there.
Where?
Just mugging for you.
Oh, see him.
120, around
Oh,
120.
guess who it is? Pretty sure it's Terminator and Hank. Almost positive. No, it's not Terminator and Hank. There's Joker. That's what it is. What the fuck shoot? Some of them in the water. Storm, I need you to stop,
He's
bro.
almost dead. Joker's almost dead.
I'm dead. Yo, if this motherfucker shoots me with that goddamn gun one more fucking time, bro. That is the third time I've been shot with that
Sorry,
stupid
but I
pistol.
cannot rescue anymore. I have to run.
I got fucking piece of shit.
Come on, Slum.
Careful, he's right on you.
I see him.
Man.
He's fucking dead.
Oh, grab his fucking pistol. Piece of shit. Maybe grab those extra ones, huh? Those guys must have fucking rage quit immediately after dropping their sprays off if there's one up still around.
Holy shit, the storm is far away from me.
And I'm dead. I landed on a catwalk and it just so happened to fucking turn around right at the last second.
Damn.
Fucking bitch. I was gonna try to ambush her.
A fucking 5-tick. Fucking hell. Yo, I don't have anything to lose.
Yeah,
Yeah, we might.
the storm is gonna fucking sickness is gonna set in here. In
The
a
storm
minute.
sickness, fucking hell, I'm gonna die. Yeah, we fucked up. Come on, try this then.
Oh well.
Yep. Yeah, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the. I forgot I went off. I fucking forgot I had one up here.
I just stay in here at this point. 5 left. Fucking fight it out.
Please don't start shooting at me. Oh, they're there.
Or 10 man in the tree. That's what you guys do. He's on the rock there. I think.
There's on the chest here. That's That's fucking him, yo.
Bitch ass. Slide don't get the fuck off me. I swear to God.
Bitch! If I swat you away the first time, what makes you think you should come back?
Oh, shit, test me. I'm gonna get the plot. I will end you. That's the bitch that killed me, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck her.
Oh my god. This fucker killed me.
He
Yeah.
shot the whole thing. Crazy. God, he's got the fucking pistol. Careful.
Ah, fuck.
Ah, get fucked, loser. Run.
I don't care. I'm gonna do the Yeah, I was not gonna win that shit. That's why I wanted to extract.
This is Jonesy. You don't have Jonesy.
No, but I had that was level 4, so I was gonna speed run the freaking master.
You guys are crazy.
Well, didn't work.
So it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
92p. Is it over already? Seems like it's over already. For some reason, the thing's not loading the proper image. There's only the thing still going on around.
I'm gonna pee too, so be right back.
I think we got every single one except for
And back.
Jackrabbit and the Shadow.
Split up.
Oh, and the Kill Switch. Those are the only ones I'm missing.
Oh, we're gonna catch up.
Hold on, sorry.
Okay. I guess we're gonna go to watch. It's okay.
That is a really girl.
Indeed.
The thing you got going for you, Mal, is that you can. I wish I could.
Yeah.
I didn't have to use fucking AI to make shit for myself. Be nice. But I don't have the time or the energy for all that. I'm always fucking busy.
You can try to do the PewDiePie challenge. Just 5 minutes a day.
Yeah, 5 minutes a day means I'll draw a fucking cockamamie looking bird like I normally do.
That's how he started, though.
Yeah, but you also gotta think about it. PewDiePie has, technically has the time to do shit.
You don't have 5 minutes?
No.
Damn,
Those 5
7
minutes are better
minutes
spent
spare.
sleeping or working on 3D models. Or streaming. Or working. Or sleeping.
You don't even
or
have
playing
7
video
minutes to
games.
spare to play with you. Behind you. Oh no, that's your fucking dragon. Your fucking dragon just scared the fuck out of me. I thought he was a player.
Yeah, so did your dog when I thought that Kim Kardashian.
I thought your dog was Kim Kardashian on the black suit, though.
All these OnlyFans girls look the same to me. Literally.
Yeah.
You really think about it, they kind of are all the same.
I mean, they all got the same, probably the same plastic surgeon.
personality, same fucking, you know. Same
Yeah, they all
amount
look
of fucking-
alike at this point, like the
Yeah,
same
same generic ass white girl face.
shit.
Same size titties. Except for the rare case, we got bigger ones. It's like, okay, I see.
But yes,
You're not changing them. You're not changing anything much, but I see you. That plastic surgeon dick, yeah. funny when you can watch a porn, you can just tell which fucking girl's got fake titties by looking at underneath her breast.
This
When you
freaking
see the
scar,
fucking
yeah.
scars. It's like, yeah, I can tell you're fake. This is turning me off. I need real breast, bitch. I'll take a flat justice over this shit. I'll take a Lexi Ward over Mia Khalifa. She's got real moves. Even if she's bad.
I mean, I just remember the news when she went to a hockey game and someone hit her breast and one of them exploded.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame too. She's a hot chick. Like, black breast, man. Just, or the fake breast, man. Just, and the fact that you like can't take, you trying to take yourself seriously after you did porn for how many years?
Oh yeah, it was so funny the fact that she tried to say, "Oh no, I don't want to be a porn actress," and blah blah blah. Now she does OnlyFans, but it's still the same thing.
Does she really? That's crazy.
Do you really try to do like what's the name, like like Rhodes? I don't know, Lana Rhodes I think was tried to do the same thing, like because Lana Rhodes became a mother, so she wanted to take every content down for her children to not be bullied.
Yeah,
We'll do that.
it ain't never gonna happen. They're still making money off that shit. They ain't taking it down. Yeah, I can guarantee you they're still making money off that shit.
Yeah,
Especially on the road, which makes no sense. It's just so fucking I never got the appeal of roll on the roads, to be honest with you.
not my thing. Girl.
I mean, I like black girls, still like her.
Yeah,
She's too generic white girl for me.
yeah, understandable. Too white. I like it.
Yo. Honestly, I can't even watch them eat, bro. I don't know. Send them up the way they fucking move. Don't do it for me.
I'm just into girls in general. I
Too
don't
high
have preference in this
pitched.
case.
Really? Too high
I will
pitched.
not say anything, man.
No, yeah. Now you ain't gonna say nothing, huh? Motherfucker.
No, I just annoy her with that. I'm not gonna say nothing, but I say everything.
Like I said, I like black girls. I just don't like white.
There you go.
There's a
Team
difference.
kill.
I need to find that track. Jail out here. Yeah, there's no more portables.
I think they have horrible, so I'm gonna check for you.
I have a portable on me.
Okay. There's an extractor here, yeah. Okay, I tried to do the stop, shot, stop, shoot, stop with the scar. Actually worked. What the
Yeah, it's nothing stupid. It's first shot
What the
accuracy.
fuck?
It's been a thing since like season 3.
Yeah.
Before chapters were even a thing.
Yeah.
It's just retarded.
Yeah.
Tripping on the ransom for you. Digit.
Oh,
Not
25.
even nerfed it. They fucking rolled
Yeah.
it. Yep. Restricted.
Let's fucking go, bitches.
I got mastered.
Gunshot. You're the next victim. You.
Ain't no party like a goofy party. The fucking video was
Grab
so
my ears
fucking-
and fuck my butt.
Oh man, that video, man, so fucking weird. See two adventure sprites running around. Dude, fucking dare you? Ping me all you want, bitch. Still go from the Chinese.
Woo, that bitch
He's
missed.
got the Midas pistol.
And they have also the Mega Man, so they're both
Fuck off! There's no way that killed me.
Whatever, bro. Dude had like 0 health left. I was gonna think,
Bro, I moved. How the fuck is 2 bombs?
taking a while to left.
Bro. Where's that strike?
Okay, aimbot.
Something weird that does the Mega Man follows or just goes on a straight line?
It's supposed to go on a straight line. I'm pretty sure.
Because that shit curved a lot.
Yeah. Aimbot.
Probably.
Express.
By the way, man, if you still hear me, I bought some cheese potatoes for dinner. Cheesy potato.
The demons told me to do. Damn.
The voices.
The voices in my head.
Point Scoop. The voices told me to kill the children. I am the one who committed the slaughter.
Oh my god, I found this fucking demo for a game that's supposed to be like Papers, Please.
Oh yeah, I saw. I think I saw something similar. Yeah.
No, it's like Papers, Please, but it's got a crazy twist. It's like alien tentacle monsters or some shit.
Oh, I think I know which one you mean. Yeah, I know which one you mean. Man, show it to me too.
Yeah, the fucking chick, the CO, after like so often you killing people, she starts undressing and shit on the video call. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
Yep. How do I get a
like-
job?
This looks like my kind of game.
Yep.
But I don't know if I can play this on stream.
I mean, I have a game. I cannot play on stream. I'm playing with Mount.
And I love how the guy's just cleaning his shotgun while she's like practically butt naked with her ass hanging out. It's like, bro.
Huh?
Jerking it.
Okay. Because yeah, after we were searching for those porn games on itch.io, I found one that Man and I are just playing because the Spanish translation is so damn fucking bad. It's funny. Probably they just use either Google Translate or ChatGPT to translate the whole fucking game. And it's actually funny because it's how bad it is. There's someone in the dog.
I don't know why you coming at me, bitch. You know it'll happen. Get fucked, loser.
Thank you.
You did.
Bro. This fucking game
Get fucking lasered,
decided
bitch.
that I should pop a freaking bullet out of nowhere.
Bush Ranger on?
No, I have the beat. 8-bit.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, decided to pop a bush, but I mean the regular bush, the bush grenade. I didn't have one. I think I picked it up by
I
accident.
just killed 4 people. But
Okay, Bugs is dead, finally. Going Scoops. I kill Bugs Bunny.
Wait, Scoops, I got Shadow. I got Shadow, Scoops.
Going Scoops. I skedaddle out of here.
Wing Scoops. The voices told me to kill him, Scoops. The voices told me to rape Daphne and Velma and kill him.
Oh,
Right?
oh you're alone in that one.
What the rock? I don't know, Scoops. You felt good, Scoops.
Bro, you're doing it too far.
It got dark. It got dark real quick.
Yeah,
Oh well. It happens.
and we thought the scene made the shit weird.
Nah, when I'm sick, I can make really dark. Destiny. Oh shit.
Well, I guess I have to turn off this bot then.
Nah, you'll be fine.
Nah, nobody's gonna watch it anyways.
You think Twitch staff gives a fuck?
No, the viewers are too busy having the
I'm
power.
gonna say if they let Hassan Piker fucking say whatever the fuck he wants to say, then I should have it.
If they let Hassan electrocute his dog.
Yeah, let him electrocute his dog live on stream. Kaya, please. Like, come on, man. You can't have that kind of bias. It's not fair. I don't care if he makes you money or not. Which
I mean, they made that girl that was streaming and driving be one of the main ambassadors of the brand, so...
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, she's our new brand ambassador, even though she's almost caused like 4 fucking car accidents that could have killed like minors and adults alike.
Bro, here I have a golden drum.
God forbid we
You want
hold ourselves accountable for the
Okay.
stupid shit we do. Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, let me give it to you. Oh, there you go.
I was talking.
I didn't know how far you were. Here it is. Well, I was gonna give it to you personally, but then... Here you are.
Anyways. Yeah. They can't hold themselves accountable for shit. If they can hold anybody else accountable, like, no, suck my dick. I dare you to ban me. I'll make like 10 other accounts. Come at me, bitch. I did.
I mean, with all the shit they are doing now on the platform, bro, they shouldn't have done something over and over.
This shit should have been fucking shut down forever ago. That's me.
Okay.
I didn't feel like running that shit. It kept fucking stopping. What? Yeah, it keeps stopping. Like mid fucking boost, it just stops. Fucking stick down. Alright, Sonic time.
Sonic Cruisy time. I love how, for my perspective, you're on a T-pose.
I know. My side of the cool.
Okay, the Midas. Oh, fucking no.
Wait, no Midas, you found it?
No, this dude has the Midas.
Oh, fuck off.
Over there.
Kill him. Damn shit.
Oh, he ran away.
Push
Beaches.
Oh. Have we learned nothing from the last match?
You need to extract this bullshit. Oh shit, I'm
Getting shot.
From where?
This shit, what are you?
He's fucking flying? Why he's fucking flying?
He got tailed.
Oh, he doesn't tail?
Yeah.
How the fuck you have got him?
Where is he?
This bitch has got him.
Yeah, so do I.
Bro,
Suck a
I'm
dick,
gonna lose
bitch.
my 8 bits. It's Spanish, bitch. I'm gonna fucking murder somebody in real life.
Okay, but not mound though. I'll hurt you.
No, man, she's safe. Bro, this bitch for some reason was hitting every single ass shot out of nowhere while he was in the middle of the air.
He's probably using the drum gun. I'm not gonna lie to you, this shit's pretty brutal.
He was not the drum gun.
Fuck, I just realized that Sonic hold on me. Damn it. And he said, wait, what? It pressed me, man. Fuck you! Bitch, the fucking reload! I hate it. He had 28 health. All I had to do was swap guns and he would have been dead.
I hate myself. I literally had to play 4 games to put it on max level because how fucking low the XP charges. I hate this fucking game.
Go play Shift at Midnight. Literally, I'm fucking ready. I'm over this shit.
Wanna switch a game or something?
I just said you want to play Shift at Midnight.
let me see if I have it installed or not. I hate this shit.
Better to play DVD.
That's fucking true.
I refuse to play that again. Not until something makes it worth my while. We can't motherfucker that payment. Why would I play for on DVD again until someone pays me?
Yeah. I wanted to play DVD because of Overwatch Survivor. Like, I have to level up his skills. It takes fucking forever to get stuff.
Play Survivor until you have enough.
People make that rules.
I can just go shoot people in the face. I get scared. Oh yeah, I can't anymore. That was the last straw for me.
Yeah, for me too.
Not working my last nerve. Many bullets that I put in that motherfucker, they should have been dead. There's no fucking excuse for that bullshit. Nope, don't want any of them. Fuck your clips. Oh, did I even pictures of it? Oh yeah, I did. Nice. I'm smart. Look at me. Huntsman patch. What do you patch now?
I have to install the game, but I have it. Let's see the title then. Shift to Midnight.
English.
Shift to Midnight. Here we go. And let's change the names to how we call this stream. Bitch at Midnight.
Yeah. What? Sure.
Bricks at Midnight with layer. Here we go. Boop, 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 boom. At least it's only 800 megabytes, so it's gonna be freaking fast as fuck. Play a game.
Swear to God, man, when it comes in and makes some stupid joke. Yeah, she said, Fortnite got a weird update. I'm gonna fucking throw you out a window. Literally, we'll throw you out a window. Don't touch me. What the fuck? Where's my little... Okay.
Okay, here we go. Okay, when I put it in English, save feature, do not close the game while on the honey production. Okay, I'm gonna get my food first and beer.
I remember wandering into the animal shelter one day and just to have a look. Why they all look so fucking haggard? I guess I'd pick the small dude. But this one kept trying to play with me, eventually I gave up. It's called...
No, I don't have the audio setting. You're gonna play Shift at Midnight.
Okay. Then it was good for a while. There were quiet nights on the couch, soft sleeping, breathing beside you, just you on the sweater.
There's one
Only
into
the
the
good
animal
times
shelter
will
that day.
last longer. Ongoing treatment is possible, but it won't be cheap.
Remember one? Okay, which one I gotta choose?
The other place higher is dangerous, but you don't need to stay here for long just until slowly filling. So the whole point of this game is to raise money to save your dog from dying.
Okay. I'll take it. That's one stop point, and why not me eventually give in.
That's it.
He was called. And I call him. Mount, give a name to this dog. I let it choose. Hurry on.
Damn it, bitch.
DX.
Bitch.
Oh shit, these potatoes are hot.
Yeah, resolution's fine. Over this. Not unlimited. 60
Man, hurry up.
OV sync.
I'm calling potato.
Flashlight's fine. Camera shake. Hell no. Yeah, bombing. Hell no.
3, 2, 1. His name is Potato now.
Potato.
But it's potato with T-A-E-T-O-E.
Weird.
Yo, it's funny.
Okay, lobby, friends only. I'll just put 3 players. Damn, you got 6 players in this shit? That's crazy.
Yep, we can get a shit ton of people in this game. And treatment possible, I won't be cheap.
That requires me to have 6 friends. I have maybe 4 who actually want to play games with me. And that's on any given day.
Okay, how I can join your match? You want to be the
currently
host?
loading, so give me a sec. I'm
Okay.
hosting it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, the city is like,
join lobby. Okay. Please hold.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I
I'll keep
tried to go
watching
in
later.
here
Okay.
and fix it last night. You fucking wouldn't
Don't
let
worry, the shit, it's gonna be here.
I couldn't open the door.
in the box.
Fucking, whoever closed it slammed that shit so hard it fucking it's stuck together because it's rusted.
So how do I fucking join you?
I'm still loading. What the fuck is going on? Okay, now it's loading finally. Wait, actually loading. Okay, invite friends. There we go.
There you fucking go. Holy shit, the freaking amount of backrooms invitations I have on the chat.
This is the ones which has
Okay, okay. Oh, shirt color. Gonna be purple.
that. Sent him an invite. He gets on. Look at that shit.
Oh, Sin is here. Yep, nice.
Almost like you waiting.
Okay.
By the way, Mom, the freaking potatoes I bought for dinner are freaking good.
I'm joining.
It's funny. I haven't heard from you all day. I sent you an invite. Your ass immediately jumps in.
Okay,
That's great.
are we gonna use the mic, the in-game mic, or the Discord mic?
The monster can hear you. When
Okay.
you talk. So I assume we do the micings.
Sure.
Let me check just to make sure that I fucking.
Check that it's on the correct mic. Mic makes you better.
By the way, for some reason mine is very low. I don't know why.
Video, feel okay, well, that's, yeah.
You know, you myself first.
I will feed my image myself, yeah, on Discord too.
There you go. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit too low for me.
Or no, wait a second.
Is it better?
Thank you. Yeah, it's no, it's. I think it's the audio setting that is really incoming voice volume.
Is this?
I have to put it to 4.5 though.
Oh god. Damn, that's impressive.
Yeah. Okay, I had to the keyboard music ambience 1.5, sounds at 3. This should be this is kind of better now for me.
Okay, how do I start it?
Put everybody has to press on ready.
Oh,
Yeah, we both need to.
there we go. America, 1993. The year I fucked a tree.
Did you guys have a good time on the Fortnite?
My game crashed, by the way.
That's crazy.
Yup. Can you invite me, or you have to restart?
I think I said to invite you. Give me a sec.
No? I think we lost the
Let me, we did. There we go. I did definitely. So tonight you will get customers who will figure out whether or not they're doppelgangers. To detect doppelgangers, use the computer, the database always shows correct, entire verified information. Question customers to determine if they are doppelgangers. No, you see my arm action 2 days ago. Yeah, okay, buddy. Discuss with your friends and decide if you think the customer is a doppelganger. Suspect the worst, locate the company's counter and shoot. If you were notified that the doppelganger left the store, you'd better board up food and lay traps. Okay. Alright, let's see. Shit. Do we have to fucking... Hang on.
What? I think you can join the game. I think you can just invite him.
Yeah, you're really quiet. Can you turn your mic up or something?
Yeah. Okay.
No, it says watch game. Doesn't give me an option to send invite.
Am I actually that low?
You're very low on my end.
Dude, I'm at 4%. I think we need to restart any invite man.
Okay, we're gonna have to quit real quick so he can get back in because it's not gonna let me invite him.
They...
Okay, play, host, JJ saves, story mode, not public, friends only, start lobby. Okay, invite friends. I'm aware of that, genius. Yeah, I'm aware you couldn't hear me.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out whether or not I had to go back,
So,
which apparently I did.
should we do...
We can do Discord because I can't hear him barely on the mic, honestly.
Okay.
And it'll be easier in case you crash him.
Yeah, it'll be easier, yeah.
I don't think the in-game mic has any significance to fucking the game anyway. To fucking the game. Yeah, we're fucking the game apparently. Let's all fuck the game, guys.
Please don't crash.
Let's fuck the game,
Hell
y'all.
yeah, we go.
Okay, now what now?
Slayer,
I want to get hit by the bus. Hit me, hit me, hit me!
I want to quit
I don't want to be
already.
here! I don't want to be here!
I wanna
Okay,
quit.
I turned my FOV up slider way too high. It's weird.
Wait.
They added a few
Do
of
you
these
still
slider.
have your in-game sound? I think I hear it twice.
Okay, here we go.
Actually, do I have it that
There,
voice
it's
actually
down.
push to talk?
Yes, Slayer.
I just put myself at push to talk.
Yeah, I put myself on push to talk.
I just turned everything in. Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Head inside.
There you go.
Oh, money. Okay, fine.
Money? Free money? Hell yeah, man.
So,
Okay, we have to head
do we
inside.
have anyone with a gambling problem in here?
Out of order, okay.
Gambling problem? No.
Yes.
I usually know when to quit.
Read the instructions on the notice board.
Usually, keyword. Employee to-do list. Use trash bags to throw out the limbs in the storage room. 2, mop the blood. 3, restock the incomplete shelf with boxes. That's what we have to do.
Okay, where are the limbs and everything?
There you go.
Right.
I put the perfect poster just for you guys.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, where do I put
Pick
the
up.
trash?
Where's the trash?
Oh, it's over here. Oh, it's over there. There it is.
Fucking, we have...
Trash thrown out. Now we got a mop.
Yeah, you guys have this part. You missed this.
mop the blood.
Mop Slayer. Mop Slayer. Here you go.
I got a mop dick and I know how to use it.
We missed this thing.
This is like viscera cleanup. Only not.
Here you go.
Where's the
Oh, I
blood?
dropped the mop.
That's clean,
Take
okay.
button.
Spider web. Oh shit! Never mind. I don't want to clean up the spider web after all. Change my mind.
Restock the complete shelf with boxes. Okay. Inventory is full. How do I drop things on G? Like the card you drop shit.
You can go back to like the bucket facility as well if you want to.
Have already full.
We can enter
I'm just
vents. That
looking
makes
for
me
the
scared.
tokens here so we don't have like gambling problem and you know.
I want to gamble, bitch.
So-
Let me gamble.
Yeah, I know, that's why I'm afraid.
You call it a problem. I
put
call it a solution. There you go. It's your stocks.
I mean,
Oh, maybe not.
Let me.
Oh, that's how you restock. Oh, that's cute. I like it. You have to like press E and then you move.
yeah,
you take your mouse to grab the items and pull it out of the shelf.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but it does not let me.
can someone
That's working for me.
drop one?
Okay, you restock it then.
I will do the restocking. That's fine.
Press E. I need to do that as well. And then we can... Okay, so
No, if one does it, everybody does it.
Box empty. We're good.
Oh, also we need to restock even more. Still.
Restock
Okay.
it. Yeah, it said with boxes.
yeah,
That's
go
what I want.
down. Okay, so
Webby!
Check out counter.
what do you guys want to do? Do you want to be restocked, dude? Do you want to
Scan their ID to open the real person profile. The
I
computer
want to
database is
scan
here.
people. I want to shoot people in the face.
So you beat the Kissert then, I would say.
Yes.
Yep. Right.
Inspect. Scan their ID to open the real person profile on the computer. Question them about these details. The computer database always holds verified info. Trust it. If you find inconsistencies or blatant lies, locate the gun underneath the counter and shoot.
I'm surprised
Yeah, boy.
that you missed the post after that.
Okay.
At the door.
5 stars. Hell yeah. We're already kicking ass, taking it. Hey, buddy. What are you doing?
And
Hey,
so
where
I
at?
start
Yeah, yeah.
blasting.
You buying shit? You buying shit? Yeah? Can I watch? I want to watch you buy shit. I'm a creepy,
I like
I'm a
that guy.
creepy creeper.
Fuck you.
Creepy creeper. Yeah, it looks like you. Nah. Well, you must be the new night clerk. Welcome to the graveyard shift, my friend. He's probably an adult.
He's the sheriff.
No worries, let me give you a rundown
Often
now.
wears glasses.
First, scan my ID on the counter.
Patient
Get
Sherry West. Okay, best sheriff of the town.
Just washed him last night. Good luck finding me out of uniform. Got him on, don't I?
Often ID. Yeah.
Are you
appearance
raping him?
below.
My occupation, sheriff of the best town in the West.
How do I say? I said I accept
It's just
this
raping
action.
people. There you go.
About this, yeah.
One more players still need to watch.
Best
Oh,
town in the West.
scan successful.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to finish the
That's it.
tutorial, Sin.
That's it, done.
Okay.
And now we're waiting for someone
Yeah,
else.
what's this? Interacting with the question of appearance.
You interacting with him and he's asking for his hair or something
My
like that.
head? I haven't lost it again, have I? It's crazy.
Oh,
Gun unlocked! Get.
Oh, no. They were fucking close. We gave him. That's what
Come here.
we're doing.
Come here. I want to put a bullet in your brain.
The sign says
Wait, can I actually kill you
what
with
the
it?
fuck?
Hey, Slay, hey, look at
How the fuck you do that? Okay, let's see. What got here?
Hey there, long night at the hospital.
Successful.
Just need to grab a few things and head home.
Occupation North, Shield, and work.
that.
Bitch, I'll kill you. Don't ever do that again.
I mean,
We forgot I have a gun. Bonnie McCree.
Wearing glasses, I took them out before heading here.
Bald, sometimes wears glasses. Oh yeah, my reading glasses. I took them off before heading in here.
Is your
Okay.
save? No time. Get closer.
Keep it shaved, easier that way. No time to fuss with hair when you're running around a hospital.
Nurse, okay.
respect that mindset.
There's over
Okay,
County
so far-
General. It's been a long night. Yeah, I agree.
So
It's
far,
been a long
she's
night, girl.
okay. Brother, she was okay.
We
I can't breathe.
we have done good stuff.
You
Maybe
fucking asshole.
Maybe you should.
I'm gonna clean this shit.
No,
You-
no, no,
you
no,
take care
no,
of the
no,
client.
no. No, listen. This is what happened. You see, when it did that, where the screen comes up and it's like got me in the text thing, when I came out, it like it lagged for a second, and I pressed the button again, and it shot her.
There, I think this is a fake guy. Look at this ID.
Do it on purpose. I should put the gun away
He's
before talking to
Nathan
people. Hold on.
Holloway.
I'm putting the gun away before I talk to people. Oh, somebody clipped that.
Yes.
That was too
Yes.
fucking perfect.
Fuck you, man.
He's deceased.
Oh, wait.
Who's killing me?
Oh, shit. I forgot.
His name was Nathan Holloway. He was.
I didn't
He
say
was
you were allowed to
already
use the gun, sir.
We can invite Woodman. He
Oh. Alright, give that on then.
I hear the boss though.
Oh my fucking god. I did not mean to kill that lady. I feel so bad, but also that shit was so funny. Nah, bro, we good. Yeah, we
She's an
good.
innocent fucking woman. Oh, Petra.
I'll kill you. You test me, bitch.
That's you do have the gun. You do have the gun.
I don't have it anymore, but I
Oh,
could have
answer
it.
the phone, okay? Man, I'm just on the road from your store. My car was already need to get in again. Can you come help me?
Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Give me the gun.
Ah,
Where that motherfucker at?
I'm gonna.
over there. Down the road.
Yeah, I know what.
Down the road, he's right there. Yeah.
That's it. No, my gun jammed. Help! Okay. Okay, baby. Oh, Jesus Christ.
She's dead now?
No!
He's gone. He's gone.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Don't come near me.
We already lost a good
I'm on
man.
fucking edge, bitch.
We already lost this guy.
I'm holding the gun. You guys fucking do stuff.
Dude,
What are you calling cutie? Do you want to get shot? I think you get shot. I'm taken by the Lord. Bitch, you a plumber? How you a plumber? Get the fuck out of here. She's a plumber. She's a flight stewardess. She's not a real person. Fuck that bitch.
Okay, you
No,
know, brother.
oh my god, look at this guy.
Literally,
You're gonna
Julietta
have to-
Granger, occupation plumber, often dirty from work, hair often in a ponytail. She was wearing a flight stewardess fucking outfit, bro. That's just common
Somebody clean the
sense.
blood.
Never.
Yeah, I have.
Good
That's
evening,
my
just grabbing a
dude.
few things before heading back to the road on the road.
We are gonna have literally 0 clients today. We killed them all.
I killed the right person, thank you, that time.
You killed the
Occupation insurance sales. I work in insurance claims mostly. Shut up, we don't talk about that. Alright. I work in insurance claims mostly. It's not exactly exciting, but it pays the bills. Okay. Dress shirt and tie, always professional. Okay. Just blessed with good sense, like jeans, I guess.
Good jeans,
Okay.
Limbs. Just gonna work all day. Fine. Okay. He's
No issues up here. Everything's fine. Okay.
okay.
All right, bring them out.
Don't
Does
shoot
anything
this
funny?
guy.
I'm shooting them.
Okay, we
Oh
have
look,
another
another guy coming in. He's short. He
Ew.
looks like a Tom.
He looks like a fucking golem. He looks like Golem, bro. Or Gollum, whatever the fuck his name is.
Jeff Goldblum.
You
He
definitely
looks
Bro,
like
there's
Jeff
flooding here.
Goldblum.
Freaking kill this. Claim this.
Hey, look at that.
What can I do for you, sir?
Fuck.
Hey, let me put the gun away.
We should be. Section. He's weird as fuck.
Bartholomew Kessler.
Occupation.
Alive.
Assistant.
Occupation.
Slide
I handle circuitry issues and software setup among other responsibilities. Okay. It's perfectly normal. Sebaceous overactivity. I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay.
Yeah.
Forehead, head posture, extended seating
Hey,
task
Dutchie.
incurred from fishing, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. I don't know. You should ask him.
The ship is done. Clean up the mess and head to the boss. Okay.
What's up?
There's any mess to clean?
What do I do with the
No, it's
boards?
something to nothing.
Oh,
We
board
have anything
doors.
here for the next shift.
Yeah.
No, we gotta clean up the blood and the limbs outside.
Everything is gone.
Oh, there's limbs outside still? thought
I
we cleaned
killed
them.
them. I don't know. Did we?
No, I cleaned the.
I
Why are
cleaned
you
up
carrying
any
the
mess. It
Yo,
says
I'll carry the gun.
animes.
Don't test me.
It says animes. We already
That's
cleaned
true.
it.
I'm kind of scared of the gun.
I'm gonna go
Alright,
to the
let's
boss
go.
now.
Yeah, I'm scared of
I'm gonna go rob the bus driver now. I'm on edge, man. Some bitch came in and I shot her in the face.
kill that innocent person.
Okay. With you.
Shut up. Oh my god.
So here we go. Doppelganger, doppelganger again. See, he was correct. The real one was
Okay,
a
good.
flop.
The only human you killed was the one you killed by accident. Okay.
If you question her about reading glasses, she says she took them off before coming in. Human. See, I told you, Juliet. A fucking fake ass bitch. My puppy lives to see another day.
And now,
Sadly, that black woman didn't. Oh, I mean, that's what she was.
I mean, that's true. I mean, you did get trigger happy.
I swear to God, all I did
thanks
was
to-
accidentally press the button second time, and that's what
Westbridge
happened.
is shut down.
Okay, okay, so we need to remember this
Check the news.
information. Westbridge gone.
He's down. Okay.
Yeah,
So if anyone comes from the west side of town, we shoot him.
and here you can
Yeah.
gamble.
Don't tell me that. I got a lot of tokens.
Yeah, I know. I'm picking token up too.
Westbridge shut down. Thanks to recent construction complications, Westbridge has been entirely closed off. Got it. Gamble time.
So happy token. Oh my god.
Hey, I got a stash.
Oh god. So happy.
Hey, I got 2 gold back.
He's moving weird as fuck.
Oh shit, he's got 10 tokens. Let's fucking go. Gamble harder. Gamble harder.
Don't worry about it. I'll be here with you in case of
Oh my
you.
god, I got cat ears. Let's go.
Bro.
Fuck you want.
Okay, he's drunk.
He's
Okay.
drunk.
I'm wearing cat ears. Hell yeah.
Retire, mustache, generally just retire, okay? Okay, so far so
Cool.
good.
He has a mustache. I want a mustache.
There's nothing wrong with my walking gig. I got your problem, huh? Okay, just drunk.
Sure about that. Oh, maybe get the gun.
If I have the gun, I don't like dirt shit, okay? Press nobody.
Hey, we just made $10.
Retire, limit the dream.
Yeah.
Shut up, okay. You're good.
Oh my god, guys. Hold on. I got something good.
How you saw that? You gotta take a mask.
Hello, fellow customers or workers.
Right.
How the fuck did you change clothing?
Over here in the closet by the thingy.
Okay.
That guy did not look normal.
The one with dirty? No, okay, it's actually on the description.
Oh, we can buy stuff at the shop.
Yeah, I'll with the boss.
We're gonna be sitting tonight.
Oops, I did not mean to do that. I might have bought extra HP. Occupation supermarket clerk. Yes, similar to your job, except the whole killing people thing. We've got net grunts who hang around our store to deal with that stuff. They're not the nicest people. Okay. That means I've got different colored eyes. Wait, hold on. Look at her eyes.
Yes, those are 2 different
Okay,
colors.
yeah, she does have heterochromia. Heterochromia.
That's a joke, bro.
I got it. Yeah, I've got it right here. Wait, you got what right here? Red eye tattoo on her left hand? Where? I don't see it.
Oh, there it is.
Is that her
You can
left
ask
hand
her
or her
for the
right
tattoo,
hand? Is that her left hand? Isn't that her right hand?
Ask for it.
Or am I dyslexic?
Oh, no, but that's her right
Said,
hand.
yeah, I've
though.
got it right here.
That's the
Oh.
right hand, though.
Yeah, it says left hand.
Sure.
She lying. Give me gun. Give me gun. Oh, y'all give me guns? Wait, what? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Store generator
shit.
tampered with. Go outside. Give me the gun.
No,
Where you
it's
are?
my gun.
I'm going outside to deal with the generator. Give me the gun.
Yeah, I'm going.
You can pick one, bitch. You can pick one.
No, I
I'm
only pick
with you,
one.
man.
They won't let me pick another one.
No,
Because someone's
there's
already
only
holding
one
this.
gun.
Okay,
And
so
I bought a
take this, take this,
secondary
take this, take this.
gun. I bought a
Whatever.
Give me
I'll
the
watch the
gun.
generator.
Oh no, okay.
We all need to be out here, by the way.
Okay.
Hurry up. It's just making weird noises.
Okay, I'm just gonna shoot something.
Well, I want a gun, you bitches.
Customers.
Take my fucking gun away.
Hey, my friend!
You sh-
Who the fuck is this, bitches?
This my friend.
What do you mean, your friend?
What? Well, they need to fix it because they're the ones that turned it off, obviously.
I don't need to. I don't need to. I just need to.
Well, there's usually one that's really loose all the time. Well, it doesn't make any sense, huh?
There's
Why
a-
are you
there was
shooting
a-
people? Hello?
There was a doppelganger outside.
Westbridge's got awful slow speed limits thanks to that. She's fake. She's fake. She's fake. Westbridge. Killer. What the fuck you get a hoax?
It's right next to here. I bought this one over here. So now we can.
Okay, can you stop buying shit that I don't know about and not telling me? Because then I get confused. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I'm trying to experience the game, not to get fucking
Chop.
thrown into some crazy shit. I don't know. Shit.
I will let you get. Oh, hello there.
Okay, shoot it, call hole.
I hear.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna let you.
Also,
get
your fucking
Gotcha.
doppelganger friend can go suck a massive cock next
No,
time.
I'm a widow. Let's have last year. Feels like yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, your friend.
With t-shirt concert.
Why is the door wide open? I don't like that.
Because some
It's parked. Not they parked close now.
okay. It's actually good. Still bugs. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop buying boxes, by the way. We have a full ghetto here.
Yeah, we don't need to buy
You're
any more
good.
boxes.
I didn't buy any boxes.
Wait.
You
Seem
guys-
like backlog.
Kill him!
Bruh!
Don't let him bleed away.
really low.
Kill him!
There you go.
Oh, he stole money.
He tried to rob us.
Oh no, I guess no!
We don't know.
What do you need the gnome? What the fuck is this
gnome.
thing?
Over here.
Somebody, hey, pick up the limousine. What's it?
You're a fucking gnome. Why are you shooting a gnome?
Shooting the old bitch. What if he was a client? I'm gonna fucking slaughter you, Sin.
That's okay. Take the deal.
You should stop killing everybody.
Probably. That's why Sin should not have a gun in real life.
That's why shit didn't have a gun at all. Give him a gun back, bitch. I swear to God.
There was a doppelganger
Stop
outside too.
killing. If my dog dies because of you, I'm gonna fucking kill both of you.
Bro, yeah.
What?
I didn't see this
Your
guy.
dog is fine.
Brian Holt.
Bitch,
Okay.
you're not fine. Give him my fucking
Mission
gun.
non-human.
Yeah, blink time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab food in a little bit anyway.
$10.
I texted her this morning and she's like, "Oh, who's this?" I'm like, "What do you mean, who's this? You have my number for how long? You don't know my number."
She was done. Let's clean this shit before Sin kills another client.
I told her this morning, I was like, "It's your
Hi,
uncle. You summoned one of you guys knocked out our freaking
I heard my
power
name.
downstairs. You gotta figure it out, cause that's not okay."
Shift is done.
I'm checking if there's something to clean. It seems that we don't have to
Is the
clean
door
anything
open
else.
now?
Nope, we don't need to. Nope.
No, we don't.
Well,
Yeah.
somebody fucking close that shit real tight, cause I couldn't open it.
No.
Yeah.
We have everything there. How is our review? 5 stars. Hell yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, cause I tried doing it like. Why are you shooting? Why are you shooting each other? Why am I getting shot? Fucking Are you two done killing each other?
I keep it.
Yeah, because we're waiting for you, bitch.
I was literally right here. You could have told me. Bitch, shoot me again. I swear to
He's on the
fucking God.
screen. He's a really big text. on
I'm
his fucking
talking to
screen.
somebody, motherfucker. Mind your business. Well, that's how you got pissing me off today. You're still there listening.
I don't get. Oh no. What?
Don't worry about it.
What?
We won. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Did you expect a gnome to be human?
Yes. Not really.
Oh, from NET, okay.
Dentist claims ninth victim. Police bats at least near continue.
Victim by ripping their jaws
45
off.
years ago, the infamous serial killer known as the dentist from Midnight Town, killing victims by ripping their jaws off. God damn.
Government authorities issue more of its own than massive figure. Imagine the description of its same killer that died.
40 years ago.
He's a tall
Okay.
motherfucker.
It's like Joker on crack.
This
What is
guy's
this?
black, broken jaw, white body, bandaged hands, and cracking skin. The same method as the original, removing the victim's jaw from their skull. You see, do not hide, do not speak, and do not look back. Run till your legs can no longer obey you. Choose to sex for free, to die your loved ones, but you still can. Okay, thank you very much for that advice, I guess. This will manage to escape with our all found dead no more than a week later. Oh shoot.
So even if you escape,
He will just haunt you forever.
So even if we escaped, there's no point. Like, doppelganger, he proved a fake ID. Provide a fake ID and searching him up yielded no results.
Norbert Doppelganger, he provided a fake ID. He didn't provide anything.
Yeah, see, the
See,
database
that's-
says her tattoo is on her left hand. This one was on her right hand.
Yeah,
I
it
know,
was around.
right?
I was thinking about Norbert, about the gnome. The gnome was a real person, but this was the doppelganger of the.
She mentions the
gnome.
West Bridge at extreme speed
I am
limits. Yeah, no speed limit, you dumb bitch.
I need to get the gun.
Nice,
Well,
check
my
it
name
out,
is
it's
Oscar.
Right, you don't.
Oh.
You're not getting another gun. Fuck you.
Poke found.
You're not, can't be trusted with a gun.
Okay.
Poke found.
The gun.
No,
Okay,
you
so I
can't,
seen already got the fucking gun.
I got. Well, I got one gun. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they
Yeah,
have
and I
the
took
other. We
the
need to
other
buy
one
another
because
gun.
I'm not gonna risk for you fucking two shooting each
Okay,
other.
see, if you have to go outside from time to time to the trash area and shoot the person that is here. It's a
Yeah,
doppelganger.
okay, sure, I do it. I do it.
I'll do it. I want to do it.
Okay.
Okay, so you do it.
I want to shoot people.
Well, I found more tokens.
Click a
Okay.
happy man right here.
Customer.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
check on the. Let's
No,
check
wait,
on the board.
we need to check this. Serial killer coming back from the dead.
Where is the color? Okay, it's the same thing from the killer. You
He's here. I killed him. What? He was here.
Oh, it's a rat.
Oh, they made a heart of tokens. That's cute.
Oh, no.
Mine now.
you did?
Yeah. Yeah, people.
Oh, throne rat. Okay.
Oh, hello. Praise the entity. What are we in fucking DVD?
Well, mail.
Evening. I just got that
Rats.
for my
Okay.
meeting.
Oh, the rats actually are an objective here.
Fuck the body first. You missed the spot, by the way. We'll come back
No,
and
we
miss the
need to
spot.
buy so we have.
Right here. He cleaned that
Okay,
out.
it's very short.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we're gonna need to make this story a little more better. She's not happy with how I was stood.
You know what I have to say to that? Fuck you.
Bitch!
I'm talking my story ain't good enough for you. Fuck you, bitch. White girls get it too. I don't give a fuck.
Bruh, they were fine!
I don't give a fuck. She said
No,
my
we
story looked like
need more
shit.
decoration stuff.
She could die.
we need to buy to make it more.
Nah, she said my story looked like shit. Bitch can die.
Okay, Ryan holds. Okay.
That bitch. Delivery
Okay, this
has
is one of the
arrived.
good people.
I'm gonna check the garbage.
Ryan holds.
Nothing there.
Do we wash this guy with a gun?
He's the
You don't like my story either? Do you want to get shot? Do you want to get shot? Alright then. That's what I fucking Why does there?
Yeah, put that thing up.
We have to
Put that
decorate the
thing up.
stuff, so decorate the store. That people is complaining because there is no decoration.
There. That was
Yeah,
a decoration.
and MSD has
Shut your
been
ass
doing
up.
fine, right?
Okay, we are 4.8. We need okay, we're good now.
Watching
I
you,
hate that
man.
you guys have the
Watching
fucking
you.
gun.
I can give you my gun if you.
Look,
Please,
that
I don't trust
bitch.
you at all.
That bitch didn't like my shit, so that bitch got to
Okay.
die.
Rush,
Oh my
big
god, I
one.
got a propeller
Right
hat.
behind
Let's
you.
go.
Okay.
Pick up.
Takes 3 bits, I mean. I don't like it. He says that he's usually built good food takes 200 bits. Okay, well, let's just
Back again.
go real full world field have stuff.
Yep.
Shows my hogs. Okay, he deals with hogs.
Look, I got $10.
Maybe he has a bloody shirt.
What
Shoot
a
him! Shoot this guy!
toothpick.
Shoot this guy! Shoot this
You
guy!
have
Shoot
the
this
gun
guy!
right next to you. You have
Goodbye.
the gun right next to you. On the
Pretty
ground.
good. Thank you. Now put
You're
your
welcome.
shit up. See?
No, I'm not doing all that. Oh, I found a rat. Why are the cops here? What did I do?
I don't know. I think it's just in the van. Probably the murderer here.
Nobody at the garbage can. I picked up a rat, though.
There's a rat here too, by the way.
Oh, another rat. Another rat. I got a banana peel.
Banana
Shit.
peel game. Okay,
What the fuck?
Tommy
Bro,
Delgado,
why
he's
was there a
useless.
cow here? What the fuck? What do you mean no one will ever believe me? You lying cow. That cow betrays my trust. I'll fight him. Bro, there was a fucking invisible cow. What the fuck?
Vash, is this you? Oh, this is a fake Vash in the bathroom.
Where? Let me see.
Oh shit,
Over
that's
here.
not fucking
Yes,
me!
sir.
Fuck you, bitch. Why do I get slapped?
No.
We need to restock. I'll get the garbage.
Yeah. I can.
Yeah.
Somebody get upset.
Another rat. I can't grab it, Doug. My inventory's full.
Yeah, no, me too. I'm putting more shit to. I'm working hard again.
Okay, you bought anything, okay.
The game is ridiculous, bro. What the fuck am I doing right now? What is my life
Ow,
become?
man. Ow, me.
Imagine cow where? I don't fucking know, man. All I know is there's a cow. And he said no one will ever believe you.
Oh,
And
I
they
think I
disappeared.
sold to a doppelganger because the same person just arrived right now.
That's not good, because then he'll come back and he will try to kill us.
They gotta try to.
So if he does come back, we're gonna have to get ready to trap the place up.
Yeah.
What?
Pay attention.
We have.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally
Rat.
the same dude that came in and came out.
Oh, I got an extra inventory slot. Let's go.
Yeah, I bought
Nice.
this in the shop.
I'm
Reviews
sorry,
5
little rat.
star,
You gotta
hell
go to the
fucking
trash,
yeah.
bud.
We need more. At least one more inventory.
Go to the trash and I'll put it on this here. Hey guys, I'm the trapper.
Use my sword
I
on
just set
it.
down a trap. Here comes the trapper.
Thanks for warning. Thanks for warning me about that.
Oh, I didn't know you could get hurt on it, so I'll
I
just
heard
move it then.
something.
You can't get hurt on it.
You too.
Oh, okay, good to know.
That's finally fire, man.
Including my gun, bitch!
Hey, someone clean the fucking toilet.
Oh, I
Someone
told
took a
you.
Fat,
He's coming.
someone took a fat shit on the toilet.
Don't matter. We got a fucking. Yep. We got pain coming. Start trapping. Oh, what the fuck just hit me?
Start trapping and start working.
Boarding,
bird
boarding,
trap.
boarding. We have the boarding shit.
Boarding up the top one.
Who shot me?
So who got it?
You're probably hitting every single bird trap though.
Motherfucker.
There you go. Placing not the trap in the front. The one that actually got used.
I'm about to hide the
Placing it
bit.
here.
Where the fuck are you guys? He's coming.
Boarding up the door.
We need 7 seconds.
I'm ready to fight.
Meanwhile, right?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, until we fight for the die.
Who's gonna die? Not me. What the fuck is that? Mental ejective, you stay inside too long? Okay, well, there's fucking gross ass viscera in the vent.
Oh, you died then.
No, I'm good.
Okay, 3 seconds and he's here.
Viscera kicked me out of the vent, though. Entity's here, and I'm lagging.
He got hit with the bird trap.
Nice. Fuck that guy. Ah, you missed. Oh no, you're not allowed to run away. Get back here. Bitch. Jesus Christ, that was
Let's clean up this
insane.
shit.
Well, that was fun.
Shut up. Hey Bosch, stop letting doppelgangers get past.
Bro, I'm cleaning because somebody literally took a shit in here.
Yeah, we let a doppelganger get past us.
No,
That's what
I mean
happened.
someone literally pooped on the fucking toilet.
Yeah, they
and stained the walls.
clean up the toilet.
Oh my god.
Someone literally pooped on the toilet and they didn't stain the walls.
They didn't even wash the hands as well.
Okay, but I'm concerned about doppelgangers getting past. What I'm worried about. I don't really care much about the toilet. I care about the doppelgangers.
I mean, I'm more concerned about the cow.
Emergency weapons. We didn't get it. Aww, we gotta buy them, don't we?
Yeah, obviously.
My dog's more important.
Oh yeah.
Also, did we restock recently?
Yeah, we can restock right now.
Everything is restocked again.
It's all restocked already.
Okay. Leave the boxes and let's go.
Yeah. Go to the store.
This round.
Bitches.
You win this round, sir.
You can't be trusted with guns.
Nope. Hey, we'll right above my quota. Oh, oopsie.
Wait, is it the one that you killed?
And
Probably.
the only one we killed actually.
Yeah, it was me.
Pay the bill or not?
I'm paying
Pay
my
the bill.
bill.
The dog is important.
Yeah, my
You lose $40, but you see Slayer's condition improved. Slayer has the strength to join your next shift. Yay! My doggy can come next shift.
Yay, we got a dog. Yep.
Kid, the first human.
Look,
Oh,
bitch was
it's
complaining, and I'm tired of Karens, so I shot the bitch.
All that why he bought stuff with
Bro,
his
she was
sister,
good.
but-
We were about to get literally 25 bucks. One of the most spending ones.
Oh boy.
Oh well.
I gave you guys the gun.
Shit happens. I don't know what to tell you, dog.
I have
Oh
a
look,
baby.
someone has a goose,
So, yeah,
and then named it Swan.
obviously, Scene has a
That's
goose.
that's a fucking oxymoron and a half. A goose
That's
named
my
Swan.
They're talking about.
Goose named Swan, bro.
Brother.
Oh, hello. Hey, Slayer.
Can't make this shit up.
Watch, over here.
Oh, there's someone walking outside. I don't have a gun.
No. He just,
Where?
He just has the showing
On the backside.
Sin,
He has
whenever
no
you
issue.
say he's just doing something, I don't believe you.
What the fuck?
What the fuck
the
just
fuck?
happened?
What the fuck just happened, bro?
I don't know. I
Sin,
shot
what'd
him
you
and
do?
he disappeared. And everything went black.
Okay. Okay, some contractors came and finally fixed the gas pump. Along with your current duties, you need to help drivers by pumping gas into their cars. Naturally, you must also detect if they are or their cars are doppelgangers. The cars can be doppelgangers too.
Oops.
Read the note by the pump for further instructions.
How do I drink? Oh, yeah. Oh my god, I got speed boost. Whee! Oh, I went away. Drink some Turbo Coca-Cola.
Where we will go out and do this shit, yeah. Ask the guy how you can help, you can translate for items, the up the
Let's
license.
driver.
To enter the car's license plate. That's
See the
crazy.
flight inside the car. Look up the license plate.
Don't trust those
Flies
people.
to your right.
We don't
West
trust these
driver.
meaties, man.
You're...
Paul? What? What happened? Why did your mouth voice get... Why are you shooting at me? What did I do?
Oh, it was you. Oh, sorry, you looked like
No.
Steve for a second.
We all look alike, damn it.
Yeah. I do.
Sitting in front of her fucking wife over here.
Blame me.
What did you do?
I did throw something that you buy on his back.
Oh, stupid.
We need someone to read this shit, but
Hey, Slayer, you need to read it or C needs to read it?
No, I exit. There. Wonder why I wasn't starting the fucking day.
No, my
Can you kill their dog? Can I kill your dog?
No. Where's my dog?
Over here in the back.
Somewhere. He just walking
Okay,
around.
good boy. Who's a good boy? Potato.
Potato.
Okay, Tim, fix the car.
I'm going back to gambling.
Do this shit.
Let me know if something happens.
How may I help you? Give me 13 on the car and make it snappy. Bitch, I take my sweet time if I have to.
Hold on. They said make it snappy?
Don't shoot.
How about I snap your fucking neck, homie?
Doppelgangers is no...
Oh,
That's a lot of guns.
We, now ask the driver about this? Yeah, let's ask the driver about the guns in the back
It's
of the
surprising
car.
anymore. Don't act like it's surprising anymore. Just to see other curious dogs knocking our way. Okay, I'm going to the store. Oh, there's no people here yet. Okay.
Did we run his license plate yet? What's his license plate?
Hey,
04 LJ.
LJ.
Newspaper. Welcome to shit. I can't deny that information. Then what that constitutes? Doppelgangers warning.
Registration expired 1994. Blue. Wait, hold on. Ask the driver about his registration and shit. Remember the license plate? It matches anyway.
Just put yesterday.
Trust you, bro.
License plate. Who remembers the license? What the fuck is there?
I don't remember my license plate. I ain't gonna lie. Griffin's fine. The morons came and inspected it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, guys, tell him to leave. Tell him to leave now. It's okay. He's supposed to, the first one is supposed to be okay, so we can do everything that's on the tutorial.
Don't believe. I like it.
There is a text in green that says tell them to leave.
I didn't see it because you already pressed it before I could see it. So shit,
I didn't press it. I'm on the back of the store.
What you pressed it?
We really need to change shirt. We can't wear the same shirt.
Yeah, we need to take his shirts, yeah. Gas station journey, yeah. We're making a watch station. Okay, right race, okay. Ricky Lawson. We got 23,000.
Occupation college dropout. One lazy eye
because no
usually
wasting life
buys
away.
exactly 2 packs of cookies. My eyes, what you want to do, an eye test or something? Oh, wrong button. I dropped out of college because I'm not wasting life anyway. I make my own hours. Switching it up tonight, gotta keep life interesting. I don't know, man. Rickatron 3000, you're an idiot. I don't trust you. I feel like I just let a doppelganger go. Sitting like back cock. Oh, did you get the ceiling fan that I ordered?
Yeah, I think we did.
too much money
and we
still.
got the painting somebody
Too late, I
bought.
already did. Hello, my friend. Hello, friend. I will keep you on. Oh, this guy's got an afro.
So it's fake. Yeah, that's how
Yes, I
they
do.
fake.
We'll have... Okay,
That's
sounds
what
like
I
fake to
said.
me. Bye-bye.
Remember to purchase traps though.
Had everything I needed.
Don't need to
Awesome.
actually do that. The dogs will eat up the body parts that the
Oh, nice. Hey, cutie, how you doing? You want to go back
Hey,
to my
cutie,
place and rock the Casbah, or I'll shoot you in the face?
By the way, there's a lemonade. There is lemonade duty here.
Yeah, I don't trust
Hey
this
there,
guy.
Night Owl. You look like you could use a drink.
Hello,
I
I'm
mean,
Norbert. You shot
he's
me
drinking
now.
you, girlfriend.
Hey,
Yeah, I do nights only as people after midnight. I don't trust you.
I'm not trusting this guy. I
Makeup
don't know,
makes the
Sam
tips
feels really
flow a
fucked
little
up.
more favorably at work. Oh, she's a hoe. August
She's a
3rd,
hoe.
69. Okay.
So, yeah,
Well, I'm not sure I follow. How does that help with
Leave
your
him outside
examination?
for now.
I don't fucking
He's
know.
not doing anything.
Option, bro. Do I have a stain somewhere? I don't know, do you? I think she's Gucci.
No good in here.
But if you come back to the doppelganger, I will murder you. Why is there a fucking gnome with a lemonade stand sitting outside?
Leave him. He does it every weekend.
Oh, I got a headband. Nice.
Nice.
Hey, Carl. Hey, how can I do for you? How may I help you?
Why is everything yellow? What the hell's going on?
Guys,
The dogs are
this is
frozen.
I drank Norbert's lemonade and now I'm
Oh.
dying. Norbert's lemonade is killing me. What the fuck?
Someone is the boss. How you good?
Oh my god, there's so many fucking rats. Clear them out for this customer. Okay. Murdering them. Let's go. Rat burner, rat burner!
I will grab you and
Oh shit, I shot the dog.
we got work out there eating bats.
Always. Oh, sorry. Shoot you, my head. Holy shit, that's a lot of rats. Oh god. 4 in a row.
Pick them up.
Getting in the middle of the rats, asshole!
Word, you got in their way. Okay, the dogs are cleaning up their rats. I think we got them all.
Yeah, I'm playing some.
This
I'm
guy
playing
just,
stuff,
this guy shit all over the fucking wall. I'm gonna pop him. Oh, you're not even a customer? Fuck you. Get out of my goddamn store.
Now he's still a customer. Here we fucking go.
Go look at what he did to your wall.
Why the fuck he's walking?
Go look what he did to the wall.
What the
In the bathroom.
fuck? Look at this
Man shat all over the bathroom stall, bro.
What a superstar here.
Oh my god, look at, oh my god. Okay, Michael Jackson reborn.
We got a
That's what I was
superstar.
saying, bro.
I have a feeling this is doppelganger, bro. Buenos noches,
Ask him
amigo.
why he
Don't
wants to do
mind
that.
me. These people won't stop moving, baby.
Bro.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Esteban Morales. Occupational child construction worker. See, worked 11 years in construction. Now I dance. I don't trust him. Very short. See, I'm a short man. Makes the dancing smoother. Born 1933. 60 years, still moving like I'm 20. Hold on. I don't know, man. I don't know. Can we trust the moonwalking dancing guy? Let's talk about why you dancing, bro. No music needed. The rhythms in my head, amigo. Not sure what to say about that. I'm getting clothes on my back is good enough for me. Bald spot's shining, but the brain still remembers every step. You know what?
Talking about the balls.
Even if you're a doppelganger, the moonwalking is just too good. I think that bitch just robbed us, by the way.
What the fuck is this snake? The fuck is with this guy's snake?
What?
That bitch just robbed us. She came in, took something, and left.
Look at the
Nah, we didn't lose money, though. Or yes.
Snake man.
Well, we're dead
It's
now.
okay, bro. You killed for
Even
nothing.
if you look tired,
Wait,
long
you
nights,
know one
sometimes the
else?
prayer and a breath of flight.
Jesus.
You know what? She looked like she was robbing us. I don't know what the difference is.
Because she was white.
Yes, because she was white. White privilege. Fuck that bitch.
Make no sounds.
She wasn't black, right? Trying to keep the kids on the good fatness so no one else will. Would have been more offensive if it was a black person. Oh, the whole thing my mother gave it to me. It's perfect. Cervical dystonia. Yeah, that's when my head leans. It's a muscle thing. Okay. A reminder that he shapes us through our flaws, not in spite of them. June 22nd, a summer child must have been known in I love the sunlight.
What do we do about
June
the guy outside?
22nd.
Do we shoot him or not? Because he did give Slayer a drink that made him sleepy.
Sleepy was killing me.
Okay, it was
He's
killing.
good.
See? I say
Just leave him. I thought he. Oh my god, I want that. Hold up.
Wait, what did you get?
A big tongue.
But that'll be big tungus among us.
Big tongues.
Big tungus among
What the fuck?
us.
Who the
Yo,
fuck
bro.
is shooting again?
The
Bruh.
guy without the gun.
Bruh.
Wait, is this?
Clock's back.
Why? Why?
How's the job working out for you? Well, you're still alive, so you're doing better than most. I'm proud of you, kid. Not many are you willing to take a job this dangerous. Your job is as dangerous as mine, but you don't get the same respect that I do. Ah, well, you got my respect if that means anything to
Now
you.
we get to know if someone is stealing, okay?
Hey, stall! I'm just kidding. You get to
reaching.
bully all the white people.
Playing white
We're
people.
sure for the best town in the West. Okay, it's pretty much same dialogue. Just watched from last night. Good luck finding out an elf uniform. Okay. Got him on, don't I? Alright, you check out Mr. Clyde.
Okay. Good to see you, Clyde.
Have a good night, Clyde. Keep them streets safe for me, will you? I am Norbert. You shot me last time, but that's okay. I have decided to sell lemonade on this bright sunny day. Would you like to try some? I won't put you to sleep. Great, now we're gonna fucking die. Cause somebody.
Somebody call you. What do you mean? You were the one who left it outside.
Put trap down shit.
That's what I'm doing, bitch. We need more trap, bro.
Well, we ain't got time to buy none, so. Figure it the fuck out. I'm gonna fight for my right to party, baby. We should probably lock the back door over here.
And we don't have anything to lock stuff anymore.
We need to find more porch.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
I did.
Who else?
Well, he's probably gonna come through that door, so I mean, smart move.
Hope the dog doesn't get in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I
here we
wouldn't
are.
want this dog to be.
Okay, there you go. Hold the pick up.
I live, bitch.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
what?
need to clean.
Hang on. Agreed. Fuck you. He exploded into a million pieces.
How much he was an actual person?
Don't care. Norbert's a bitch.
I mean, we need good drinks that.
We have enough to give our dogs. No, we're good. I don't care. I kill whatever comes to my face. Hey, yo.
me clean out this place. It's fucked up everywhere.
I'm leaving. Bye.
Wait, we have
We need
nothing to do.
we need to clean. Okay, I'm just cleaning the last bits. Okay, here we go.
Everything is clean.
Everything's clean, yeah. In a moment, I will stretch. Let's go,
Nah, it's
Baba.
overdone.
I wanna know who you next blue now, honestly.
Slayer, you're getting sucked by Kirby.
Hey, yo.
Okay.
No human skill. Okay.
Okay, we did
I guess the gnome does not count as
Told
a
you.
person
The
then.
guy who shit in our bathroom also was a fucking doppelganger.
Oh, 20 solid tip. Fuck yeah.
4% goes 3 in those rats. Okay, let's start a manager, yeah. Because we did a mission.
2 days remain until Slayer's next best build to do.
That's good. Human.
Driver was human.
Ricky.
You sophomore a
Doppelganger,
doppelganger. Driver,
The driver,
doppelganger. Setting
yeah.
the flashlight reveals that the car was built
Oh,
on
the
our
gnome does not
contorting
count.
flesh.
Nor the people
Isaac
outside.
Wall was a doppelganger, man.
If they are not clients, they do not count.
Yeah. So I can kill whoever I want as long as they're not buying shit.
Yeah, so Ricky was an actual person, you let it go, and Isaac was I didn't attend him, so okay.
Wait.
Whatever.
It's raining blood. Nice.
He's raining blood. Probably these beats are gonna be stronger now.
It's raining blood. Hallelujah. It's raining blood.
I feel so Jewish picking up coins on the floor.
Oh my. Oh, hello, friend. Don't go in that building yet.
By the way,
I gotta take care of something.
Hey, look, my
Oh,
friend!
don't look at it, don't look at it,
No,
don't
don't look at your friend. I'm shooting that bitch.
Why are you always shooting people?
Cut. He's a bitch.
Empty together, man. Stuck with you for now.
How many weapons do you buy?
Mother.
How many bullets you need to put this man? What
What do you mean we're stuck with him for now? What the hell are we supposed to do with him?
So if not, you might
I
be
don't
wondering
like
what the
that.
break
That
means.
sounds
Don't
very
worry, it's just a corpse. A local mystic told me that displaying it will help ward off doppelganger. Just try to forget it there. Okay, it's just a... It's
Sure.
I
okay.
should forget these there. Sure, thank you for that information.
I mean, you love him so fucking much. Go give him a blowjob while you're there.
Okay. Someone needs to read that, by the way.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Your dick's over there?
Hey, what's up, man?
Don't worry about this guy.
He loves
Under the Blood Moon Night, official warning for the net. You might notice that from the rain and Blood Moon, it will occur tonight. It signifies that entity attack
What up,
is
Danielle?
guaranteed anyway, so okay.
She not saying nothing. She weird.
Okay,
We
let
don't
me
want
check
to
on.
talk to you. What about that?
She's
No,
unable
she's-
to speak though.
I don't trust that. That
She's
makes it
mute,
even
okay.
more.
Shit.
Okay.
Unable to
That makes me
speak,
even
man.
more concerned.
We're gonna have a doppelganger attack anyway, so let her go.
I'll let her go, but I'm gonna look at that ass while she does.
Do we want to buy more backpacks or backpacks? Yeah,
Give you a quick one over there, lady. I don't trust these motherfuckers. Grandma's supplies for my 30th birthday. Bitch, you do not look dirty.
Hastings.
70.
Okay, on both arms. Okay, on her arm, yeah, that checks. She run.
I told you there was something off about that bitch. I got the body
There's a
clear.
car.
Oh, no, he's again.
I swear that dude moves. We're gonna fucking shoot him.
There's me $1.
He shouldn't be driving. Shoot him.
I mean, he has. So that's a couple of beers.
Drinking and driving, my guy? Drinking and driving? His fucking license plate is speed.
Fuck up.
I typed it wrong.
Good thing you don't have coffee.
1992 black station wagon, clean exterior, messy interior. Detail updated weekly.
It's not
Speed, baby. Okay. They check the car this work morning. Good thing you're not a cop, huh? Wait, what? Not a fan of Sam with that?
I think
Oh,
it's
man.
you. Yeah, I think it's you. Do you think it's a person or not?
It is a black station wagon sedan. The license plate matches. The clean exterior. Messy interior. Alright, you're pretty good. I can't do anything stupid. See your boobs.
How much do we have there?
80 watts? I think.
54 bucks.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna order.
Yeah. That's what you
Yeah. I mean, we got different stuff and nice. Oh, I
fucking lit as a
somebody shedding here.
I told you, shoot that motherfucker if he
Long
does it.
day, I didn't realize it was this late, okay? My customer then. Amira Romia.
Well, let's not close the door anyway.
Required glasses, yeah, it's ironic.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Opportunity. Do we have to talk about the areas of work? Okay. She looked at the picture. She doesn't have that. I'd say she's a human. Required glasses, yes. And she has that her birthday 1965. Yeah, I say she's a person.
The passion?
Do anyone want to double check with me or?
I mean, if you want me to double check, I'll just pull out my gun and shoot. So.
I know.
Required glasses,
Alright,
yeah, it's ironic.
double checking.
Glasses.
Double checking is not exactly my strong point.
I mean, you do have the gun.
Answer the phone.
Evening, dumbass. You see that post on the computer about the blood moon? Yeah. I got bad news about that. Maintenance just called the raise message with the emergency weapons arsenal. It'll take some extra time.
We don't have. We fucked up. We don't have the weapons for tonight.
Anyway, that
aside
could
from
be
the ones we
just
were
painting I set up in the break room. Yeah, the creepy painting I set up in the break room. Just to a note. Order's $50.
We have a flying monk, by the way.
What?
We have a flying monk.
That's not the fucking.
He probably got the Nirvana. Let him buy something, and we can check if he does one. It's one
I'll
of his
send him to
skills.
Nirvana.
Make
Be with you, my friend.
man.
Net bomb Zach. Education monk.
Yes, we have a simple
temple down here.
Road.
As well, yeah. Humans can levitate after reaching alignment now.
Something simple as that.
No way you can do that.
Not all questions require answer, my friend. Simple ropes enough to cover my body, nothing more. Let it go.
I don't know,
itself.
Sam. What are you thinking? Doppelganger?
I leave it up to
mean,
you.
he's
He's
floating.
giving. He's giving.
That's all I need to know. I'll be trigger happy.
Oh, you're back, bitch.
Because I'll be your happy.
So, how much coins do I have to gamble with? 48.
What we get? Oh, sunglasses.
Guys,
Did you fucking...
What?
there wasn't supposed to be a body in here, or it was on the last night.
Ooh, unicorn hat. Hell yeah.
I was the gas station increasing. I'm here making moves while you just sucking at that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look, 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 look.
Oh, bro.
Oh, my unicorn, baby. Oh, we can pick up the garbage up towards the garbage
Fuck
bags.
you. Use it by 2 exactly types of cookies. These no cookies here. Kill this guy. These no cookies here.
You got down me twice.
You think you can fool me with
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
we let a doppelganger through, or is that the fucking
no,
crazy guy?
no, it's not.
No, it's because of the blood moon. The blood moon.
Again.
We're gonna get
At least you got some guns.
Oh, start boarding up doors.
Oh, bitch.
Why would you put the trap right on my feet?
I put it. It was loading for a second.
Motherfucker.
And you can do it for this. You need to hug the door, bitch.
Well, clearly I need to. It's a fucking trap right on my
I'm
feet.
placing a trap in the bathroom back, so...
Okay, but we need boards here to close that door up. Or else we're gonna get through
That, I'm boarding the bathroom up.
Yeah, we don't have that many boards, bro.
there. Okay, well, we can get the main door. That'd be okay.
Yeah, main door behind the...
Only 3 main doors. We need 3 boards.
I have...
I can shoot. No, we just gotta wait
It's
for
gonna
the
take a while to open according to this.
Yeah. You can, man.
I can shoot. I'm good.
It's coming.
Well, first we gotta break the door. Then- Parcel's open. Get guns. The trap.
Okay, living.
Woo! See, we got it.
Wait. Okay, we took this from
They're not safe. Okay, pick up everything.
Yeah, we got everything.
Shit, there's shit down here to clean up, by the way.
Jesus Christ!
There's a trash bag.
We good.
Maybe 50 did kill a lot. Okay.
Oh, can't go.
Yeah. Yeah, anything we need to really get? No.
Trash door now.
We're missing one piece, huh?
I have it.
Thank you.
Oh, $10. Hell yeah.
We cannot clean this explosion? No, we cannot.
No, we can't keep this. It's going to be fine.
What? Are we missing something else? No, I think it's weird.
I got it. You're missing a bear trap and boards.
Yeah, I got one board on me.
Board in the bathroom. I got the bear trap in the bathroom.
Yeah, okay.
And once we're done, we grab
I got the board.
Googly eye! Over a bit.
Let's breaking up.
He missed this.
Yep.
I live.
Thank you both for clipping that shit.
Oh, we killed a human. Wait, who killed a human?
Probably one thing Slayer killed.
Yeah. One day we don't give the bear.
One day we're gonna tier potatoes, okay?
Okay, human, doppelganger.
Doppelganger. Oh, they both. Okay, wait. Oh,
The
Ricky.
lick guy.
Who fucking killed Ricky?
Who?
Oh, the cookie.
Oh yeah. He did
Because
I
of the
told you that
cookie,
guy
bro.
was a fucking
Yeah,
doppelganger.
he did report cookies. What the fuck?
No, you killed him. You said to kill him. You told Slayer to kill him because he didn't bought a cookie. And you said that he
sure did.
always buys a
Not the
cookie.
same
By the way, Slayer, you missed the way you died.
Yeah, you should check out the clip, by the way.
What, you guys shot me?
No, much
Remember that we
worse.
had a body on the store?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you guys, the body is not here. And then when we pick up the boss was a doppelganger.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Of course I walked right for 2 seconds.
Yep.
You live for 2 seconds and you the body's far. What? It's shiny. Bro, you're shiny as fuck with your... You shine like a diamond. Okay, doppelganger detection hardware. This is the emotive code. It reads the customer's emotions and allows you to question them on their emotions. It is 100% accurate. Some doppelgangers are able to replicate human emotions, some can't.
See, we have that going on now.
Yes, this equipment is stupidly expensive to rent. You only get to this device on occasional days, okay?
Wait, let me read that shit too now then.
Yeah, you all need to read that shit.
Yeah, I'm waiting to Slayer now then. I'll collect the points meanwhile. Get the record with the... Oh yeah, you don't need to care to get the mob, by the way. It were with the whole... What's this? This is an official warning for need. Tall black creatures spotted around the entity. Oh my god, have you
Creatures are only vulnerable to damage when not being observed.
Okay, so don't look at them. Hello, the woman.
Official warning for the ET. Tell the creatures to be spotted around the entity. It's extremely fast and strong. Looking to drink that will freeze and play will frozen. It's completely invincible to all damage. Okay. What the fuck was that?
There you go. Best of luck.
What is called Mad Mistress? Always worth one more tire. Bitch, I'll shoot you just for that comment.
Trying to play. Are you?
Wait.
Okay.
Always
okay, you're
with-
talking to
Alright, she called me a lowborn. She's really about to get shot.
Don't.
Bitch.
I mean, she's the bitch.
Say
who
that
is
shit.
on that
Say that
gas
shit
station.
one more fucking time, Al.
We're gonna lose
Say
money.
that shit one more time.
Roughly around the edges, not as there are any low. What to understand? Shh.
Tell me you don't want to shoot her.
Okay, we got planks.
Oh, rat. It's more up to you guys. Do you wanna shoot?
I mean, I want to shoot her for a comment, so I'm gonna keep on continuing to myself.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think? Do you think that should be easy? Talk like a fucking well.
She looks like a cunt. She looks like a cunt. She's probably a cunt.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean she's a doppelganger though.
Yeah.
It does make her a cunt, though.
He's a doppelganger. Oh, he has a weapon. Careful. He's carrying a rifle, so I don't know
I
what's
just
supposed to do.
bought some extra.
Probably shoot
So
her.
we-
Yeah, I bought more planks too, though. Oh, look, someone else only here for supplies. Dimitri Markov.
Yeah.
Hunter, okay.
Yeah, that's bit check out.
Gold
yeah.
piercing on left ear. It's on his right ear.
Damn, I didn't even get to respond to that.
There's a car.
Yeah, on my way.
2 cars. Oh shit. He's looking the fucking door.
Shoot that fucker! No, shoot him! Thank you.
He blocked the fucking entrance, bitches.
Good for the shot I got blocking me.
Hear about the guy found by the tracks, David Hart,
What
like
the
I
hell,
said.
man?
Still doesn't sit right to me.
Come on, he knows his license plate. He might be real.
I've been looking for a job. Shorter, lesser.
Expired 1996, 1990 black minivan. large sticker on the right rear door. Large scratch on right side of minivan. Details up completely.
Stay outside. Other question?
Oh, hell. What the fuck? The googly eyed scared the shit out of me.
Do you see the difference with that photo?
Uh-huh. Also, I don't see a fucking scratch on the side of his van either.
It's white.
He doesn't have a baby on board either. Wait, does he have a baby on board? Oh, he does have a baby on board.
Man with pictures and he's white.
Hang on, I'm asking about the picture. Oh, you, found that? Yeah, that's me with my adopted kid. Sir! Sir! You're a pedophile! Die!
He's abstain.
Pedoception.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kill Epstein.
Yup, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, I just love this is a pretty weird shit.
My adopted kid's my left testicle.
Please tell me you guys using this thing, by the way.
White device to customers to
You're
analyze
not
their
divorced?
mood.
Please
Person
tell
found.
me you
Press
guys
F to
using
scan.
the scan.
Christian is feeling bad. Okay.
Oh,
What the fuck does that got to do with anything?
Okay, she's a widow. She's saying that her husband is at home. That doesn't
oh
matter.
my god, so what's this shitting?
Who's shitting in my bathroom again? I'll fucking get. Nope, they shit in my bathroom. They're dead.
Front overseas, yeah, catching up to me.
Fucking kid.
Or go fucking shit my bathroom.
Fast food employee.
I know you feel it.
22.
Time displacement headaches. Ask
Okay,
why. Yes, time displacement headaches. What the fuck is a time displacement headache? What the hell does that even mean?
He's jet lag headaches. He's
I don't know. He say he doesn't know what that means.
I don't want to log you.
I wish it was God. That's my typical fucking self.
Dang,
shit and waste copper around to the forest. So you're going out there, grab waves and toss them, burn them. Okay. So something roaming around the forest. Oh, we did the traps. Yes. It's because of the news we had.
we're gonna need one guy in here though.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
gonna
go
stay
out.
here.
Stay with what we need in the bathroom.
Take this. Hey, guys, you're gonna need this because the things outside are
Stay here.
the things that if you look at them, they...
What the? No! No! Dog!
What the hell happened?
Sit! He shit all over our bathroom again. Never gonna leave. Fuck him.
He had killed 2 people, by the way.
Hey, they weren't customers, so they don't count.
They can't. We lost 50 bucks for that.
Yeah, we lost 50 bucks.
You
It was a
keep telling
customer.
me they're there. Stop telling me you don't want me to murder them.
Well, we need to go out in the back.
It's your fault. You keep telling me.
Slayer's there already.
What do you have traps?
In case something attacks me.
Yeah, if the things attacks him, he needs to look around and run and let the trap pick
Where
it
the
up.
fuck am I supposed to be burning this shit at? I'm confused. Oh, I see it. I don't see how to
Bad.
burn.
Well, I'll be waiting for you guys.
If you wanted a brown coat, then we ask exactly. I don't want no brown coat. Get that shit away from me. Gross ass motherfucker.
You gotta stop killing people that use the toilet.
Nah, my dog's fine now. I don't need them. I don't care about these people.
Lot of flesh art over here. Stop at the big place over here.
Oh, I can't put traps out here. There's no even point in this.
Yeah, we.
Oh, hello. Someone's here.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Where the fuck are you guys?
Yeah, we are in the back.
Back about being murdered.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
We just, you know, is that, what the fuck is this?
It's like lava.
Why the fuck do I have lava in the back?
I don't know. That's not the shit.
That's
Oh, you had the bag, right? Because I got the bag for them.
yeah, I have back. Don't worry.
Cereal. Okay.
Five
Alright,
more
I'm
pieces.
Over here.
Yeah, thank
There's like 3 right there.
Bunter too.
Where are you
What?
guys? Oh, for
In the
okay.
forest,
Yeah, no.
Niggy. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
I see you.
Not in the forest.
Over here, 2 more.
Hell yeah.
And here's another one. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Let's leave
I'm
this
pretty sure
down.
we're going.
Okay, stop killing people that take shits, man.
Well, tell them
You
to
know,
stop
like
taking a
take-
shit and leaving. Nah, it's like when I worked at
No, of course they're gonna
It's like when
shit.
I worked. Nope, it's like when I worked at my gas station. We didn't allow people to take a shit in our bathroom. You gotta use a porta potty outside, bitch.
Put
Hey,
it,
man,
her hand, her
I
hand.
hope.
Pirate hat.
Ja, hier måste gå över subtitle thing. This bags, yeah, she has bags. Hair dyed dark red. Yes,
Oh, got a
it's
minute.
dark red. Understand nothing. Just do some coffee this morning.
I want you to go to this side, Vash.
On my
Outside
right
here.
arm. Was more missing the hand.
She's having her
Not-
period or something. She's literally missing it.
Yeah,
Give me a second. Fatigue. Of course I'm fatigued. I'm nearly midnight. Okay. Something does not.
Oh, my whole body just went completely numb. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! What? What just happened? Everything just shut down for a second. Oh, I don't like that.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
So, we're gonna kill this bitch or what?
I think that's a human.
She every question she answered correct according to this.
She was missing a hand and it was bleeding on the floor.
Yes.
It was not. It was just bleeding.
Yes, they were
Yes!
bleeding all the time.
Oh. Sorry, I was talking to him. Oh, his neck is crooked.
That's normal.
Oh.
Okay, on his ID is crooked too. Okay. Wears a crossing necklace.
My God,
Give it to
we
me.
huge tiger.
Okay, he's a pastor.
Aiming, butter.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to
Awesome
hunker down
thing.
here in a minute because he let a doppelganger out.
Yeah. You can see the bleeding hand.
Peaceful and compassionate.
I don't know how you missed it.
I was on this side of the counter and man was talking to me. Sorry. He was talking about dinner.
Hey, mate. Where's teacher?
What's this? Let's go, baby. Come here, Told ya.
Not bad.
You're right. Unless you're
Two doppelgangers.
Okay. Stop.
Dude, as I placed it. Okay, but
That's literally the thing you did the other day.
I was. Go now before I put the trap down. Get.
Okay, sure, go now.
Close the name door behind you. Thank you. Jesus, Lord Christ Almighty. You're gonna put a wall down on the bathroom. Do it now before I put the trap down.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
I'm
working on that. Facing one.
Okay, we ran out of traps now.
We did. Aborted this side up. Bam. Getting that gun. Oh shit, we have nothing working in now. Oh boy.
What the fuck is this? Oh,
Be trapped for that thing. Fuck.
someone
Nice.
let him in. Someone needs to be looking at him all the time,
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
do it. I will get
Oh, I'm starting. No, he's immortal. He's immortal.
No, we're not looking at him, and he walks into a trap and kill him.
Yeah, keep looking at him.
Oh, fucking bitch!
Yep. Now we can stop.
Alright.
There you go.
He did.
Nice. That's going to step.
That guy.
Be careful with that kind of people too now.
Let's throw this away.
And there's two. You missed two pieces.
There we go.
I got it.
Yeah, I'm making sure that we got all of
The blanks, yeah.
Have someone shit here yet? No, it's you clean.
Everything good in here, yeah.
Everything. Oh, we have the beer trap and the lamps over here. We need one more for the blanks here, and then I think we got them.
I'll trust the person.
Yeah. I think we need to buy a new gun, though. I feel like we need to add a gun into a gun, because I feel this is not gonna do it for too long.
Fucking doppelganger bus.
And now let's check this big minus. Oh, don't you? Wait.
Oh yeah, almost like I killed doppelgangers. Thank you.
So doppelgangers only use the bathroom?
Maybe.
Pay the bill.
Pay the bill, we'll have the money for that.
Yeah. A Swan's condition improves. Swan has decided to join me next shift.
Oh yeah.
Human doppelganger.
Driver, doppelganger.
Yeah,
Kill
the people who use the
doppelganger.
bathroom and walk out do not count.
Oh, Dave Buster and okay, Anita, yeah.
Yeah, she's missing a hand. She was born that way, but was always bleeding.
Oh, which happened at oh yeah, my bad. I didn't read the date of today.
The fuck was Dave then? He mentioned September.
See, I told you
11th.
time displacement headaches. I knew he was something wrong with that guy.
Ah.
You can see into the future, basically.
Yeah, sure. I like Dave. I like.
And of course, the future event he saw was 9/11.
Of course, yeah.
He should have been with us.
9/11 is counting here.
He could prevent. Yeah,
Calendar killer to strike tomorrow. Residents urged to stay indoors as the 8th approaches, with the calendar killer known to target 8 victims on the 8th of each month. So get ready, the calendar killer's coming for us tomorrow.
Okay, we're in the residence room.
Calendar killers.
Take it long enough, big up. Bitch, I just answered. Shut up. Fun for me, dude. A friend of mine is swinging by the store today, Louisa. She has this condition where one leg is a lot longer than the other. So she might walk
There's
weird
no
and look
reason.
suspicious, but don't worry about it. If you hurt her, I swear you won't live to see another ship. Well,
Guys. Oh, he's dead. Someone that took shit. Catch.
is this guy not good? He started
Yeah,
beating
he
us.
stole shit from us.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
yeah,
where
they
is
now
he?
steal stuff. Coins now
say it.
steal stuff.
Say it.
This guy?
Don't.
Bro,
Too late.
there is noticeable that someone does not pay attention to whatever the fuck is going on in the game.
I wanna see.
Let's see. I'm literally reading the fucking thing.
You only need to talk to them, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck's sake!
I'll deal with the car.
I'll deal with this guy.
There, happy now?
We see all thieves speak out on.
Imagine not letting me have fun. Fuck.
Okay, he doesn't have any lisp. He speaks perfectly English.
Oh, hi, invisible man who's sitting in the back wall. Hey, anyone want to come see this invisible man sitting on the back wall? Apparently I didn't notice him before or something. I don't know, man. Hi, how you doing?
Shit! How you doing?
Fucking asshole.
You scared the shit out of me.
Good. That's the fucking point of the game is.
They killed this man. He says he has a list, but he speaks perfectly English.
Oh my god.
Eat it all.
His favorite, yeah. His favorite. What's that?
What the fuck is beep?
There we go.
Get an email.
He's just warning us about things. You can do this shit. I can fill up the.
Somebody shit in the bathroom again.
That's why we don't tell you about this anymore.
I'll fucking kill him. It doesn't count, so it doesn't matter.
We still lose 15.
$15 is whatever, bro. We make money. $15 is worth killing a retard. Don't quote me.
Uh-oh, somebody in the bathroom.
If he walks out that door without paying, I'm gonna kill him.
Didn't not use that.
Well, guess who's dying?
Not use bathroom.
She didn't pay. Please, bathroom not paying. Fuck you. Test me, I'll barricade the fucking bathroom.
Oh shit. Is it me or is her broken as fuck?
That's supposed to be that. You did not kill her, did you?
No, I don't think it's this bad. I don't think it's this bad.
No, you said her leg is longer than the other leg. Her name is Louisa. Her name is Louisa. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Check the legs.
Sir, he said one leg is longer than the other, so she's bound to walk with her limp. Her name is Louisa. It's its friend. And if we kill her, we will not be alive to see the next shift. So go ahead, kill her. See what happens.
I'll fucking do it.
No, you won't.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll kill you first.
The leg thing I was born with it, gotten used to at this point. Okay, her name is
She's dying. That's its friend.
Her right leg is shorter than her left leg.
Is it?
Yes, because that's her left leg.
Right leg is shorter, correct. College student, community college. She is Gucci.
She's
She is Gucci.
Yeah, if we kill her, our boss will kill us, so. Sin, are you serious? Who you killing?
No, that was me.
That was no. I don't have a gas
I feel some woman that was drinking from the gas station.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's normal.
I know, right? Don't make me hate you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I drove over foot, it wouldn't feed half the stuff on these shelves with my boss.
Oh, it's a toothpick. Yeah, are you slow,
bitch.
pal? Yeah, it's correct.
I should
Yes.
sell this crap, okay?
Patient.
I should sell this shit. And you're buying it. So why are you talking shit? Do you want to get shot in the face? Because I will shoot you in the fucking face. All right then. Yeah, fucking great.
Metal and limbs. Okay. This should be Gucci. It's dirty as from work.
Now the wet
Is he doing anything weird? No. Okay.
I'm talking mad shit about our food. About to get shot up. About to get shot the fuck up.
He's a girl.
Hi.
Hey, girl. Tattoo on her left arm.
Don't worry, I'll be the bodyguard. I've bought some.
Ponytail. Oh, tattoo on her chest, too.
What? This man. Yeah.
Says it right there.
You be checking this out.
Oh,
now.
she also has a nose ring. Her name is Mia. She's got BPD shooter.
They call me store for
Comic book store and a large tattoo on neck or two left arms. Yep, okay. That checks out.
left arm. Okay.
Bam, done.
They're just tattoos. It's Maka.
18th of December. is her
Why she
birthday.
called me a virgin, bitch?
What? What?
Nothing.
She called him a virgin. He's upset.
Yeah, because she's wearing makeup.
Streetwalker.
That's not Louisa.
Sure
Let's wait for
ain't.
the checkup and check if she says she's Louisa.
Hey, it's Louisa. My manager told me you were coming.
Let's hope we don't kill the wrong Louisa though.
No, that's definitely the right one.
We definitely won't have any of that was the plan.
We won't have a job. We'll be dead. He said he'd kill us. What do you mean?
Hey, let me just grab this, thank you. Karen White. We had told you today. It's a little amount of hard work and sacrifice. Okay? Real extra here. I think good as well. What's in it away from $1 million?
His earrings are both there, jewelry around her neck, suit, rings,
Okay,
pants are
stock.
similar, beaters,
Yeah, I
man.
say
She's
it's
tall.
stock.
Right now. Well, time to plug up their ass. Okay.
They have me fix actually. They are behind you.
Okay, nobody shot.
What about?
What?
Hey, lady, what you doing? He's fucking tall though, for real.
Why is he taller than you?
Yeah, make me uncomfortable. I'll shoot a tall bitch. Die! She did not pay.
Who is this? Everyone to with us double game confirms there was a report years back that they grow out of fear, negative emotion. Specifically, a couple of weeks
Time to
later,
plug
every
up their
scientist
ass.
report was dead. Jaws torn clean off. Oh, he
Yeah,
talked
the
about the
murderer.
dentist.
Dentist, yeah.
Look at this freaky guy. This is really fun. I listen to you guys.
Why doesn't he have a picture? I always evade
Yeah,
that
that's
when
weird.
they're trying to take pictures of me.
Private investigator.
I don't particularly trust them.
Hello. Hello.
March 21st. Checks out. I don't know. He seems legit. Wait, where's the move detector thingy?
It's
It's
only it's gone.
Someday.
Oh. Well, fuck it. Just gotta assume There's not be shooting. I know you ain't in my back and blowing that shit up, boy. Dave, now you doing you fucking shit. Shitting on you. Watch that ass, Nancy. Wash your nasty ass. Hold on. Wash your nasty ass before you bitch.
No, yeah, we met.
We
Mia,
already
yeah.
dealt with her. That's probably a doppelganger.
No. This is the sister of Mia, not Lisa.
Always wear a blue necklace. Yep, this necklace. Also keep her hair tied up. It's tied
Yep.
up. I'm sorry. Well, I'm trying. What the fuck?
He was right.
I was,
I say, yeah, I say 62.
I was
yeah,
a patsy bitch.
Yeah, I say, Mia is alive. Yeah, I think this is a person.
Yeah, you think you're Mia's sister, huh? Quinn, huh? Don't look like her. Don't look like her at all. Quinn, my fucking ass. I knew it! She lied!
Two doppelgangers?
Oh god.
Kill her! Too late!
Also, do not tell that we just took a shit in
Again? What you want? Who did it? I'll kill you.
You never know who.
You have no idea how fucking much I hate.
What? Bathroom break?
Destroy a bathroom at a restaurant place that I work at, so I had to clean it up? Yes. Because I've literally had someone do that before. You don't remember the story I told about the fucking Wendy's bathroom?
where the guy walked around shitting all over the parking lot, into the building, through the walking line of people, and then into the bathroom where he shit all over the wall. Then walked out like nothing happened and just fucking pretended like nothing happened. Walked the fuck out. Fuck that guy. Fuck his wife. Fuck his fucking anus. Stuck in my balls.
Here. Let me weapon for you.
Oh yeah. Time to sledge some shit. You know, you could just let us be. Keep running, bitch. Keep fucking running. Get it, potato. Eat it. Eat it all.
Yeah, screen up.
Shit in my bathroom again. Can't stand it, man. Can't stand it.
Alright, we're missing a... Wait, we need to look for tokens this week. That's fine.
Blood.
Basically. Yeah. Flanking here.
Don't trust it.
We'll have something to do with it.
Bitch! Boy, you get your ass out of here.
I was cleaning the shit you left.
I don't give a fuck. Get your ass in the car. Sit, I'm gonna fuck you up.
I respected it. Oh,
Respect these nuts in your mouth.
okay. Wait,
Look at that, $200.
Who the fuck you killed?
The guy shit in my bathroom, that's it.
Oh, I knew it. The killer was planned
The
again.
Cullen killer, yeah, the 8.
It should be 8. Oh my. Stay safe, stay alert.
Nah, I'm gonna go outside and get myself killed.
Okay. That,
Doppelganger, okay. Human Louisa.
we killed the human one.
Oh,
we killed the wrong Louisa.
Look at that. Her left leg was extremely elegant beyond anything human.
Oh, well.
Lisa was.
Maybe he shouldn't have told us her leg was longer than it could have been. It's his fault, not mine.
I don't think we have a job left.
Well, the other guy's gonna kill us though.
We still have a job though. He didn't fight us.
We're gonna go outside and go to the counter and just say die, and he's gonna come out and shoot at us.
I
Probably.
mean, we did kill his friends, so. Oh, this.
P.S. His equipment is stupidly expensive to rent. You only get this device on occasional days. Okay. Now I need to read it.
Do not get off your. Did you have a fucking poster?
What?
You ended up staring into the bathroom, didn't you?
No.
That was me.
Do not shit the walls. Honestly, I didn't think about it. I'm not gonna lie. I would have my
I mean, you could water that shit out, honestly. So you don't need to kill innocent people.
Who said they're innocent? They shit on my walls. They're not innocent. Fuck you mean innocent?
Oh, there's him.
Nigga, if you innocent, stop shitting on my walls.
Well,
Fuck you
maybe
mean?
they need to go to the bathroom.
Nah, fuck them. Go back.
Quota
Fucking dick.
65.
Execute order 66. Go
Yeah,
back.
great.
Perfect review.
Yeah, we're ready to read this far. Okay, let's see. Roach has been spotted crawling out of the vent around the store. They negatively. Okay, we have mop. Use the mop to squash the roaches.
Bet on it.
Go
Time to hump some roaches with my mop.
Use the ghost sailor tonight. Stay up between the two, 0 kills active. Ball is more spread sustained. Why are you poking him?
Don't worry about it.
Played. Yeah.
It's not so they're
Uniform,
doppelganger.
photo.
Where?
Often wears glasses. 39.
Got one.
Activation Sherry, one of the best panelists. He's still the same, the teams. Something weird on him? No. You can. Free to go.
There you go.
You get the mop.
Why you?
Because I want to mop shit. Don't, no, leave it alone. Don't touch my boards.
Yeah, you did.
Don't touch my
Gate
boards
is
off
why
the
this is
ass.
not gate. In gate.
Alright, that's good.
Is that gate?
Not anymore. That's it. Not anymore.
Cheeky white face.
Damn, she blackface to whiteface.
Damn. She's made it out by Disney.
Hello, it's a car here.
She blackface in this day and age? That's crazy.
How may I help you? 14 on gas. You have a lot of stickers. Sushi dishes.
Why?
Wait.
Guess I'm ringing him up. Fuck, mate. Have you ever lost someone you've been so close to all your life? My wife, she gave it to me with brain cancer. There wasn't a moment where it turned. It just kept taking pieces of her until there was nothing left to hold on to.
Wait.
I miss my darling Nancy. Ill. You miss Nancy?
Madison Glade.
Rimple Urkel. What the fuck is that name? Look, mate, I'm tired. I don't care anymore. Shoot me if you think I'm one of them. What the? Got nothing to live for anyway. I mean, I might give you grant this man his wish.
This person is dead. This is not a human.
Okay, motherfucker. I'm trying to scan this guy. Look, mate, I'm tired. I don't care anymore. I don't know if this guy's real or not. He keeps telling me to shoot him.
Wait.
I mean, should I just give him his dying wish and shoot him?
Wait.
Up to you, bro.
Wait.
It's real for me.
You know what? I feel that pain, bro.
Bro.
What? You said do it. Don't fucking tell me to do something and tell me no.
This person outside
I
here
didn't
with
say you. I just said bro.
What? We all want to die. We're gonna help him out.
We need someone to shoot the woman in the car.
Okay.
I'm coming. Bitch.
You keep killing me innocent people enough.
He told me to kill him. What do you mean?
We're talking about the other day.
I'm talking about Rimple Urkel. He said kill him. So I said, all right, buddy, I'll give you your dying wish, and I killed him.
Bet.
Shut up. Don't judge me. I did what he asked. Man wanted to die. I gave him what he wanted. He lost his wife, Nancy. I would have done the same thing. Except I wouldn't have married a woman named Nancy.
Hey, long shift today for me. Being pest control.
All right, who opened the fucking bathroom?
Hard to remember.
No one. I don't.
Honestly.
Somebody put the boards off the bathroom.
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
Whoever didn't know die.
I shared this morning though. My wife's been wishing a while ago.
Wait. Is that the same guy?
That's the same guy that earlier told me to kill him.
Yeah. Hello, my beard. No, he's actually so. Okay, the only thing that does not match is the beard, but his story says that his wife made him shave.
Ask him about his wife, because if he says his wife died, then he's lying.
March 15, 1994. Aside from that, everything matches.
Watch me have killed the real guy, and that's the doppelganger.
Mercy friend, teacher, and she's alive.
What's her name?
Mercy. M-A-C-C-Y.
Oh, I'm good for that.
Yeah. Wait,
Wait, your name is Mackie?
M-A-C-C-Y or N-A-N-C-Y?
M-A-C-Y.
Macy.
Macy's alive.
Macy, yo.
Oh,
She's alive.
okay.
Oh, by the way, I have a
Old lady.
surprise about the gun area later on.
She looks like Ray Charles. That's funny.
Wait. Okay, I'm leaving you watch to this one.
Okay.
Yes, you harass the
lady.
old lady. Sup, bitch? I love her. I don't care if she's a doppelganger. I'm letting her go.
Retired librarian causes often. Yeah, that's real. Of course I do. You slag. Only one
That's
like a
great.
gang. Where
Jesus.
her in the bond.
It's obviously dumbass. Look, she knows.
Is it
She reads me like a book. That's exactly how I talk
Ask
to
about
you
my
guys.
glasses. I just stole him. You like them? Just kidding. I don't care. Hey, bro, with my fashion go. 2 minutes. Leave the walkway and still got written. Don't underestimate him. Yeah, she passed. She passed.
She passed my test. Whether she's
Yeah,
real or not,
she
I don't
deserved
know.
it.
But she
I
definitely
mean,
passed my
has
test.
a big question. Has
Get mop.
anyone seen this Tuesday Emotion?
Get my bitch.
Scorpion?
No, I forgot we
Oh,
have the
sorry.
emotion thing, to be honest.
Whoopsie. I'm gonna try
It's
to
fine,
trash
it's
out.
fine. Wait, about 8? Oh, wait.
Oh, we can go back.
The American way.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, shit. Hi, how is it going?
I'm sorry.
Hi, man. Corey Bishop. Frequently asking questions. Yeah, I've been practicing tips for my work. Okay, you don't ask
Okay,
me
20 bucks for free.
Often carry a saddle. Notebook, recorders,
crown.
beer, stains, boring stuff. Okay, that's legit. Intern.
Bro, did you
Yeah,
shit
take
in
me
my
out.
bathroom? No, you couldn't. Okay, just checking. I don't trust people.
I mean, shit.
What does it say? We will shoot you if you shit. Accurate. Accuracy 100.
I think this is a person. He's
Don't you clip that?
Yeah.
We will shoot you if you shit. Diabolical.
This is
Oh, that's funny.
I do hope the old lady is actually doppelganger.
That guy looks like a doppelganger. More pretty than me.
Oh, I think that want to use
Fucking cholo over here.
What the fuck?
Just
What the
fucking
fuck was
watches
that?
people. Me shooting a
She's
brat.
trying to go to the bathroom. Is our universe real? Okay, I wandered through the labyrinth of certainty strips. What the fuck?
You are not allowed to use my bathroom. Get out. Keep walking into the wall. I know what you're gonna do in there. You ain't doing it.
Bro. Is it
Ma'am, I need you to read
He's
the
an
sign.
inmate.
We will shoot you if you shit. I shit you. Pun intended.
Hands.
Oh, fuck.
Let's give it a free mind, you must negotiate with the body. I don't like that this guy is an inmate.
Yeah,
I shit you not.
He's
It's
a normal
crazy.
human. Wait, how did he escape? Did he say that?
I told you
I
that,
know, not
man.
yet.
Movement.
I don't
Let
trust
she
this
be
guy,
destroyed
to be
with
honest.
melee weapons. Can I shoot this bitch? He's trying to go in her bathroom.
Oh,
I have a special surprise for you guys over here.
Two gangers complete transaction.
Yeah, the old lady was
Probably.
Damn it. She was funny, though. It was worth it.
She was funny.
Oh, shotgun, let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
I bought a shotgun for you guys.
Two for the shotgun as well.
Alright, we need to board up these fucking things.
I didn't got the shotgun going.
Should have boarded up 3 minutes. Get out of here, rat. get in the office.
This safe
Boarding it up.
enough.
Get in the office, I'm boarding it up.
I mean,
Close the door first.
Okay, I'm ready.
Close the door.
I have this. I have a lot of
On fire.
a lot of
When I roll up, I roll up. I got a rat to blow up. Dead rat.
Yeah, I'm like Is it okay if I bring things? We have things for the whole thing.
What?
I'm thinking they have things for the whole thing.
I'm ready to shotgun on the bank. Everybody just is. Oh, we missed some blood.
Oh,
I got it.
See what else we need to clean. Everything good in here.
do you really need to put up a board now?
Yes. Yes. Very much so.
But, oh wait. Yes.
Stop touching my shit.
So hello, people.
Alright. We got an SMG.
America. Flamethrower.
America. Fuck yeah. Coming in. This is a motherfucker. Yeah. Nice. Man, we gotta get in.
Okay, let's go.
Why do you have a cone in your head?
Why not?
That's not that question.
Nope, we sure don't.
Especially.
There's only 13 nights.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
that's the story.
And on that, we unlock the end.
Surpassed quota. Let's fucking go.
We killed a human. Hell yeah.
Fuck you.
Only one human.
Fuck you.
Okay.
These broadcast plays on
Okay,
TV.
it's better.
Go ahead.
Nanikir did not strike the first time in 6 months. Did we kill him?
No, yeah, maybe. When.
I'm matching up with the reoccurring. Yeah, we probably killed them.
One day.
One day
I'm
remains until
killing.
Slayer's next
Yeah.
episode.
Okay. Human, double.
Doppelganger, doppelganger, doppelganger. Okay, Harold.
Yeah, Steve, we
was-
got a lot
okay.
more doppelgangers. Harold and
Oh,
Corey were
yeah.
doppelgangers, and Marjorie was actually a human. I knew there was something good about Marjorie.
Okay, Corey, the other guy was a
Lynch.
doppelganger. What's Langer?
Recent.
Corey and Harold.
Oh, who the fuck? Okay,
You-
who the fuck?
you-
I didn't chuck Corey. Who the fuck chucked Corey? Oh,
That
I
was
killed
me.
Randy. Randy wasn't an actual human. We had to let him go. Okay, yeah.
I mean, he
You
he
let-
was escaping from prison.
I mean,
Yeah, he
he was
escaped
inmate,
from
so
prison. He
yeah.
got what he got.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Ew. We hate fucking Star
Oh,
Wars
the
in
gay
this
flag.
house.
Yeah.
God damn it. I'm the only one that didn't crash.
For everybody or just for me?
No, just for you and
Me as
Slayers.
well.
Oh yeah.
Alright, what's on me? Night night. Friends only. Start that me.
Opening it again. Heal. Okay, here we go.
Gosh.
Okay, invitation play game.
What's going on?
You're not gonna be late.
Yeah, a bit.
Well, while we wait for him, I'm gonna make some.
Okay. Okay, be right back too. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to Dreamwater. and
I'm
go to the
changing
bathroom.
my shirt this time too.
Valentino Marino.
All right, well, give me a minute.
I empty anyway. Yeah, me too. Well, I changed the color of my shirt now.
Yeah, what color it is?
You have your mic on again in game.
It reset. Okay, let me change it. Thanks
Oh,
for
I
that.
have to.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Push
fine.
talk.
I also make sure you change the color of your shirt so it don't walk out.
Yeah, but what colors is yours? That's what I'm saying.
Black.
Black. Okay. So later's gonna be probably purple, so I'm gonna put it on red.
We don't got to do black.
There you go.
Oh, and it. Just wait. Damn it, I really wanna be super bad at Golf game. Jesus.
By the way, you're not streaming?
Nah,
I noticed. Okay.
as I'm going to do some more later today.
Alright, don't worry about it.
Then I don't know. I want to see if we can get people to do like public talk or something like that.
Okay.
Assume have you played Public Party before?
Nope. I haven't tried
It's
it.
basically Mario Party, but more rich.
Okay.
And I have a feeling I will be talked.
What?
Slayer is not.
Play it.
Slayer is not a fan of me.
What'd I do?
Tomorrow I'm thinking to see if I can get people Public Party.
Okay, we are at
Okay.
the same night, right? Or is
What's
this
it got to do with me?
night?
No, it's different.
Might not need to join
Okay,
as
okay,
well.
we still have our stuff. Okay, good.
Rated
Anomaly
this?
lens.
Rated
This is
this
anomaly
thing?
lens. Use it to inspect customer. If the screen reveals any anomaly or differences from reality, the customer is a doppelganger. If you are recommended to briefly scan every customer with the anomaly lens. Okay. That's gonna make shit quicker then.
Do you want a mini weapon? Wash?
Like I need to be
Give me a
asked.
second. Whoa.
Do you want this weapon? Here,
Nah, you can have it, Lucille, don't worry.
There you go. Nah, I'll drop it for you. It's
Okay.
all for you.
You can keep
The face
Lucille
mask,
if you
man.
want to.
Make sure you close this fucking shitting area, okay? Very important for you to order that shit up. Oh yeah, shit, I need to read this. Oh yeah, wow, I love this. It's like a few jump scare.
What am I reading?
Here. This one. Little guy. Little guy.
You can have a
guys,
meeting me on your head now.
I think we missed blood from last night.
Why? It should. Oh, we don't know. Music is spotted
Official
around
link from
the
net.
entity.
The Jack in the Box music box has recently been spotted near the entity. If you see it, rewind the music box immediately. Do not allow the song to finish 3 times. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hi, Miss. What's up? How are you, buddy?
I was like, hello to whoever said that.
Hello, hello, hello.
She's on that. She's a creature.
Oh.
Not even explaining. That's
Anomaly lens
Yeah.
showed some creepy shit.
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say.
if the anomaly lens signs something, because it's
Hey, she's like
hey, that's the officer.
She's fine.
Oh.
Wait. Did he say he's
She's also fine.
He's
fine.
fine. There for the first night.
Yeah, he's from the city. Yeah, let me check.
Is he introducing himself weirdly? I have a feeling.
Yeah, don't worry. Pleasure dog is.
Listen to me. No, he doesn't talk.
Yes, he does, because I literally copied his
does.
voice. He talks like a southern. And also, the anomaly lens said there's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with him.
got him.
I'm gonna get to that fucking bag.
We're not
I'm
killing the
there,
sheriff,
bud.
dipshit. Nice try, though.
My head, man, my closest first time meeting. He saw us, but I probably stuck it the first time because we had to restart the match, so probably that just ended at 24 hours. Shit, god damn. Yeah, it's fine. There is nothing anomaly on him.
Okay. I have something eating that.
Yeah, just
Yes.
There you go.
He knows. I know. I mean, you can try to kill him. Chase him.
Trying, dude. Fast as fuck, boy. Got him. He blew up.
Okay.
Oh, he's
Fuck that
he's
gnome.
the victory guy.
I'm
You
gonna
can-
clean this shit up.
Yeah, I think
Said
that's
a 21-hour shift. He's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
He checks out. He's not an anomaly. Or no anomaly on him.
Understandable, man. You deserve that hog on the bed, man.
Yeah, it's the same if I even one of wait.
And the private eye. He's safe.
Yeah.
Answer the
Yeah.
phone.
If you want to mention that we killed them.
President Shine Knucklehead is the boss for your therapist Night. Because apparently the story is now allergic to peaceful, normal nights.
Oh my god.
Fucking roaches! I can pick up the. You need to pick up the map. Yeah, you know.
Pick up the
I know what to pick up. Jesus Christ, only two people tell me. Nice bastard.
Objective complete. Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah, we have 206 already. $200 already.
Yeah.
That's
We
bosses
got a
like
really
that,
good
bro.
bonus on this shit.
I'm playing extra landmark by the way.
Okay. Shit, bro.
Open the door! Open the door! I've done it before. I've done fucking 24 hours. Open the door!
Check this weapon out.
Hang on, I put up a sign.
Oh shit. Hello my friend, you look
I'll deal
tired.
with the guy in the car. Oh, this chick.
Dimitri Volkov. Florist. When I work with flowers in my
Camera gear.
Okay. Large birthmark on his
PL98.
white face. That
PL98.
actually fit. Yeah. It's
Spine.
was it fit?
4.
Yeah.
Extremely dirty. Yeah, it
What are we doing
fits.
here?
Amelia Wheeler, because that's company.
There you go.
Gretchen Darling.
Don't steal. You fucking
Hey, can you guys check for Greta Darling?
Dominic?
Greta Darling, yeah.
Dominic.
Beyond 98.
She's alive. Greta Darling is alive.
Okay.
Orange here. Photo.
1978 yellow SUV, extremely
Yeah, it
dirty,
fits
details updated weekly. Clean that bitch.
Camera
Is it
gear.
extremely
coming
dirty
from
on the
Hawaii.
inside?
Okay, it checks.
Oh, here you go.
Wedding
Request the
by-
pleasure of the company of Greta Darling to celebrate their wedding on Monday, 3rd December 1984. Ceremony commences
Yeah,
1
the
p.m.
camera gear comes from the wedding. It checks with the wedding invitation, and the description fits.
Yeah, but what year is it?
It's 1933. No, it's in 1993. December 9th.
Okay, but that
Yeah.
says 1984 does not check out. Jesus, doppelganger.
Wait, Eric, it expires on 94.
Monday the 3rd, December 1984. What's today?
1994. So it's
No, it's
expired.
not. It's
It doesn't-
1993.
It's 1993, so it hasn't expired yet.
But the wedding was in 1984. You're not getting two and two together here.
Oh, that's
Sure.
right. Okay,
He's a
okay,
doppelganger. Shoot that hoe. We're not
the hoe.
talking. Like, literally go in the vans or the cars and read whatever font. That's how I knew the one guy was go in and actually look and like the pictures inside the van, it'll give you clues going for a doppelganger.
You gave me numbers confuse me.
Number. Hey, look, it's not
Vanessa,
Let's
NET,
just face the facts. You're just an idiot.
true. Task Force, yeah. Everything.
Like, I know you gaslight me to believe this bitch is not a fucking doppelganger. Fucking stupid. What the fuck?
What the fuck was that?
It's the killer. It's the killer. Yeah,
Oh, no.
we're fucked up. That's what it means. We're gonna die in a week.
Oh my god, that man is fat as fuck. The world will end if we don't sleep together right now. Bro, I'm a man. I'm not gonna shoot you just for that comment.
What did he say?
He said the world will end if we don't have sex right now.
Bro, look at his ID. Look at the sign.
Gilbert Hickman, fucking 2 balls.
Yes,
Dick.
me got a stable job. And a
Hold on, I need to check him.
Overweight.
He's actually normal. That's crazy.
He's actually normal. He's just
He's actually fucking normal. He's just a fucking pervert. He's a normal fat pervert. Like, it's like every Japanese anime I watch.
He's covered in oil. He's Diddy. He's white
Oh
Diddy.
my god, he's white Diddy. Nah, he looks more like a Vincent to me. You like my sign now?
Oh, what?
Like the sign that I put up?
2 doppelgangers?
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh, don't tell me Diddy is the doppelganger.
I swear to god if Diddy's a doppelganger, I'm so mad.
If that's so, I know what you should.
Yep, get them guns, baby! I'm taking a flamethrower.
I'm not picking up.
Yeah, he's gotta return, you weirdo. Ah, that board's that door up to go that way.
Oh,
What?
Good, keep them out. Grab everything, close the doors, and then hide in here. Remember, we can't open this shit. We need to run.
shut up!
Come back, hand, motherfucker!
I got that unused weapon.
Brick it up. Why is the gate opening again?
I wanna fucking shoot you.
I didn't do it this time!
He does the thing.
Near the back, near the back! Here!
Okay.
I totally didn't ow! I totally just didn't throw a brick at someone's head.
Bro, you're okay. Why are you Darth Vader again?
Because I'm using my machine because I almost died earlier. The fuck you mean?
Damn.
I fucking crossed hard. I almost fucking blacked out.
You're fucking black? Damn. Sorry for you.
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna die and it's not gonna be funny anymore. Just saying. It's coming. I can feel it. Yeah, it's gonna be 6 more months with me and I'm gone. Can't wait. This time I gotta look at your ugly ass no more. It's okay. I'll be hunting you from hell.
I mean, that's what I expect you to do.
Damn right.
You're being
Friendship that spans fucking universes. Be
Okay, I
hunting
think
you
we're
and
clean now.
causing
We
you
can.
fame.
Okay.
I just going to actually feel the.
I might wanna do that shit too.
Huh?
Yeah.
What'd I do?
Well, shotgun.
Finn, where are you? Ah! Oh, you bitch! Pick me up!
What happened?
I'm bleeding! Alina! Stop killing me, you asshole! Ow! Bro! I didn't fucking flamethrower.
Leave me
You
alone.
don't touch me. No, you're the one with yourself. Go fuck yourself. I don't care.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, it was.
There was something on top of the bus, though.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot it! Kill it!
No, he moved away. He started running. Brother.
Stop, you bitch! I'm shooting the bus!
You shoot me, bitch!
I was
Shut
about
the
to
bus! You were
join
just
the-
collateral damage.
I was about to join that shit.
I shot the bus, you bitch. Get over
Holy shit.
Damn right we did. No human skill. I'm sorry, Daryl.
Hey. Wow, $41. God damn. I just...
20 bucks on the board. Hell yeah.
Yeah, for killing roaches.
Yeah. I was
Pay the bill.
Wait a minute, we have extra money in this shit.
You lose for the bucks, but you sworn condition improved.
Grab the left in your mailbox, Reed. Come see me tomorrow.
Come see me tomorrow. Potato won't get better unless we take it stream.
Oh god.
It's, oh shit.
But it's it. Clyde was a doppelganger. I knew it.
Dimitri was a doppelganger. Oh yeah, this is Clyde's real character, but he acts like he. Oh, I thought it was because we restarted the game. I think it was really just a very bad.
Yeah.
You're dumb.
Wait, his birthday is different to the one shown in his.
Yeah, it was just a really bad coincidence.
It looked the same to me.
Yeah, Diddy is not a doppelganger. We're happy about this, anyways.
Yeah.
Diddy lives to Diddy another day.
He will be
Diddy lives to Diddy again.
I mean, he did look very, very ugly though.
Look, he reminded me of me when I was a young lad. Couldn't say much.
Oiled up and wet in a
bastard, find an ugly.
Oiled up and ready to fuck. Making pieces uncomfortable. Second at a time.
Wait, we missed a pen?
Okay, criminal on the run. The sheriff office is offering $20 for the thrill of a repeat offending pervert still alive. Okay, is this dude over here?
He's still, Deal is back. What the fuck is he? Okay, we need to look out for someone that looks like that.
Yeah. Sergeant, blood moon tonight. There is another blood moon, blah blah blah, yeah. You're aware.
Money!
Bunny ears! Hell is you there?
Oh, money!
He looks normal to me, but I don't know.
Wait. Diamond eye. Game complex. Game baby. Hey, wait, sure. Is that not short, my man?
Well done.
Shorts, I heard George.
He wears shorts. Oh, baby girl. I'll let you go even if you are a doppelganger. Let me see that back. Why is there a man in a Speedo?
Wait,
What? Squeeze you?
hey, my idiot
Hey,
boyfriend-
daddy, how you doing? Let me see that bulge. Ooh, ready to T for teen up in here. This must be Fortnite.
I'm thinking stealing. I have a feeling.
Check
my-
your wrist.
You let him go. Then I'm fucking shit. You're in line. Running around naked like Uncle Larry. I've had too much of that bullshit for 1 year. Fucking Uncle Larry. We don't play that shit here. You keep Uncle Larry out of here.
Don't take plastic balls.
This shit stop beeping at me.
Yeah,
There's a vision warning from NET. As you may have noticed from the rain, a blue moon will occur tonight. For those unaware, blood moon signifies that an entity attack is guaranteed tonight. Reminder, completing transactions with doppelgangers will trigger even stronger results. Oh,
Wait, my idiot boyfriend. Did you check?
what about boyfriend?
With the even.
I'll check that guy out. Upper board. Registration 1998, 1992 green SUV. Details updated weekly.
La 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 la.
2, Forms 19, 1040, skip the C, profit and loss, business track, missing W2, follow up with employer, 1899, performance income not reported, check filing status, married, filing subject. I don't know, man. It seems kind of sketchy. Hey, we can check the engine.
La la la. La 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 la.
Doesn't follow work for guys for your diet.
La la.
Wait,
1993.
Yeah,
La la la.
It's 1993.
yeah, the last.
Too many doppelgangers get past us. The doppelgangers, doppelgangers, so they can eat it.
Yeah. And they gave us the money.
You should have named your dog dog meat, bro. Kill that roach.
Wait, so why can't I open the door? Excuse me? Slayer, I think you made some couple of people stuff back there.
Who, where?
Bring a gun.
Ah, I got nothing better.
We all good.
Oh, hi. Okay, I'm gonna go get a gun. There's skinwalkers outside. Crazy. Give me a shotty, please. Where's my gun? Someone got the gun. Give me a gun.
Oh here you go.
How much gun?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go shoot people. Bye. I swear to God, if I die, I'm gonna scream. Oh my, if they ran. What the fuck? That would be pretty bad. How do you like your name?
I'm buying more produce. Oh my God.
I want coffee. Wait, why does this guy look familiar? No, he doesn't. Okay, why? Was he?
Yep.
It looked like.
Same design. The only difference is that he had the beanie on.
You get that. Somebody came to take a shit.
You sure this wasn't the killer? You look more like that guy.
Oh yeah, by the way, I got this.
This is my bathroom.
Bro.
The signs are there, sir. The signs are there for a reason. I don't know where the music came from, but I'm enjoying it.
Red eye tattoo on her left hand.
Okay.
Okay, right here, left hand. Heterochromia. Does her eyes are different or something? Oh yeah, blue and red. Okay.
Heterochromia. Yeah, it's actually on the left side this time.
Yeah.
Did you pay, bitch?
Okay, cool.
I don't think you paid. Alright. Check it. I think once we finish the story mode, I'm gonna get to
Okay, okay. I know your sign. Oh, I don't want to.
I'll go. I got it.
I gotta meet my queen.
There's a queen?
Yeah.
You're gonna die, right? Explore the forest. Something there. Cemetery. Something moving, be careful.
Oh my God.
Lava.
Kill it! Do it!
Oh yeah, and now you're gonna find the
We need more lava. Careful, it does damage. It does 6 damage if you pick up the lava thingy.
over here. You have lava.
I'll pick it up.
No, it has an arrow
Only
with
if
you.
you want to bucket can do it.
Okay. There is no pocket in here though.
I think they have it in inventory.
Oh yeah, I have it in inventory, true. Yeah, very good.
Can I run now?
Do we have to kill Satan now?
Yeah, with number of things. Oh, the fuck, dude.
We need another lava thingy.
Over here.
What is over here? that you
You
need?
gotta set
Why is it linked up like that? Why are you keep being on your way?
This is what he does. We got company.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. I guess you can't say
We
it.
just
We are now belonging to the Skinwalker.
Woo! Skinwalker gang, rise up!
Just the guy who kid.
Oh my god, it's Morticia Adams.
Oh my god.
Vivian Marrow.
It's my goth queen.
Interest. Yes,
Why are you
so
by
in-
my bathroom, bitch? Do you want to die? Do you want to die?
Don't fucking.
Sari, thank you
What?
so much for the
Do,
raid.
do you read? Did you read? It says we will
did-
shoot you if you shit. We shit you not.
The stream was nice. What are you playing? We are here just surviving the night as
I'm gonna kill
in a
this
truck
dude.
in the middle of the gas station
Oh, wait.
out of nowhere. How are you? How are you?
That's my queen. Look at that. Look at that beautiful. Look at that
Thinking about how you
beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Love her.
Alright, where's black?
Love it. Goth queen, mom, mommy. What? You killed my queen. Sir. Everyone dies.
How you finish?
Wait.
He killed my
You are
queen.
right.
I will hurt him.
Brother, hey, she gave me a
I don't
stream.
care. I love her.
How the fuck did you
Because I got her.
Okay, sorry, if you need to do a raid and run, you're free to do it. So I just shit my pants. I will be in a few minutes.
Get it harder. How dare you kill my queen?
Yeah, apparently your queen is dead.
You killed
Yeah.
her.
For those who don't know me, I'm Bashi Tom, I'm a writer VTuber. Right now I'm shitting my pants in this fucking game because I'm so stressed out. Sorry for not doing that. For
He killed my queen. I'm Slayer. Hi. You stinky brother.
He's there.
Killed my queen. That was fucking engine. Get in here. We're running out of time here. Hurry the fuck up.
For last okay, before the rest of the night. Love you so much. I
Stinky
actually
queen
ate,
killer.
oh shit. I know we should design more than
I'm gonna hammer
So
that.
have a good
Well,
day.
we got her aboard. We need it.
Trying to keep.
Oh, I can see you stream soon.
Didn't work for it.
Look, it's a dog.
Oh shit!
Music box, music box, music box.
He's here.
Blew up on the way out. Dumb bitch.
Oh, what about the shield?
Everything.
Okay. Chief is down, clean up. Okay. Let's pick up everything and let's go home.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm bored of. I'm stupid.
I have a funny idea.
What's your idea? I don't like that laugh. What'd you do?
No, you'll see.
What did you do? You're
You'll
afraid
see.
now?
You'll see tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Can you put a trap on the
tomorrow.
bus station or something?
I love you tomorrow. No. Like I said, you'll see tomorrow.
Oh, me so honey, me love you long time.
I can't wait. I can't wait for this shit.
I just had a devious little plan.
When you say little, I don't trust it anymore. Oh, we hit a human.
It's got nothing to do with you two. It's got everything to do with customers in my bathroom.
Oh,
He put the
put a fucking trap on the
He
toilet.
put the fucking explosive mine there.
No. Although that is a good idea.
The vet treats you with some reluctant pain. Unfortunately, the disease is adapting to the medicine. At this point,
No.
medication will need surgery. 30 costs 250 p-pods then adds.
I mean, I think we
And to
can
be
get
blunt,
there.
it needs to happen within the 3 days. We need to get to 250.
I think we can.
I'm
do
at
that,
186.
Yeah, we're on 186. Okay. Oh, the driver was a human.
Doppelganger.
And we killed Brayma. I told you it was a doppelganger. I told you your wife was a doppelganger.
You have
I don't give a fuck. I still married
And
her.
she almost made me shit myself.
Good. Fuck her. Fuck her harder.
He's still mad about you shooting him.
Yes, you fucking killed my wife. I'm tearing you. I don't care if she was a
I'll fucking do it
doppelganger.
again.
I still loved her.
He does not love you. You're a toy to her.
Good. That's what I always wanted to be. Nothing but a toy.
That's a toy, bro.
Alright, so I am
want
creating what you would like to call a roach motel. Shitters go in. They won't come out.
And
Oh, Lord.
As soon as someone goes in that bathroom, I want to be informed. If I'm boarding up the door when they go in there, they're getting stuck inside. You shit in my bathroom? You stay in my bathroom until shift's over. I'll bring them food and water eventually.
Yeah,
On pink ones though. Okay, notice board. Midnight Town Library closed. Okay. Thanks to the police found it directed by DCC. The Midnight Blood Town has permanently shut its doors last night. Okay.
So die there. We need to check out that.
Remember, if anyone comes in this bathroom, they're fucked. That's fact. Just to make sure everything's done.
I heard an explosion. What was that?
That was me. Boarding up the bathroom. Okay, outside. So they go inside, they can't come back out.
You guys gonna need to meet in mail.
Fuck that mail! Troublemakers. There's been rising activity in troublemakers in the area. There are humans that will come in and find any way to annoy other customers. Unfortunately, since they are humans, you may only deal non-lethal damage to them, for example, throwing toilet paper at them. Troublemakers negatively affect store rating. They are signified with this icon over their head. Okay, so if you see a troublemaker, throw shit at his head.
Yeah.
Does that mean I can throw a brick at him, or does that kill him?
Yeah. No, I think
Damn
this
it.
is a human, yeah. Yeah, this is...
Oh, I guess I
Wait,
don't toilet
man.
paper available.
Wait, is his wife alive? He says something about his wife.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's alive.
Oh, look, my first victim. Aw, never mind.
Look, I like how he said, oh, look,
Oh,
look,
my
look.
first victim! Get with toilet paper, bitch. Get out of my bathroom. Get out. You're bleeding all over my floor. Come back, Norway. I was right. What's the first victim?
That is not a minivan. Left headlight is dimmer than right. Details updated replay. Well, left headlight is completely bright, while right one is out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the base.
I don't know what doing. Hold on. Be right back. Don't do it. I want to do it. Fight you. Fuck! I gotta go to the dumpster. Leave him there. I'll be back. He ain't going far anyway.
Yeah, I'm searching for a roach that I missed. Okay. Oh shit! Just scared the fuck out of me.
I love that.
Kill him.
Don't you dare! He's mine! Anybody enter my bathroom yet? Did anybody enter my bathroom yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah, there's someone in my bathroom! There's someone in my bathroom! Fuck you, bye! You can get at the bathroom! You can get at the bathroom! That's what you get for shitting! That's what you get for shitting! Fuck you! Oh, hello.
Yeah, she said she was on the
Where you going, buddy? Where you going, buddy?
What is this? Yeah, I
Fuck
don't
is
think
what?
that's a human.
Who? The guy in there? I don't know. Someone's making a weird noise, and I think it's the guy in that bathroom. No, that's a monster.
Yeah, there's
sound.
something in the bathroom.
That's the monster. I'm killing him. He's a doppelganger. Good thing I trapped
Someone's
him.
stealing,
See, I had a good
someone's
idea.
stealing.
Yeah, I got you back down.
You a doppelganger, my guy? Oh, there's a dead guy in the bathroom, dude.
Oh,
Come in the bathroom real quick. Mind you, both sides were locked. One side was locked. One side was not.
both are locked, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, not anymore. Yeah, that side's locked. There's literally a dead person in the bathroom. Oh, the jaw killing guy killed him. A guy in my bathroom? You let a guy in my bathroom? Fuck. Anybody enter the bathroom dead? Shit.
Oh, there's
I told you there was a dead body in the bathroom.
You guys defense up. Meanwhile, I'm prepared to tell for
Putting traps.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
There we go.
There we go.
Throwing mine.
C4? Oh, I got C4. Hell yeah.
Careful with explosive right here.
Yeah, I know. I'll put that bit.
I'm gonna kill that motherfucking rat. Thank you.
What the fuck? What's the explosive?
Me.
Oh boy. Slayer, you don't have a filter with that. Shit.
Oh, that
You
guy's
decided to
just-
open it when I was.
Am I alive? Did I just get laid? Is that what sex feels like?
Bro. Fire everywhere, bro.
Hurrah, I couldn't see shit. He burnt the fuck out of everybody.
Oh my god, look at that.
Survived another night, boys.
Just
Because the trash gonna be faster than this shit.
Just another night at the gas station. Tales from the gas station, volume 2.
I mean, how was he?
When's Rocco and his boy Brood gonna show up?
I do hope they mod this game so you know. It'll be fun.
So how
sure
the fuck?
someone already
Oh,
knows.
he has no jaw. He's from the dentist.
Oh wait, he had came to the dentist? Oh no.
Just delete it.
He's the rest, you can't really kill him sadly.
Well, fuck me.
He's just here for a reminder that we are failures.
I'm not
Talk about yourself, bro.
Like twice. Yeah, I back 3 times. I'm doing pretty
Okay,
good
let's
for
fucking
myself.
go now.
And I trapped the motherfucker in the bathroom.
What
My
the
God.
fuck?
Flash, 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 flash. Snitches get stitches. Snitches get stitches, bitches.
Let's go.
Let's go.
2 more nights, hell yeah. I wonder how many humans you killed in the bathroom today.
No humans killed. Thank you.
They don't
Suck my
count
dick.
like humans.
Suck
okay.
my dick. I told you motherfucker was making
Okay,
noises
we're
in the
2-12. I
bathroom.
think on the next night we can get it actually.
Oh yeah, we definitely got
Yeah.
this on the next game today.
Human. Oh, he
Oh,
was
Wade was a
Doppelganger,
doppelganger.
doppelganger.
Mia
Oh,
was a
Mia
doppelganger. Elena was not. Everyone else
Oh,
was a
the
doppelganger.
doppelganger, her tattoo pattern is different on the photo. Okay. And wait, anomaly lens. Bro, would you didn't run him with the price side? No, with the anomaly lens?
I forgot about that one.
It doesn't always work, sadly. Some of
No,
them got
that
best
not always
people
works, but at least it's like a.
Yeah, I gotta
You
remind
have to
you
do
that one is stickers.
One more night, my
that's
dog
something
gets
you
to
always have
live.
to
Let's go. Just get stitches, bitches. Resident missing or for a 3rd week, family in distress. In other news, Midnight Town's county fair was a success, drawing a strong turnout and positive community feedback. So if anyone comes to the county fair, then they're probably okay. But there's a guy missing. Old looking dude. I don't know what color shirt, but old looking dude, bald, dish. I get to work on the rice fields, motherfucker. In the rice fields, motherfucker. No more
There's a
hats to
man
unlock,
also.
Sag.
You
unlock all the hats.
Surgery, can you call the sheriff tonight? Convince him to visit the store tomorrow. Potato will love. We can have enough money, bro.
Yeah, we don't need it. Hey, but they look at you working hard. Love that energy.
Daniel Flores, Danny boy. Someone stole. Get him.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Oh,
Shoot him.
kill him.
No.
Well, he looks like the guy. Do you want Slayer to live? You cannot afford surgery, can you? Call the sheriff tonight.
Blind
Convince him to
on
visit
left
the store
eye.
tomorrow. Slayer will
He
live
has
a long
both
life.
eyes open.
Lol. Get wrecked, bitch. I told you! I told you there was weird shit in this place! I saw a cow earlier. He said you did. No one will believe you. That is a fucking bear. Oh, that bear! I better not be going to my bathroom. You are not blowing up my bathroom, bear. The fuck is wrong with you?
That bear is gonna live a huge amount of.
There's no fucking. What is this? Hold up. Does he actually have an ID? It's a fucking
Mr.
leaf, bro.
Herbert.
Talk to him. Talk to him. You can talk to him, Slayer.
There's no Herbert though.
Oh dear, is something on it? No, why is he a Kodiak bear? I'm so confused. Oh dear, I knew I'd forgotten something. What the fuck, Liz? Why do you ask? I have arms, legs, and hands, same as you. Movements. I suppose I have
quite tall for a human. Bad guy. Forest.
Kill.
Okay, you don't die. You have too much health, bro. Damn, when Yogi Bear got here. I don't fucking know, man.
Oh, we got all the hats, yeah.
Yeah, all the hats. No more hats for us.
Right, oh my god, look at this man.
that's
This
fire.
is your class layer.
Hey there, boss. Playing smoothly, okay.
How may I help? 15 on the gas.
What the fuck? Oh, this guy stole.
Yeah.
What's your license plate, Brad?
Oh, shit.
Lame. Set me back $70.
Guys, we have a body on the fucking garage. He was on the truck.
Of course it is. Registration 1994, 1993 black modified police Hummer. Flame decals on both sides. Details updated weekly. Decals. The Midnight News, 8 victims of the calendar killer found dead after an extensive search. Bodies of the 8th individuals reported missing in October in connection with the calendar killer have been discovered beneath West Bridge. Authorities continue to search for those who disappeared in November. Why are there footprints on it? That's what my question is.
Yeah. He said
I feel like-
a couple of days ago. Like, I went to...
What's today?
December 12th, 1993.
It is. Doesn't say, does it?
I'm not this guy.
I think he's a doppelganger. Check this
Yeah,
out.
just in the back when I gave.
He's either a doppelganger or he's a murderer. One or the other.
Wait, what is his name? We need to
I don't know.
his name.
She used to. Wait, soccer balls. Yeah, champ just headed back to the game. Jeff hit a hat trick and we still nearly lost the game. Disgraceful performance from the rest of the long play. Bikes. I bike with my misses on weekends. Oh, that was from a couple days ago, I think. I was just using it to wipe my shoes. I don't know, man.
Said his name with this one. No.
Just coming back from the game. I don't know how to look. I don't know how to check his name. I don't know how to name.
Same here, call detail. Yeah. He could afford to use some out.
That's not a police vehicle, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Unless they fucking do it now.
That's a Jeep, bro. That's not a police car. Hey, you never seen a police car or Jeep? How do you know? How do you find out the name? Was the registration? Yeah, it doesn't give you the name. It says 1994 expiration, 1993 black modified police Hummer.
I mean,
Is that a Hummer?
I haven't seen any.
That looks like Jeep.
That's what I'm saying. I can't tell if it's a Hummer or a Jeep. I don't know. Should we just kill him just to be safe?
Up to you, I would say.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna fill this tank. CC. I'm wrong. I blame somebody else. That's me. Get out of here, loser. If I find out later you fucking murdered somebody, I'm gonna kill you.
Holy shit, you.
You locked me out.
Oh shit.
Okay, watch out. They shoot real people, though. Can I quit ogling you? I just came from a date with my husband. Bitch, you look like you're missing an eyeball.
You can just shoot me. I'm stuck in this.
This chick's missing an eyeball. Someone's right.
Wait, what?
Back to the rice fields we go. Oh, I guess that's what it looks like. Hold on, I'm gonna check the camera.
Can someone remove this thing away? Fucking up my game. Tiffany fruits. One.
Pick what up?
Tiffany in front of the
This? Oh. Why did you fucking
yeah,
move
just
it?
making my game.
I can't pick it up. It's fucking impossible for me to. You broke it.
Who the
Yes.
fuck? Why
Why
everybody's
would you
here
put it
out
there,
today?
Remember, there was a fair. It's gonna be more lively.
Oh yeah, I didn't read that. How much text?
I can move a bit and then I get stuck.
But she broke whatever you did. You broke it.
Yeah,
I think she's clean. She looks fine.
She looks fine. She's having everything correct.
Just because I'm beautiful doesn't mean I'm not clever. Bitch, fuck you mean.
Guys,
Let the door, so I'm supposed to piss better than us anyway. Oh, under left eye.
what's he on the back part?
Alright, she checks out.
I hate them. There's a dog coming in.
Did you say a dog?
I cannot pick up stuff anymore.
How? How is a dog buying for the dog's doppelgangers, right?
Yeah, I can't. Maybe we need to reset this thing. I can't walk without taking
Rough. He's saying rough though. Do I believe it's a real dog? I don't know. I'm confused. He looks like a real dog to me. I don't want to kill a dog.
Oh, the sign is wrong.
Tofu service dog. Oh, makes sense. Rough. Wait, Silverline service dogs. Alright. Currently serving Charles Wigglebottom. How do I know
Wigglebottom.
Wigglebottom? Yeah, dog. Rough. I want to trust the dog, man. We're gonna have to finish the night before we do that. I'm letting the dog go. It's a dog. I'm not gonna shoot a dog. I'm not that evil.
What's the dog doing?
Yeah, exactly. What's the dog do?
I'm not gonna do anything this night.
Are you streaming?
No, he's not streaming.
Oh, well, I don't care. You'll be fine. You're streaming at me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Also, where the fuck were you all day? Don't say hi to nobody. Don't message nobody. Don't tell me you're on DVD, bitch.
I'll be
Bug. I want to hear from you
I just
anyway.
gotta stand still. I can't deal with. I can't deal with game.
He had an extremely loud neck that didn't do
Okay. Just checking. Good on you.
Oh boy.
Alright, once we finish this night, hopefully it'll fix itself and not restart.
Yeah.
We're like almost done with the night, so it's kind of fun. It's like,
Yeah, fun fact, it started. I just was.
Well, next time, don't put
yesterday
random
on,
signs
like,
down on the ground.
I'm high as fuck right now.
High as fuck.
This dude is just high as fuck. Often has red eyes, I tell you, I'm a doppelganger. Unemployed, I'm a doppelganger.
He really said I'm a doppelganger.
Yeah, but he said I'm high as fuck, so I cannot call the entity.
Fucking stupid.
I say he's high as fuck.
I think it's a doppelganger.
Is he a doppelganger?
Yes, which is a doppelganger.
What do you say, Chad? Should we kill him? He said he's a doppelganger,
It'd be
though.
more fun though. Actually. It'd be more fun if you did.
There's a guy wearing no pants in the store.
He's got pants on. He's got shorts.
Those short shorts.
Okay, guys, can you restart?
Yeah, he got booty shorts.
I can't do it.
Oh, well, there we go
Look at
again.
it.
2 doppelgangers.
Watch one of them be the dog.
A fucking dog.
I can't shoot a dog, sorry. This is not in me.
By the way, I got.
Humans can die. Animals, I forbid. It's just not in my nature. We got it.
Don't worry, I can take
Motherfucker!
Walk into your...
I didn't even walk into it. Apparently where I placed it was right on where I was on top of it. Makes no fucking sense, bro.
Okay.
Shit.
Where you are? What, guys? There you are.
I'm right
I'm
here.
standing
Let's put the
over.
down here.
I can't be
Exploded it. Dirty babies.
Bro, you had plenty of time to get into the room, bro.
Where plenty of time, my guy.
Exit and move. Exit and point. Yeah, exit and move. Exit and move.
Exit and move. Exit and move.
Fuck is this stuff? I don't know where it is. That must have been where it came from the fuck.
The marionette, okay,
Yeah, kill a marionette. Yeah.
Yeah, clean this shit up and let's go.
We're not walking on the bomb. And I'm walking on trap anyway. I hate it here.
Bro.
Oh, get trash out.
I need a fucking hose. Lights. Oh. There, string lights up.
Where the bus bed is.
She just had to put them to wood. Pretty good.
Oh,
Okay, nothing in here anymore.
do we have? Yeah, we.
Should be everything though. Something on the outside. Yeah, blood.
Yeah, everything done.
The dentist never left. Okay.
No. Alright, I said we're good.
Yeah, should be everything. Okay, let's go.
Money, 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 money. Hey. Did we ever call the sheriff? We did not, did we?
No, we didn't call the sheriff.
We didn't need to. We get enough money.
No humans killed. Let's go.
Let's go.
Perfect.
We need fucking one more day, and we got it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
got it.
And
During today's sheet, you should email a claim that you call the sheriff, you have to visit Dodom.
I
We'll
would say
be
we
covered.
don't. We're gonna have enough money.
You need a meeting of this edition.
We can have enough money
Maybe
though.
so Slayer's
Yeah,
250
I mean, that's like $7. How do
Slayer's
we
barely
make
flinging
something
the
to that?
life. Jesus Christ. Why are you making me feel these emotions, you bastard? All this shit for a dog? Oh, Herbert with a doppelganger. It's a talking bear.
Ooh, dog.
She was a dog, that was right.
Well, we let 3 doppelgangers in?
Yep,
yeah, we
Maya.
went for
Wait,
three.
Maya, she came back from a date with her husband. The newspaper reveals that she's missing.
Motherfucker.
Bro.
Oh, he was the missing guy from earlier. Fuck me.
Oh. And Taylor, he just admitted
It's a talking
His name was
bear.
abnormally long, I told you. He admits you.
Clay's always only
He
wear
admits
one
it.
jacket.
If
yet
allowed
this
to live,
jacket's
he doesn't.
different to
Okay,
the one
Tyler was an
inside
actual
the-
doppelganger, but he will not call the entity.
yeah.
That's
We
crazy.
have 4 doppelgangers.
Told you he was a doppelganger.
Fucked up big time.
Go back to the right field, motherfucker.
Oh, this is the last day, right?
Keep on dinging. Keep on dinging. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
this
the last
is the
night.
last
We gotta
day
get the
for-
last bit of money. Save our doggy.
We need to
Well,
get
for
7
you, it's your
bucks.
swan.
I know.
Does that mean I can kill everything in sight?
Imagine if we
Okay,
Ding,
you know
ding,
he's
ding, ding,
born.
ding, ding, ding.
This looks normal in here. Thank God. I say we gamble for a bit more money and get some money now.
Oh, the Midnight News. 45 years since beloved Mayor Dawson's death. Today marks 45 years since the ultimate timely suicide of the greatly celebrated Mayor Bill Dawson. Remembered for his selflessness and the love he showed throughout his time in
Yeah, I
office.
remember that.
Which means if you
Somebody
see
like
Mayor
me.
Dawson, he's a motherfucking
Yeah,
down. You're not supposed to kill him. Oh,
No, I just shot him in the leg.
dumbass, get out of here.
Customer have begun to leave without paying if they wait too long for service.
Only without paying if they're standing too long. Fuck's sake.
Customers begin to leave without paying if these items are too long. Customers have more patience and storage rating is high. If a doppelganger patient runs empty, it will alert the entity. Okay, well that's
So we have a timer now. Fuck.
look at his photo.
Wow.
It looks like one of his. No, maybe. Never mind. I thought one of his eyes was fucked up.
That's me.
Chick's
With
birthday.
good jeans. Okay, he's the guy.
Should be
yeah.
21st of August or April? Yeah, you're right.
21st April, yeah. Yeah, he's good. She should be good.
Wait, check him with the other thingy. Nope, he's not good. He's dancing. No, literally, look at my stream. That motherfucker was dancing. He's doing a whole ass jig. I'm like, wait, what?
What? I can't believe he actually let me through.
Yeah, I can't believe these idiots fell for it. Starts dancing. Nope, you doppelganging ass bitch. Yeah, we gotta use everything to our knowledge. Within our power to fucking find these fuckers. We can't risk it tonight.
Hey there.
What you doing there, buddy? The dentist never left. Really?
Oh my god, this is your guy, Slayer. This is your guy. Check out what you're gonna ask him for.
Unemployed? Yeah, you wouldn't expect it, but it's hard to find a job without teeth. Sounds like Sid. Strong stench. I know. Been working on my car and so time is sleeping in on it. What is he saying? Complete loser. My brother-in-law looks over the net database. Dude hated me because I don't have a job. Damn, there's so much here. Somehow, Mary, my brother-in-law looks over the database. Dude hates me. He answered the same question twice. Oh God, doesn't help that there is an S in my name. Wait, it's S in your name. I'll leave it as. Born 58, back when I still had teeth. I don't know, man. Well, I feel sorry for this guy. Something that he said just sounded weird.
Who got so many minds?
I don't know. He kind of repeated the same question. I feel like he's a doppelganger. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You choose, bro. I think he's okay.
He's dead.
Okay, he's no longer okay.
Clean him up.
Yeah.
No, because he answered the same question twice about his brother-in-law hating him. Oh my God! Is this a flashback? Flashback! camera guy.
Yeah,
Get
he
outta
was in the
here.
garage.
Dude, the fucking flash mob was crazy. Someone clip that.
What the fuck? I knew it! I called it! I was like, flash mob! Shit!
Yeah. Sure,
Someone shoot the guy with the car.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got you. Dead. You should kill him, didn't you? Oh.
Bro.
I thought you just said shoot the guy in the car. That's literally what I heard.
I shit.
I don't know.
Brother, you're only on a killing spree right now, bro.
Good. Keep
You
that
just
way.
want to kill people for killing people.
That fucking level fucked you up, didn't it?
Yes.
I don't fucking doppelganger shit.
Someone stealing though.
Yeah, I'm there. Så
Have a
someone
bench.
köpte jag det något.
Hey, read the new poster. Come on, you gotta give me that credit for that one. That was good. Boshka, read the sign. It's funny.
Give me a second, bro. I think
I'm
it's
educated enough to know that. Oh, I didn't do that on
Brother.
purpose.
Wait, he's wearing a hat.
A beanie.
Oh,
After
Walter
wears
wears
a
a
beanie.
beanie,
It's on the
okay.
description.
Why are we all
Read.
rice fielders?
Read, nigga, read.
You read, nigga. I'm illiterate.
We need someone to actually do
We already know, bro.
Back to the rice fields, Asian boy.
Get the fucking job now.
Do what?
Yeah, check. Check this man if he's actually him.
Hey, check
Another
it,
way
it's-
to
it's okay.
profile us? Really, bro?
Bro, are you? You're.
Do it on purpose! It's just toilet paper. I'm not gonna kill him. Oh, hell no, bitch! You're in my toilet! Get out! No!
You can't throw shit at them now. It's
Shitting on my wall! Fuck you!
You're clearing that! I'm not doing it! Shit on my fucking wall, you bitch ass! Get out! Get out! No way!
that's not the same.
Why did you kill her?
The IT shows a man.
Hey, yo. She trammed.
Might have
This
been
is what we
trans.
give it to. What the fuck just happened? Why am I in a gut?
It was the. What's called the. Dentist.
Oh, fun. I don't like this.
Oh, fun. We're gonna die.
Oh, hey, Dance. Oh, bye, Dance.
Oh, we need to run now. Oh, I'm dead. We died.
We got it.
What the fuck is this crazy shit?
I like it. I also don't like it at the same time.
Fucking annoying. I should say the same thing to you, sir. I died. I ran the wrong way. And he killed himself.
Okay.
So I guess this was like
We
a
have
delivery
no
attack?
health anymore.
Hey,
I'm
we're
gonna buy
alive.
some health packs. Oh, we have no health packs anymore.
That was that was
I'll
something.
go buy one with 3 tokens. We have plenty of tokens.
Yeah.
Talking
Oh,
about
rat,
having
rat,
a
rat!
fucking-
Hello, my friend. You want to go to the trash?
Your shift is done. Okay.
You want to go to the trash?
Oh fuck! Do you think you're getting enough?
We only need $7. Oh, also I just threw out trash. There, rats, so we're good.
That's
Wait,
20.
how much do we can gamble with 72?
Let's get more money.
Don't worry, I'm on it. I'm getting extra cash. We can't get more hats.
Oh, we get
Everyone
money
has some luck.
tokens from it.
Fuck's sake!
Motherfucker, why am I so lucky? In the wrong way.
What? You just want hats, man.
I don't know. I don't want hats anymore. I got enough hats. Whatever. Keep collecting the tokens. Who cares?
Yes.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Can you get those money?
I'm trying. It's not giving me
Bruh.
anything.
Me.
Being a
money.
bitch. God, enough with the hats, man. No. Yes.
Hey.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at me. I'm lucky as shit. Don't tell me otherwise. Fucker. Not again.
That what you get, bro?
Fucking hate it here.
Oh.
Got more. Get the coins. Get the coins. Fuck! It was right there, man. My dog has to live, bitch. I refuse. If you keep giving me hats, I swear I'm alive. Stop it, hats. $10, $10, yeah, $10, $10, $10. Not 2 coins, $10. $10, make me holla. Bitch. You know what? What are you
Do it
spinning?
2 more sides.
I'm gonna go see this ain't garbage.
Yeah, $10.
$10.
What's the last one? Oh.
Here we fucking lose.
Well, we have $100, so there's something.
Better than nothing. That should
Okay,
give us
yes,
more
it
than
is.
enough to get our dogs or animals done.
That should be enough.
Hopefully.
Yeah. But please, God sake.
Watch
I
not be
just-
enough. I'm gonna be so sad.
Yeah. Did we do the quotes?
Store
Yeah.
revenue is 130.
Yep.
Up. Well, fuck.
Oh, we got this there. Thank God.
Hell yeah! Total
we're
shared
burning.
earnings. We made it,
Nice.
baby. We made it, baby. My dog
And
is
we
still
have enough
there.
for a cheeseburger too.
Pay that bill, bitch. Give me my doggy. I love my doggy. I love my doggy so much. Hey, I got $11. I got
also-
enough for a fucking Burger King burger.
Yeah.
With the discount,
Are
bitch.
you guys in a blurry vision too?
Yes.
I'm just frozen.
We
at the
see that
moment.
bokeh.
Poke.
True ending.
True ending. Let's go. We got the true
money.
ending.
You finally earned
Woo!
enough for nice for like saving surgery, pursuing success. You feel your chest loosen. Okay.
Okay.
Look, it's
The
a shirt
operation
that
was a
right there.
success. You feel your Clyde Dawson.
Played
I'll
up
still
to
draft
last
by
by
from time to time.
time, bringing cheap beer and old stories. Never mention what you saw during the final night at the gas station.
I mean, I don't think he will believe us.
Please say 5, change the post story mode. You may continue playing endlessly. Potato will join you in all future
On
chests.
with joy.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I love it when a plan comes together.
We got the true ending on the first try, baby.
Let's go.
Oh no, we're on endless night now.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Don't let them out of the forest.
Give me a gun. Give me a gun. Give me a gun.
No.
I see things I
don't
need
want-
to shoot.
Wait, what? Wait. Before you
Over
shoot-
here.
Oh, hello there.
He's like literally slowly walking towards us. That was
There was a new one.
that was interesting. Oh wait, hold on. We might have to go to the other sides and check.
Yeah,
They
I'm
might be on
going
all
in
sides of
like
us.
fucking now. I'm going to that side right now.
This is starting to feel like a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time alien fucking thing moment.
Yeah.
I was thinking more of the Call of Duty Zombies mode.
That too. I don't know, the way they're walking really slow.
No. Wait, this went over here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to constantly be out here looking.
So we have someone on duty for lookout then? For the...
Probably Slayer's gonna enjoy that part of the work.
Yeah, we...
See,
yeah,
I would love to do that, but I
Yeah,
also need to go get food too.
Neighbor of Darius, a blackout hit the east side of the after midnight cruise hope to restore in 2 days. There's a blackout.
Backup. Fuck, okay.
You're a blackout.
How much money do we have actually now?
Not enough.
No, not that. But at least our pets is all healthy,
My puppy lives to see it forever with me until he dies anyway, eventually from old age. What the fuck was that? That was the generator. It's just loud.
And someone read the fucking thank you.
It's my mom's ball sack. Okay, got it.
Damn, she's golden as fuck.
Jesus!
Hey, oh, mommy, how you doing? Good, girl. Look at that golden ass. Look at that ass. Why are you walking like that, though? I'm half asleep. You look like you're half ready to fucking ride my shit like a fucking wild animal. What? You must bounce on it. Nice style. Hey, we purchased all melee weapons. Let's go.
Winter seller. You can buy my handmade local market.
Can I find that ass in my bed tonight? Like, she feel me, girlie?
I'm trying to
She
check
feel
if
me?
there's someone on the forest, but I don't see
Damn, the only thing that looks abnormal on her is the big ass titties. Hell yeah. Anyway.
So she's the person that we say.
Yep. She's the person that I am objectifying. Deal with it. Women have 2 jobs, the kitchen and on my dick.
Bruh.
He's a hook off someone that creates.
Oh, shut up. You know you're a Oh, man.
Sure you want the bathroom to be open this time?
Nope. Because they probably already shit in it.
They probably went without you knowing.
Say that like got spots trying to learn riding bikes. Oh, trying to do a couple of types here. Oh. Why do you have a scar on your face? What the fuck is that? Clean it for you. This game is so fucking dumb but so funny at the same time. Oh, we got pictures from the forest coming up. You bitch. I want to do that.
Don't worry, we have Slayer one.
Be a better shooter.
Fuck you. You want the better shooter? Me, because I got your mom knocked up. Bro got a wrench up in this bitch? What the fuck you doing with this car, sir? I'll kill him. I'll fucking kill him. What's your license plate, dipshit? Yeah, good for you. What's your license plate, bitch? LP7S, is it now? Yeah, he's right. It is. So 1996 registration, 1991 black SUV, detailed updated week. Nothing interesting, I assume. Oh, that's clothes. Coming back from a funeral, these were the most respectful clothes I could find. Is there anything to prove that, though? Because you got some weird shit in the back of your car for me to be coming back from a funeral there, buddy.
Tools? Why do you have tools coming out?
That's what I'm saying. If you just came back from a funeral, why do you have tools in the back?
Yeah, I don't like that story.
Let's see some proof of that funeral. Oh, here we go.
Janet Davis, 1936 to 1993. The Davis family invites you to join them in celebrating Janet's life at a memorial service at 255 Summerfield Drive, Midnight Town. What year is it? That's funeral coming from. It was a fatal heart attack that did it. It was so when it happened, it was so awful. Hold on, I need to know the date.
What's the name of the person you're looking for? The dead person? Oh no.
Hang on, I'm trying to fucking find the stupid paper. Let me grab it. Why can't I read the paper again?
Hey, you need the flashlight, bro. You need the flashlight.
I guess so. Janet Davis.
Janet Davis. Okay, deceased. Mutilation on the 47.
Jesus.
Oh, that's not how she died. He said she died of a heart attack. He's lying. Goodbye. Yep, he said she died of a heart attack. He was there and witnessed it. She was there and witnessed her die of a heart attack. And he was there to mutilate her then.
Hey,
Fucking
what the
bitch.
fucking ending?
Yup. What a way to kill somebody, you piece of
We
shit.
have a mechanic here. Be careful about
Ew, okay, fucking Jack. Ugly ass motherfucker. Oh, he's got no face. Hold on. I'm tripping, but Oh, okay.
He presented himself as Jack.
I took care of the stone. Long night had the ultimate running three things. Okay.
Is Midnight Coma. Where was
coming from the woods yet?
the east side? The east side is on okay.
The east side's on
It
the
does
east.
not. Yeah, he's from the east, and the Black Hawk is from the east.
Okay, he did. Shit,
They
time.
just make sure that they don't.
Yeah, it's already 8 o'clock for me. Let me get my
Oh,
phone set.
why is this music?
So after we're
here?
done with this round, I'm gonna hop off real quick.
Probably me too.
Wait, this is endless. Does this ever end, or do we just keep going?
It's endless.
It's endless nights. It's like this night is gonna end at some point, but
Why did that box just fucking? Oh, it's a rat. I'm gonna slip. Die.
if it disappears because someone grabbed it.
Oh, I can't kill him with that.
Why is
It's
that a rat?
not a rat. It's a cockroach. Get it right.
You have to use the hose.
I'm aware. I figured that out after I tried to shoot it.
You had to hold it up before you.
You didn't hear the part where I said, "Oh yeah, it's a cockroach. You gotta shoot it with water." Hold everything.
Damn, that's a short shot.
Get bidet, bitch.
Do you wear shorts? No,
Very
you wear
Aoki.
long hair.
Is there on his fingernails? Yeah, yes. Sure, he's short. They got us from they're fighting it. He's short, yes. Someone close this thing. Where's the fence? They
Guy coming in with no shirts, no shoes. He should get no service.
Just coming in like he's just woke up, man.
Coming in like he wants to get shot in the face. That's what coming in like.
Did the dog just eat trash?
No shirt, no shoes, no service, bitch.
That's a tall motherfucker.
Holy shit, tall and lanky.
Yes, I've been checking it out again.
Well, the scanner
He's
says
too
he's
fancy.
normal-ish.
he speaks very fancy. Kelechi Okafor. Equestrian. Okay, he tried horses.
There's no way.
What?
Yeah.
He's too fucking tall to ride a horse.
No, he actually says Christian. He's tall. Yeah. Not ideal for. Even he said it's even not ideal, but he succeeds. 3 water bottles. Yeah. Yeah, he's water. Everything checks out from his stories.
I wanna see
I don't believe a
that.
fucking word of it.
I
Word, I want to see that bitch ride that horse. Yeah, it checks out all right. My ass. One doppelganger. Wonder which one it was.
I think it's the keto with the.
I say, give me some grenades and let's have some fun. Oh, entity, I have some magical things for you, sir.
Be very careful on this side. I know that.
Careful on that side.
Yeah, careful on this side too. Careful on this side too.
Traps.
This side too.
Oh shit. Is everyone inside and safety?
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, well now.
Now?
Yep.
Yep, lock it up.
Oh, we have not played for over here yet.
On the entrance.
Yep.
That's what I
just
thought.
twice.
He's last. Oh, I'm on fire.
30 seconds.
Oh, shit, I blew myself up. Whoopsie! Ow, what you got that for? I land Michael Boom.
Okay,
She
okay,
blew
I
himself
can
up too. You motherfucker! Okay, Krusty the Clown. I hit her. You dare with the doppelgangers free. There you go. Alright, so I say tomorrow if we want we can play more. But today
We can, yeah.
we should call it now because I know it's late as fuck for you two. And I need some food.
Alright, it sounds good for me.
Say that. What the fuck did you blow up now? Flamethrower, motherfucker.
Hell yeah, we have to.
I'm gonna shoot the shotgun. Stop and shoot. Fuck, can't move. What the hell? Cleaned everything up, right?
Well, at least we didn't get the weird things in the woods to pay attention.
Yeah, thankfully. That was crazy. Interesting game. I feel like the story mode should be longer though.
Yeah.
13 days ain't enough. Human killed Tennessee. Rest quota.
No.
Who got killed? That's the real question. I want to know. Doppelganger. Oh, Travis was a human. Driver was a doppelganger. Amelia Kramer was a doppelganger. Yasmin was a doppelganger. You know, I'll tell you. Her boobies were calling for me. That's why. Oh, and Barry Aoki was also fucking. When questioned about his occupation, he explains that he was working on his fence all day. Huh?
So there was a
Her
human.
gold jewelry is
guy
missing when viewed through the anomaly lens. Ah, see, you gotta look through the anomaly lens, guys. Any anomaly. Any anomaly.
Yeah, well, I see.
Not
you
my
guys
anomaly.
know that.
Alright, I'll be around. Probably playing Fortnite for a little bit before I drive myself insane.
And then whatever. All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
One
leave,
guy,
damn it.
one mystery. What the
But
fuck?
goddamn next shift.
Just saw that, Jesus Christ.
I'm taking it.
Did you see it?
Nope.
Do you guys want mystery?
Yeah,
Okay, bring on humans.
We'll be waiting to hit next shift.
yeah, I don't know.
Vosh.
Oh, man.
Ah. Cheap bitch. So I'm trying to end the damn thing
my
we can
God,
save
where
the
is it?
Oh,
fucker.
look, my game.
Jeez, Lord Christ. Alright, well, that's a good time to call it then. God.
Good night.
Yeah, I did exactly the same thing. I just prayed immediately to someone else.
Well,
Alright, who the fuck am I rating? Who are we rating, chat? I don't fucking know. Koopsie Koo? Oh. Interesting. Unemployed, that's crazy.
Hmm.